Hello everybody and a very warm welcome to your Alpha Live stream of round 11 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship, coming to you live from Buckmore Park kart circuit in Kent. It's a misty morning here at the circuit as the karts are out for their practice session, but make no mistake, we are going to get some clarity today because we've got some champions to crown at the final round of the season. My name is Howard Mitchell, and partner in crime in comms position today, as ever, is Mr. Andrew Mather. We're Double Dash Motorsport Media. It's our pleasure and privilege to be here once again, working with our partners at Alpha Live to bring you all of the coverage of today's racing. And it's, as I say, a practice session at the moment, and we can hand down to Andrew, who's getting some of the thoughts of the drivers down in the paddock.
Hello everybody, thank you Howard. Welcome down to the paddock for our first of our paddock shows here today. We're going to spend about 25 minutes down here, talk to some of the drivers in this heavyweights competition today. It is a big day, if Howard's not already mentioned, for the heavyweights. I have not known a title be this close going into the final round here in Club 100 at a Buckmore Park season finale. I want to dive straight in and have a chat with one of our championship contenders, if he doesn't mind having a quick chat with us. Anwar, very quick chat. Big day today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just another race, and just I think I can't control what's outside of my control, if that makes sense. So just try and have fun and enjoy it. And I think me and Joe and Dickie, we've all talked about it. We just want to have fun and have a close race, and whoever wins will be deserving of it, you know. So yeah, looking forward to it.
How's the season gone as a whole from your perspective? So you've had some great success on the Saturdays, and it does. Would you say it's fair that you've somehow stepped even further forward from where you've been in previous years in the sprints?
I think so. I think I don't know what it was this year, but certainly this year I just jumped in. I just seemed to hit the ground running pretty well, and that helps. Yeah, I just think pace-wise, I've been always there or thereabouts, but I think maybe decision making's always been a little bit, and that's where I had a little bit of a break a few years ago. I know it sounds ridiculous, but honestly, you just get a bit rusty, and I've been slowly getting back to that. And this year, I think I've probably been driving the best I ever have done. So yeah, it's been a good year. Look, I think I could have, even though I've won 6 of the sprint rounds, I could have done, the heats could have been better. That's why it's so close it is today. So there's always things you can improve for next year. But on the whole, yeah, I'm really happy with how it goes. And honestly, I know, look, if it doesn't go my way, obviously I'll be disappointed. But I genuinely mean this. I think deep down, I'll be happy with how I performed this year, and happy as long as it ends with a good race, I'll be happy with the outcome.
Last top division sprints title was 2015, so you have been in this position before. How does that play on the mind?
Well, it doesn't really, because they're very different scenarios. Because that Prem Sprint title, you know, was a lot. You know, I mean, look, at the end of the day, obviously the way the class system works, there's still some really, really great drivers. But you know what Prem Sprints was like? It was packed full of, you know, of amazing drivers from front to back, and so it was. You almost had to like work even harder to get those top 3 in the heats. And then actually I remember that sprint final day like it was yesterday. I threw a chain, I remember, in heat 2, honestly convinced it was all over. I did the pre-final from the back. Lap 1 got taken out back when the TKM engine, so I had to wait for the pusher cart, and I was going around thinking it was over, but Ian Blake, I remember, had an absolute poor cart, and I think he finished midfield and I won the championship. So the thing is I think what that's taught me is it doesn't, even if things are not going your way, there's always something that can happen. So just try not to lose your head, and just, you know, just concentrate on what you have to do, and that's all you can do, really.
Conditions here today, quite murky, clearly a bit greasy out there as well. What are you thinking about them?
To be honest with you, it was like this yesterday, and it dried up after about 15-20 minutes. So I'm convinced after the end of this test session it's going to be dry. But even if it isn't, I think actually in a weird way it might help a little bit. I've been getting better in those greasy, wet conditions, and yeah, it might help sort of get through the field a little bit quicker. But again, you just never know. Like you can't legislate for stuff. You can't make too many plans because, again, you know, it depends on what kart you get into, depends on the drivers in your field and decisions they make. All you can do is just run your own race and see what happens.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Anwar. Best of luck. So Anwar Barul-Smith there, as I say, one of 3 drivers who are still very much in with a fighting chance of winning this title. Depends how you cut the cake, we always say, with a drop round system. We like to do it by what points they've already got on the board and guaranteed. If you go by that measure, Joe and Anwar are tied on points, 1,501 points each. with Dickie Allen a few points further back. Going to be honest, for Dickie, it's kind of one of those. He's got to go all out. He needs things to happen to Anwar and Joe to get that title, but in a way, that's a low-pressure scenario for him. Can I have a chat with one of the stalwarts of Club 100 if he doesn't mind? Tim Hill.
Hello,
Good to see you, mate. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good actually. Feeling old. But apart from that, no, it's good. Great to be at Buckmore Park. Terrific circuit. One of my favourites actually.
It's a circuit we visit regularly here in Club 100. What's key to being quick round here, in your opinion?
Key to being quick. I think being fairly brave on the brakes. I think really. It's a very physical track. Very physical, but it's some good overtaking opportunities. Key to being quick. I think that really. I mean, there's some quite late braking points really to make up some ground. But yeah, it's a great track. I think one of the best in the country actually, with its undulating uphill, downhill sections. It's good fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
As you say, a proper driver's favourite. For yourself, you're probably one of the most experienced drivers in this Paddock in Club 100 history. What is it that...
I think I've done a lot of laps here, yeah, that's for sure.
What is it that brings you back to Club 100 year in, year out?
It's just the best thing that's been invented since sliced bread, really. I used to do owner-driver. It cost a fortune. It was always checkbook racing, always someone had a bigger wallet than you. I mean, this is just a fantastic concept. Level playing field. If you break it, you don't have to pay for it. But you know what I mean. You know, it's at a level where it's still very, very competitive, especially with the front. You know, the front guys. They do well in any championship. A classic example is Phil Ingram's here today. I mean, Phil's gone on to win the Ginetta Championship and also, but he comes back to Club 100. You can't beat the competition and the value for money. And the standard of preparation on the karts is second to none. And it's, as you know yourself, the Club 100 team just runs such a fantastic tight ship, you know. It's no delays. It's very, very well disciplined. Yeah, you can't beat it, really. I shall be doing this until they take me away in a wooden box, really.
What would be a good result today out there?
Make the A Final. If I can make the A Final, if I can make the middle of the A Final, I will be really pleased with myself. But I've been doing it since 1993, so yeah, I think I know which way round it all goes now.
Good stuff. Cheers, Tim. Thanks for talking to us. Tim Hill there. So, practice going on at the moment. Just have a look at the corner here. Syme sweep. Very tricky in these conditions. Naturally, you want to throw the kart into the corner, but we've already seen a number of drivers doing that a little bit too much, especially on the entry. As Anwar said, I do think it'll dry up. It's not raining at the moment. It's just chilly, but the karts running around the circuit will start to build a bit of temperature back into the track. You can see Dickie Allen coming in here, attacking really hard, trying to get those slip angles on the tyres working for him. And it's a very, very fine margin between getting it right, getting a quick line through this critical number of corners in these conditions, and getting it wrong. Now, thankfully, these days, you've got the onboard starters, so you can get going again. In the TKM era, of course, you'd have a very long pause. I'm going to switch the roles now. I'm going to talk to a man who's normally holding this microphone, Jacob. Back again for some more Club 100. How are we feeling?
I'm good, thanks. Are we live?
We are live.
Wow. Congratulations for everyone who's seen me on a camera for the first time. What would you like to talk about?
Anything really. BUKC.
BUKC kicks off next weekend with the qualifiers, Saturday and Sunday. It's one of the biggest events in British motorsport, actually, in terms of participants. We have about 450 odd students turn up over the weekend. It's an absolutely fantastic event. Unfortunately, we're not live streaming it, but we will be streaming every single round of the BUKC Mains Championship, along with our finals event, which this year is after Easter, and that'll be the Mains, Intermediates and Drivers' Championships.
To talk today and talk the sprints, I think you've had a really good season of it, particularly the round at GYG. You put in some great moves. Looking forward to this today?
Definitely. I wouldn't say I've had a great season. I've had some great rounds, though, and Buckmore Park round 1 was probably one of those. GYG, thank you for mentioning as well. Did well at Bayford too. I quite enjoyed that, and Landau wasn't too bad either, my home round. But then we've had some rounds such as Lid and Whilton Mill, which didn't quite go my way. So I'm hoping to finish with a flourish.
Something I found yesterday, because it's a while since I've driven this circuit, it was always a physical circuit, but it feels like it's taken a step up, especially through the S's. It's a bit bumpier through there.
I'm ready, Andrew. I went to the gym last week.
See, that's what I've not been doing.
Oh, no. Yeah, I did a solid hour last Thursday, and that'll sort me out for this. You know, I don't like to say
lean, mean racing machine.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, or trio of words. I can handle it. I think I'm ready. I'm going to go out on the test in just 2 minutes' time. Get myself a little sighter, prepare myself, and then come back out, wait for Heat 4, mentally prepare myself, and then I'll be ready.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, mate. We'll see you again soon. So yeah, quite a few drivers at the moment getting ready to go out, because generally this 30-minute session, drivers share it. They do 15 minutes in, then swap over. See Joe Holmes and Kurt Holmes over there. I'm not going to go bother them right now because they're in the zone. Very, very key day for Joe Holmes to try and retain this title. He's done it so many times. We don't dare to doubt him. But there's something about this season. I do think this is the biggest challenge that Joe's had so far, and he's going to be steely focused on the win. Kurt Holmes there as well. Should wrap up C2 fairly straightforwardly today. Just needs to get some good heats on the board, and that one will be done by the final. Number of drivers as well about to get in, so we won't go and talk to them and bother them right now. I'm going to have a very quick chat with John. John, very quick word for the live stream. Final round for seniors of the year. It's been a good one, although you've had no rain though.
I can't believe we've had no rain. Well, we had a little bit at Ellough Park. We did have a bit at Ellough Park, to be fair, and it stayed greasy all day. But, yeah, no, I can't believe we've had so much dry weather all year. I mean, it's global warming, isn't it, I suppose? But yeah, no, they've enjoyed it, you know. Everyone prefers a dry race. You know, they get the max out the karts and stuff like that. But today, yes, particularly this morning, it's down to the wire. I'm sure you've mentioned it already. 3 points between the two big guns, Anwar and Joe. So we're all looking forward to that. You know, and hopefully, you know, it all gets decided without penalties.
Looking forward to 2023, of course. Anything that you can share with us?
New tyres. Yeah, the Dunlop KE1 we're moving to. Looking forward to that. We've done quite a lot of testing on those, and they're looking good. We've had some good feedback as well. I've let some of the Class 1 boys have a little go as well, and they've given us some very excellent feedback. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Full engine rebuilds over the winter, new wiring looms. Yeah, we're doing a lot to the karts, and yeah, hopefully they'll be all fit and ready to go for next year, and yeah, and hopefully be in better shape.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, JV. Yeah, the change to Dunlops is going to be a really interesting aspect of 2023. I had a little scout of that back at Llandau, which traditionally is a circuit very hard on tyres. They looked good. They looked really, really good, and some fantastic work done by the CLUB100 crew there. Let's have a little bit of a head down and have a chat with Greg Smith. Greg, come and have a quick chat with us. Greg Smith, one of our lightweight drivers. Greg, down here very early in the morning. You looking forward to today?
Yeah, it feels good to be back in the paddock. You know, after 4 months out, I made my comeback at Ellough Park, and it was a good, decent day. Even though I got tagged in the A Final by a certain Mr. Sam Lovelace, but you know, he did explain to me at the end it wasn't his fault, so I'll take it on board. I made the A Final, got the job done at the end of the day.
You're a former C3 champion. C3 titles in both heavyweights and lightweights are still up for grabs today. When you go back to a couple of years ago when you were in that position, what's key for those drivers today?
The important thing is always put your class first. Do not panic about the other C1s and C2s. The important thing is just beat as many drivers as you can in your class as you go, and then just end up with a good, decent result, and that's how I see it. So, yeah, it is true that I did join CLUB100 2 years ago before the height of the COVID-19 pandemic as a C3 when it was created. So I am somewhat of the godfather of the lightweight C3, so I am still their first champion, which is a record. So that's my best advice I would do. Just take it on board, put your class first, and just beat everyone in your class that you know and know.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Greg. And
Can I introduce you to Phil Ingram?
let's have a chat with Phil Ingram.
Yeah.
Where is Phil?
Oh, he's over there.
Oh, he's right behind us, the very tall gentleman in front of us. Let's have a quick chat with Phil then. Sorry, I couldn't quite see him, which is remarkable considering how tall he is. Phil, have a very quick chat with you on the live stream. Great to see you back in Club 100. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I've not been to Buckmore Park for a long time. It's all blue now. I remember last time I came here it was covered in grass and a little bit less track limits. But yeah, it's good to be here. So there's something nice about misty motorsport tracks in the morning, isn't there?
What have you been up to in this year in motorsport?
This year's been a little bit quiet. I've been a bit poorly recently, so I'm just coming back from a bit of illness. My first race was the 24-hour Citroen C1 race at Silverstone, which I did with my mates Stuart and Brian, and that was really good fun. Yeah, I think I recommend that to anybody who does that. And then just a few Club 100 rounds just to get back into it, really. So not too much.
You've experienced Club 100 through the years. What is it in particular about these Rotax powered karts that you enjoy?
I prefer the TKMs, to be honest. Can I not allowed to say that, am I? Only because I'm not as quick in these as I was in the TKMs. No, I think, obviously they're easier to use. You know, you don't have to worry about spinning out and stopping and all that kind of stuff. And I'm sure it's better for Club 100 to use these motors. But yeah, it's just really super close racing. I quite like these chassis. I quite like these tyres. It's a bit of a rally car feel. Other go-karts and other forms of motorsport, you have to be really, really smooth and settled, and this you can really chuck it around and have a good laugh, so that's what I like about it so much.
Have you been out so far this morning in the practice session?
Yeah, I was out just now, just doing a quick 15 minutes. I think it's I came in actually because I thought it's going to be dry later on and I'm probably negative learning actually, so but yeah, it's still the same old Buckmore, still patches of really grippy bits and then nothing at all and then paint. So yeah, it's about finding the line as much as anything around here and keeping your nose clean.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Phil. Best of luck out there.
Thanks.
Phil Ingram there. We've got about 10 minutes of this practice session to go. But yeah, as Phil mentioned there, it really is one of the key challenges with this particular circuit. If we go back to Simon Sweep again, it's a double-decker circuit. You've got the top end shrouded by the trees, particularly on a morning like this. A lot of moisture is held up there. The top end of the circuit will dry slower than the bottom end, where it's a bit more open. The sun, when it eventually gets through the mist, will get onto the track surface. And you've really got to be on your toes around here. We were finding yesterday in the endurance on the racing line, yeah, good amount of grip, but if you just strayed off it ever so slightly, you'd get in a lot of trouble very quickly, and that would catch drivers out. As I say, about 10 minutes of this session to go. I want to try and find some more drivers who've already been out there. Try and gauge what the track conditions are like. In fact,
very slippery out there. Going to be a bit lucky, really, I think. So keep it on the black stuff and see what happens, really.
how have you found the season as a whole?
For me, it's been...
Okay, sorry about that, folks. We've lost the camera feed down to the paddock briefly, but already good to get some of the thoughts of the drivers ahead of this crucial day in the championship. Andrew's already spoken about the situation in Class 1. I have to say as well, Class 2 is not a done deal either, with Kurt Holmes currently the highest placed of the Class 2 drivers. But Mikey Nichols, Steve Bosley as well, I believe, still in the hunt for that one. And super heavyweights, I believe that Bill Taylor's already wrapped that one up. He's had a stellar season as Bill Taylor in that. And Class 3 as well, led by Rich Neal at the moment, although Andrew Hicks is not too far behind as well. So going to be interesting to see how it goes around this this 900-metre Kent track, Buckmore Park, a long-standing venue. Anyone who's raced Club 100 for any time or followed the championship will be familiar with us coming here. Interesting to hear Phil Ingram there talking about how when he said it looks a bit blue compared to when I was last here. He's referring to all of the modifications made around this circuit to introduce the runoff tarmac and these blue barriers. There's no tyre walls around this Buckmore Park circuit. Really pioneering, the safety for kart venues in the UK. It's all of these sort of Tech Pro impact barriers around the circuit that have that blue colour. So that's what he's referring to there. Track limits can be therefore a bit of an aspect here at the circuit. The rules are simple. You can straddle that white line, so you can have two wheels over it. But if you put all four wheels over the white line, so there on the exit of hairpin, you can see the hairpins here. This is the most prominent place really, where the drivers are coming off of, particularly hairpin 2 on the left of your shot at the moment. All of those drivers are just about inside of it. Basically, think of it how they would mark a ball out in tennis. If it's on the line, you should be fine. If it's over that white line, then you are definitely off the track. So they need to be careful of that. I believe we can pass down to the paddock again, though, and get more thoughts with Andrew.
Welcome back to the paddock, everybody. Apology for that technical hitch. Here with Mike Coppin, not racing in the heavyweights, racing in the lightweights later on today. Second place of the championship this year, Mike. Sum up 2022 for me from your perspective.
Yeah, it's been a good year. Second wasn't the aim at the start of the year, but I can't be disappointed with second. Fraser winning it, he's had a very good round, or very good season. I think it shows how close it's been over the year between the two of us in the fact that on total points I'm still ahead of him, but he's won the title. So I think where I've fallen foul is my heats. I think he's picked up a few more wins, and ultimately, of course, stating the obvious, he's won in more finals than I have. But it's always been really close. We had a really good run out at Ellough. I think I was 7/10 faster than everyone in that race, and somehow still didn't win. So I'm going to go one better today. I'm not going out of this season with only one win after the season I've had. So yeah, I've had a good year, mate. I'm pleased. So.
When we get onto it later, we'll be racing under the lights for the final. Is that something a bit different that you enjoy?
I really enjoy it. I love racing under the lights around here. A couple of years ago, we had the A Final here under the lights, round 1. And I won my 3 heats and put it on pole, and then had an amazing battle with Steve Brown, Ed Bars and Daz Teal, and we were swapping positions for the entire 12 minutes. And it was one of those that afterwards I wish had been live streamed to watch back because it was so good. So I'm hoping for another one of them tonight. It's so good under the lights here.
The Applewood team raced in endurance yesterday, had another decent run. What did you find out that we can take over to today?
I think, as Chris just said, the changes that the track have made the circuit feel quite different to drive. It is bumpier. Hairpin 2 is a completely different corner to what it used to be now, so it's changed the profile of that. Coming down the hill here, there's definitely more bumps down the hill, so it's a bit more physical than it used to be. But I think the thing for Buckmore is so many people have done so many laps around here. It's tiny amounts separate the differences, so you've got to really find something extra to win it.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Mike. And we'll see Mike out on circuit later on this afternoon. So we're running the heavyweights all this morning, and into the early part of the afternoon. The lightweights will be in the afternoon session, and as we say, running into the evening under the lights to finish things. Who else can we have a brief chat with? We've got a couple of karts coming into the pits, so we'll just take a moment to let them go through. But yeah, I think there's a really good end of season vibe in the paddock here this morning. As we say, a number of the championship scenarios are already decided. This may be a couple of drivers trying to get one position here or there, but most things are already set in stone as to where they're going to finish in the championship, except the top few positions, which was good for us on the stream. Dickie Allen coming down the hill now. You could just see him fighting his way through Symes Sweep and down towards Paddock. Paddock, a really key corner, even on a day like today, to get the speed up round the hill, round the hairpin, and then back up towards the start-finish line. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with Lenny Wood, who took a race win last time. Lenny? Have a very quick chat with you.
Yeah, no problem.
Great scenes on the last live stream that we had taking a heat victory. You must have been very pleased with that.
Yeah, I have. I was very pleased. I've been quite happy this year. I had a few bad heats races at the beginning of the season, but I've ended the season kind of happy. I'm a bit overweight again, so need to lose some.
You're an experienced hand around here. We've had a number of drivers talking about how a lot of people know this place very, very well. What for you is important to achieve here today?
I would like to get I'd like to get top 3, and that made me happy. If I can get on the back of the A Final, I'll be very happy. That'd be my Christmas present to myself.
Track conditions as well, very greasy out there at the moment. It does look like in the last 5 minutes or so it started to grip up a bit.
Yeah, it's getting a little line, as you can just start to see. I don't mind it being greasy. I quite like Buckmore when it's wet. Physically, I don't, but I don't mind it. It's all right. It's a tricky little track.
And as a member of the field, we've got this really tight battle at the front between Joe Anwar and Dickie Allen as well. Could that throw in a bit of an opportunity for others like yourself to pick up a win?
No, them 3 boys, they're on a league of their own. You know, you might have, you probably got Steve Bosley, Mikey might have a go, maybe Kirk, but I think it's going to be out of them 3. And I actually don't want to be in the A Final because I actually want to see this race because I think it's going, as long as they've got equal karts, I think the A Final could be a nice, good race. And whoever wins, will deserve it. Best luck to all 3 of them.
Absolutely. Thanks for talking to us, Lenny. I absolutely agree with Lenny there. If I was a heavyweight on that cusp today, I'd probably be like, yeah, I don't really want to do an A Final today. Want to watch it because it's got potential to be one of the races of the year. 60 seconds of the session to go. Tim Hill just coming in there. Bill Taylor out there as well this morning. We do want to give a bit of love to Bill Taylor in the number 48 kart because he's already secured the title in super heavyweights for a second year in a row. Less than a minute to go. We'll just move down to the front and catch some of the drivers as they fold in. If you're new to Club 100 as well, all the karts the same spec of machinery on the Birol Art chassis with the Rotax Max Evo engine. And still, even though we've had a full season of racing, not just in this competition, but the juniors as well, still looking in really good condition. Myself and Howard raced in the endurance yesterday, had a superb kart. Not that me and him were quite able to perform to the level that I think the kart deserved, but there we go. I'll have a quick chat with Bill Taylor as he's getting out of the kart. Bill,
hello, how are you?
A quick second with you. How's the track feeling out there?
Yeah, it's very changeable. I don't know if it's raining, but it certainly seems to be getting wetter, a bit damper. Lines are changing almost every lap. It's tricky, but it's fun.
How does it feel to have the super heavyweight title wrapped up second year in a row?
Yeah, it's good. We've had some great competition with Lee and Nick Walker and Lenny Wood and Adrian Ray. They've all been up there. We've all had a go at being at the front. I think just my consistency in the heats. I've only missed an A Final once, and I think that's really what pays. You're not necessarily the quickest at every round, but you just need to consistently be up there in the sprint format.
Good stuff. Well done, Bill. We'll see you again out there. I want to try and catch a quick word with Joe, if that's okay. So the practice session now over. We've got 5 more minutes. So I'll just give Joe a quick chance to have a look at the numbers. Joe, I appreciate your time. I'm sure there's no nerves today, but this is high stakes today, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a position where I don't really have the stress of it. I mean, it's go big or go home. I can't do any worse than second, I don't think. So I've got no to lose. The pressure's not on me, thankfully. So we'll see. I mean, it's close, but I need a little bit of luck. Need a decent car. We'll see.
How was endurance yesterday? Good to see the G3 Pro wrapping out a bit of an end of an era with a win.
Yeah, really good. The first kart went great. We managed to swap one, and it were nice just to end them out on a high note with a win. I mean, I got told when I went on board with G3, you'll never win a race with these guys. Well, we won a race every single year. We won 3 this year. Not bad going for a team of clubman class.
Good stuff. Cheers, Joe. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Yeah, I'm amazed at how calm Joe is. Yes, he's won so many titles over the years. He's had this amazing run of whatever Sprints Championship he's been in, winning it year in, year out. As I say, you're stretching all the way back into the mid-2010s. But, you know, he's just so chill. He's not worried. You know, he will go all out there, and I'm sure the tiger in him will come out on circuit. But that's good news if you're supporting Joe Holmes here today, that he's seeming in good form. I also want to have a quick chat, if we can, with the third of our title contenders here today. Just having a chat with Phil Ingram, Richard Allen. If I was these three, this is the man's position I would probably want to be in, because I'd have the most fun. Dickie, we had a very brief chat before we went on air. It's all out today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all out today. Obviously, we're sitting in third in the championship. We're comfortable. Fourth can't catch me. It's all between Anwar and Joe. And listen, it'll be a miracle, but if they both have a bad day, I can still snatch the win. But I'm happy to be sitting in third. I've got no pressure, and we'll just sit back and enjoy.
The form's looked good so far this weekend. Decent result yesterday afternoon. Different conditions, though, here in the morning, with it being a bit more greasy.
Yes, it's greasy now. It is starting to dry in certain parts of the track, but it's catching you out. You're going in thinking it's dry, and all of a sudden it's not, so you're losing the back end. I just had a couple of near misses myself, so it'll be interesting. The first lot of heats, and after that it'll be a dry line.
We had a cracking super final here a few years ago that I remember you were a big part of. We've had a number of drivers already mentioning that they reckon the A Final later today is going to be the race of the year. What do you think?
It will be definitely 100% one to watch, and I'm glad it's Alpha Live, because it'll be one to watch back. All I want to do is put it on pole position and just get out of the way of the rest of them, because it's going to be a bit cat and dog fighting.
It is indeed. Thanks for talking to us, mate. I think we'll probably wrap it up there. We'll go back to Howard up in the comms box, because in a short few moments' time, we're going to start with Heat 1 here today at Buckmore Park.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, indeed, back up here in the comms box. In the building, you can see on the shot there, actually, the fantastic clubhouse here at Buckmore Park. Brilliant facilities that they have at the circuit here, as the karts are heading out onto the circuit ahead of Heat number 1. And that's coming up for you here at the circuit. So, yes, they will get 5 minutes practice. Yes, I'm just being reminded of that. It's a good point. So they'll go out for their practice laps. Here in the still misty conditions, though. This could be an interesting opening for the drivers. Greasy on the track. It was interesting to hear Bill Taylor's assessment of how things were out there. So almost sort of damp conditions out on the track, greasy, and there's certain corners around the track where you really have to commit. And if it's not got the grip, then it's a very different kettle of fish going through some of those corners. For the drivers. Interesting to hear from our top 3 in the championship, all of them mathematically and with a chance, although Dickie Allen's got the remote chance there. I think he needs something quite extraordinary to happen to Joe and Anwar in order for him to take the title. But that's very much where we're going to be focusing our attention today. As Andrew alluded to, many people today will have they'll have looked at the championship standings coming into today. They'll have, okay, that's the person I'm trying to battle with. There is always that psychological element. I was impressed by all of the key protagonists there. They all sound quite calm. They all sound quite chill. And to be fair to them, they've all got championship winning experience here in Club 100. So they have all been here before. But you can't help but, deep down, that they'll want to be taking the spoils later today. Let's have a look then, though, ahead to our first race of the day, which is Heat number 1 of your heavyweights. So as the drivers are out for their practice laps, let's take a look at the grid then for this first heat of the day in heavyweights and super heavyweights for Club 100 Senior Sprints. It's going to be Steve Lindley on pole. No, we'll just take a moment before we show the grid, actually. There we go. Steve Lindley is going to start this one on pole. Joe Holmes alongside him. Matt Griffiths and Elliot Alt are your second row of the grid. Stuart Kirk and Anwar Barul-Smith are on row 3. Lee Henderson then and Adrian Ray are your fourth row of the grid, with Paul Williams and Bill Taylor rounding out the top 10. Shane Houlihan and Richard Melton are row 6. Row 7 will be Oliver Tebbett and Shane Cotter. And then Josh Lamorena and Nathan Taig are going to be your 8th row of the grid. That's how they line up then for the 16 kart grid. And it's just a reminder of the format for you all as well here today. So obviously we've got all the heavyweights in these morning sessions. The lightweights, if you're tuning in to look and watch them, enjoy the heavyweights. The lightweights are coming up in the afternoon. And unlike when we've streamed last time out, I want to say, we're not alternating between heavyweights and lightweights throughout the day. It is all the heavyweight stuff and then all the lightweight stuff later on today. The lightweight's due to kick off around about, I'm not going to say that time because that time is definitely wrong on my timetable in front of me. But yeah, lightweight's later today. There's going to be 12 heats before our finals in each of those classes. The same format's used across heavyweights and lightweights. And 12 heats, each driver will compete in 3 heats each. So if you're tuning in to support a particular driver and you didn't just hear their name on the grid, that doesn't mean they're not competing. That just means that they're going to be seen somewhere else in the heat running order. So 12 heats, each driver takes part in 3, and they take part in 1 out of each 4 groupings of 4. So you can essentially think of those 12 heats as 3 rotations of 4 heats, i.e. once we've got to the end of the 4th heat race, everybody will have competed in 1 heat, and then we'll roll around to the 2nd rotation, etc., etc. In terms of the grids for these heats, it's random grid allocation such that each driver has the same average starting position across all 3 of their heats. In practice, that means that you'll have one where you start from towards the front, one where you start from towards the back, and one where you're somewhere in the middle. The exception there is Class 3. Class 3 are our novice class, so to avoid them having the stress and pressure of starting a race on pole with all of that experience on their tail, they start from the back, but they still have random grid positions within that. So they still have the same average position there. As I think we're still doing the rolling up here at the circuit. There they are behind the pace kart. Pole is on the right-hand side here with this fast sweeping turns 1 and 2 here at the circuit. Although I've got to say, it's quite an interesting start I always find here, because it's not like a long start-finish straight and then a big braking zone where you can do overtakes. It's kind of an interesting one here. It's sort of, I don't know, it's in that same category as sort of Rye House, although that's quite a different corner through the stadium section there, but it's still the same idea that, like, it's interesting how the tension of the start diffuses across the first few corners before they get to hairpin 1. So it's going to be interesting to see how they position themselves. Here we go, though. It looks like we're good for a start here. Steve Lindley is your pole sitter in the 47. Joe Holmes alongside, and we're away, and it's a much stronger start for the pole side of the grid there. Matt Griffiths from grid 3 is going to slot into second place immediately as they squirm their way around what is usually the slippiest part of the circuit. Anwar Barul-Smith trying to position himself to the inside. So too is Paul Williams there at the hairpin. Anwar not too happy about something there in the mid-pack. As into hairpin 2, Joe Holmes is trying to cut underneath Steve Lindley there. They're going to be side by side on exit as they head towards the S's for the first time, and Joe Holmes has done it. He's got the number 1 kart to the head of the field as Paul Williams is battling with the S's there, as is Anwar Barul-Smith with Bill Taylor. So interesting tussles in the early phases of this one as they come down through the mist, through Sime Sweep. You can see them just trying to cling on to the grip here that's in very short supply here. In the early morning mist as they come through Garda, prime overtaking opportunity that on this circuit, through the Centre S and up the hill to Cafe Corner. But it is Joe Holmes who's got himself to the head of the field here at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, really good start for Joe Holmes. That's exactly what he would have wanted. He is in the lead. His title rival is currently down in 5th place, but a track limit warning already for the reigning champion in that number 1 kart. Down the inside goes Anwar Barul-Smith and Paul Williams. That's a good overtake, clean overtake for 4th place. Inside the 148 of Elliott Alt is out there as well, stepping up to senior competition. Lee Henderson out there as well in the distinctive blue and yellow helmet, number 13. There is already your super heavyweight champion, Bill Taylor, the number 48. Good, relaxed, fun days racing for him out there. But Joe Holmes, this is a really, really good start for him, Howard, in control of this race by a mile.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really the start that he would have wanted to the day. It's worth mentioning, actually, that he and Anwar are the only 2 Class 1 runners in this field. You'll see that denoted by their red number boards in reality, but they're denoted by that yellow number board on your timing tower on the left-hand side of your screens as you're watching on the Alpha live stream. Super heavyweights carry the green number plates on the kart, and classes 2 and 3 are blue number plates as they go 3 wide here out of hairpin 2, and that is Bill Taylor getting by on Paul Williams. Elliott Alt was trying to buy into that one as well, but couldn't make anything of it for now as they go down through Syme Sweep, through the Paddock complex there, and they'll come up the hill now to Garda, and it leaves you exposed to the overtake here at Garda because you take a very wide line in to try and maximise the late apex. It's a good place for someone to fire a move up the inside, but they stay as they are this time around.
I can see in the chat the Abacus users are already out in force, and don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen, the spreadsheet of Doom Club 100 Sprints Edition is out as Elliott up the inside. That's a beautiful move by the youngster there, getting past Bill Taylor and Stuart Kirk as well in the blue and white suit. That's something you can do at that top end of the circuit, Howard. Get on those curbs, through Conways, through Henrys. It can hook the kart in, pull you around on the tighter line. We were finding yesterday as well, if you got even just half a kart width too wide through those 2 corners, you're going to be in trouble. Lee Henderson down the inside, brave move through Syme Sweep. Good race so far, this Heat 1.
It is, got to say though, fair few drivers already accruing track limit warnings here, Andrew. They do have to be careful here that they don't get themselves pinged for that. There will be position deductions if they accrue a penalty for excessive track limits. A few bits and pieces. Interesting, we noticed yesterday going around just where we've just seen the drivers coming up the hill towards Cafe Corner. They've smoothed off the curb there that allows them to put the wheels on there much more comfortably and open up Cafe Corner just a little bit more. Maybe just gives them a bit more confidence coming up their hill as Paul Williams has a little look at Bill Taylor. It doesn't pay off, and it might leave him exposed to Lee Henderson, and yes it does. We've got a spinner in turn 1. So we'll try and double check who that is on timing. This is Bill Taylor chasing Elliott Alt. This is the battle over 4th place. Steve Lindley still the highest placed Class 2 ahead of him.
It is indeed. So, get ready to be confused, ladies and gentlemen, because of the way that the drop scores work, and I should stress this is provisional. This is from our data sheets here in the box. If the race was to finish like this, Joe winning from Anwar, they would still, on banked scores, be tied. One of the things I noted, Howard, before today is Anwar's got a little bit more room. He mentioned it earlier about his heats. Some of his heats haven't quite been there. So there's races on his score at the moment where you could argue that he's got more scope for improvement than Joe. So whereas Joe's got to really be like, he's got to win those races to make sure Anwar doesn't win those races or others don't win those races, Anwar can take a 2nd place at this stage of the day with Joe ahead, not actually lose anything in those terms.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like, I don't know, it's almost like you're fighting your previous scores in order for today's score to count. And what we're basically saying is Joe has a stronger suit of scores already.
In the heats.
And thus Anwar has more scope to improve his championship counting score.
And rely less on the final, which is where his results have been strong.
Yes.
And Joe has got some more points that he can gain when we get to that stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. It's a difficult... Oh, as Bill Taylor goes very wide there, and he's already caught a penalty for track limits, by the way, so he's going to be docked 2 positions at the end of this based on that. Well, he just lost 2 positions by running wide there, and I think what happened there, Andrew, And I noticed this yesterday, even when it wasn't particularly misty when we were doing the endurances. There are certain parts around here where if you go off the conventional racing line, as Paul Williams pulls a move there on Lee Henderson there, nice stuff there through the S's. If you go offline slightly, it can be really, really greasy.
Yes.
Great example is here at Symes Sweet. I found if you were late on the turn-in and you skirted just a little bit wide over where it was rubbered in, you were off exploring the runoff and having a whale of a time.
I mean, if you go too far off down through turn 1, you start to end up in the area where there's a load of, raspberry bushes, raspberries and brambles down there. So, you don't want to be venturing off too far into that portion of the circuit. Joe Holmes, though, comfortable. This has been a very good start for Joe Holmes. The pace is good, 52.7 in these greasy conditions. That's about 5 seconds off the pace of the dry conditions that Joe experienced yesterday in the endurance. Not that he will care one bit. This is going to be job done in heat number 1 of the day. P1 for plate 1. Joe Holmes is going to take victory in the first race of the day. Doesn't really do anything for his championship score, but it stops that man there, Anwar Barul Smith, taking an extra point. Anwar takes second, though. That's a good start for the championship challenger there. And it should be Steve Lindley in third. Tends to run well round here, does Steve Lindley. The Jaffa Cakes have worked. That's a good start to his day. He has not been cursed. Fourth for Elliot Holt. Fifth for Paul Williams. Lee Henderson will like that. First super heavyweight home in 6th ahead of the champion, Bill Taylor. Stuart Kirk in 8th. Oliver Tebbett was the top C3 driver in 9th. Matt Griffiths in 10th. Adrian Ray 11th. Shane Cotter will be 12th. And we've got three more karts to come over the line. Josh Lamarena is there in 13th. Nathan Tague 14th, who was your spinner earlier on. And Richard Melton will come home in 15th place.
That's how they finished then for heat number 1. Already the field for heat number 2 are out practicing. That's coming up for you next. Let's take a look at your grid then for heat number 2 of the heavyweight and super heavyweight for round 11 of the 2022 Senior Sprints Championship in Club 100. It will be your Class 2 points leader coming into today. Kurt Holmes will start this one from pole in the number 33. Alexander Lamin will be alongside. It'll be Mikey Nichols and Steve Bosley on row number 2. Mike Bodner and Samuel Bensley round out row number 3. Richard Newton and Chris Alcock are next with Tim Penny and Luke Elliott rounding out your top 10. James Radovich and Antonio Gitsonio are row 6. Then it's going to be Stephen Solway, Richard Neal, who is your Class 3 points leader coming into today, and Scott Parker rounding out your 15 kart grid. That's how they line up then for heat 2 of 12 for today. And I've got to say, Andrew, it's was it Anwar you were talking to who said, oh yeah, the mist sort of dissipated quite quickly yesterday? I have to say at the moment it's really hanging in the air around the circuit.
It is. I think it's a couple of degrees cooler than it was yesterday, and it should be said it's really mild. Normally when we come to Buckmore Park at this time of the year, it's get your big winter coat out because it can be very, very cold. Whereas, yesterday we had temperatures of around 16 degrees Celsius. Not quite at those levels so far today, but it's quite moist in the air, and that is going to be something that do you know what? It feels more like a BUKC day. I was talking to some BUKC drivers yesterday who were a little bit like, yeah, the conditions are changing. They're not particularly good. We're not sure this is going to be that great for us out there. And I said to us, like, look, guys, you're going to be racing in February and March. These are perfect conditions to be getting some practice in ahead of the BUKC season.
Absolutely. I mean, it's worth saying as well, for those lightweights this afternoon, track action, I checked the schedule, is due to go out until, I think, just shy of 6 p.m. Sunset's going to be, darkness will start to fall around about, 20 past 4, half past 4? So the lightweights are going to have whatever conditions Mother Nature throws at them, plus the darkness. Although we do have the floodlights here at the circuit, it's worth mentioning.
We should mention as well, we've also got Commsbox Cam up and running today over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. And if you want to get in contact with us, we've got the YouTube comments on the main Alpha live stream in front of us at Double Dash MM across all your social media networks to give us your support. Thank you very much for it. As I say, practice laps ongoing for drivers in heat number 2. We have Tim Penny in this heat, who I'm going to mention brilliantly paid off being cursed at Whilton Mill last time.
Yes, he did. Yes,
80% of the time it works all the time.
If anyone, good reference, if anyone was wondering what we meant just then in that last race by Steve Lindley, the Jaffa Cakes work, that's not him taking on a new type of athlete's fad diet. It's us taking on a new type of fad diet. We're getting comms box bribes continue to come in.
And they're working.
They're working. Everybody, at the moment, all the times we've been bribed with Jaffa Cakes, people's days have gone okay.
Indeed.
We're going to ignore the sample size. The sample size at the moment is small.
I should say though, the whole cake game theory did start here.
Yes, it did.
Early this year at the Buckmore Park 24 Hours, where a team actually left the circuit, or got someone to leave the circuit, go down the local supermarket, bring back a victorious sponge.
Nice.
Because they were in a good position and didn't want to be cursed.
It's good.
And they finished on the podium.
And we should also always give a shout out as well to Warwick University, who had some amazing cake game over the years in the BUKC as well, also on Club 100 machinery. Still cannot forget the fact that I was bought cupcakes with Jacob Harris's head on them.
Still see it in my
It's
dreams.
amazing. A cake with Jacob's face on. Is there... I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. Is there more you could wish for? So, as we get ready for this one. So, heat number 2. Kurt Holmes is your pole sitter in that 33. The 34 is Alexander Lamin alongside. Through the mist, through the moisture, we're away for heat number 2. Again, it's a strong start for the pole side of the grid. Immediately, Mikey Nichols in the number 10 slots into 3rd. And that's Mike Bodner as well going up into 3rd. So actually, Nichols up into 2nd place there as they head towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Goes 3 abreast, 4 abreast as is standard fare here. Tim Penny battling away in the mid-pack there. How's that all going to work out at hairpin 2? Mike Bodner still there. And Chris Alcott going all the way around the outside of hairpin 2 and manages to keep it in track limits. That's a beautiful move for Chris Alcock up into 3rd place there in the number 30 kart, and that's having started 8th on the grid, so he was not even on the side of the grid that got particularly good start. It is, though, still our pole sitter, Kurt Holmes, who leads them up into Garda at the hairpin. You can see the 20 there. Steve Bosley as well has managed to get ahead of Mike Bodner. You can see there the prominent Boz written on the back of Bosley's race suit makes him nice and easy to spot. Even in these misty conditions. End of lap 1 then. Kurt Holmes leads, Mikey Nichols in 2nd, and Chris Alcock, I think, with a stellar start there, Andrew, up into 3rd.
Yeah, really good stuff from Chris. He does like this place. I've seen him race here many times.
3 abreast here. Mike Bodner and Steve Bosley. Bosley trying to go for a wide line. I think drivers, Andrew, are trying a wet line there.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily, when you get to Henry's Bend, which is the 2nd corner, the 2nd right-hander there, it's not quite paying off that traditional wet line as Mike Bodner gets the advantage coming off of her. There's a change for the lead as well. Mikey Nichols has got ahead of Kurt Holmes there as they head down the hill.
It's the conditions at the moment. I'd say you've almost got to wrestle the karts round here. A conventional wet line, I think as we're seeing, isn't working because it's not wet enough. It's not wet enough on that inside line where you normally would be. This is a great scrap though, Nichols and Holmes.
And we should acknowledge this. These are the top 2 in Class 2.
Yeah.
So this has this very much has championship implications. It is doable, isn't it, for Mikey Nichols to take this off of Kurt Holmes? That's why they're battling so frantically, and that's a wide moment there from Nichols, and Kurt Holmes is back through and up into the lead. So this is an interesting... Honestly, this is done randomly, folks. We haven't just given you the top 2 in Class 1 and then the top 2 in Class 2 in the first 2 heats. That is genuinely by chance. But this is a fantastic battle here, and I have to say, if you're Chris Alcott, the sole Class 1 runner in this field, I don't know how you play this. Just like, I want to get by as quick as I can, please, and leave you two to this.
If you can catch them in the first place.
If you can catch them in the first place, it's a very good point.
This
made.
This is an opportune moment. As I say that, Steve Bosley is under attentions from Mike Bodner and everybody else behind. The Kurt Holmes, Mikey Nichols situation is a bit more straightforward with the maths.
Yes.
We'll talk about a banked score and a max possible score. So the banked score for Kurt Holmes as of right now, before any race results are entered in, is down the inside of Bodner there of Bensley.
And they've actually slowed themselves both down, and that allowed Tim Penny to get by. So Tim Penny with a double pass there up into 5th place. And Bensley's trying to get by, but Bosley's capitalised on that as... Bosley was leading the pack coming onto this lap. He's actually now being challenged by Penny. As usual, Andrew, we're trying to talk about championships and they won't give us the moment to talk about it. But yeah, stellar defence here from Steve Bosley as Sam Bensley and indeed Mike Bodner tried to gather themselves up again after holding both of each other up at the start of the
Look
lap.
out for James Radovich as well. He's coming through the field very nicely here in the 104. Very quickly before more overtaking occurs, banked score at the moment for Kurt, 14.07. Max possible for Mikey, 14.25. So if Kurt Holmes can get his banked above 14.25, or Mikey Nichols' max possible drops below 14.07, or they meet in the middle, that's what we're looking for Kurt Holmes to take the C2 title before we even get to the final. So at the moment, with Al Alcock now up to second place, Kurt would be moving to 14.15. Contact there between Steve Bosley and Tim Penny through the S's, where it does get very tight.
Look out, not Bensley, sorry. It's Alexander Lamin there, because that slowed both of them down again, coming through the S's. And yeah, Lamin wants to have a look there, but they're both so strong on the brakes ahead of him into Garda corner. It's going to have to be How's Your Grunt up the hill there from your Club 100 Rotax Evo kart. Into turn one they go. Tim Penny taking a tighter line there, and it's working well for him. I think that line's the way to go, to be honest, Andrew. It's even though it's greasy out there, that dry line where you basically hook your front right wheel on the apex of turn one, and then you just sort of like spiral, not spitting obviously, but like you ease it out through turn two to a wider line. That is still the grippiest line through there, in spite of the dampness out there.
So just to go over the Kurt Holmes, Mikey Nichols situation again and again, these are provisional, these are in our box and the data sheet. Oh, cone penalty for Mikey Nichols, so that situation changes ever so slightly. Cone penalty equals a position, so as it is on the road, that would leave Mikey Nichols fourth, would drop his max possible to 14.22. Kurt Holmes would move his banked score, even if he was to go home right now and not do any more racing, would be 14.15. Lamin spins.
For Lamin, and that's going to be costly for Bensley as well in avoidance. And that's not gone well. And who's gone around?
It's Neil, Richard Neil, the C3 championship leader, has gone round there on the leaves.
It's one of those split-second decisions that you've got to make. Which side do I go? And, costly moment for those two drivers there. The spinner earlier on at turn one, we believe was Gitsonio, by the way. I think he might have been your spinner we saw at turn one. Steve Bosley still chasing Tim Penny here up the hill. And as I say, as the leaders are on the last lap, here is Kurt Holmes on that last lap into hairpin one at the moment. So this is going to be, and bearing in mind Mikey Nichols with that cone penalty as well, so he will lose a position from where he finishes. So this will count as a fourth place for him. So this is a promising start here for Kurt in his efforts to take that Class 2 championship here today at Buckmore Park. Up the hill he comes. Still some good battles. I can see out the window that Tim Penny's still holding Steve Bosley at bay for fourth. Coming then up the hill towards Cafe Corner. It's going to be a first win of the day here for Kurt Holmes across the line. Winning heat number 2, Chris Alcock comes home in second place. Mikey Nichols will be third on the road, but has a penalty to be applied for taking out a cone. Then it is Tim Penny who manages to hold off Steve Bosley. And then it's spread out a bit there till we get back to Mike Bodner, who's followed by Richard Newton. And then it is James Radovich, good race for him. Sam Bensley recovers to 9th, Scott Parker in 10th. Luke Elliott is 11th. Alexander Lamin, after that spin, down to 12th. Richard Neal we saw having to go off in avoidance of that as well. And then it's Antonio Gitsonio and Stephen Solway. That's how they finished heat number 2 here. And it's still very misty. Buckmore Park. It's almost like pathetic fallacy, isn't it? It's like queuing up for the mystery of the championship. Here though at the circuit, it is 11 o'clock. It is Remembrance Sunday here in the UK, and thus we are going to take a couple of minutes silence to commemorate the sacrifices made by all of our armed services personnel.
Okay, drivers that have just come in, come and join me as quick as you can, please. Drivers, come and join me, please, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. A little bit over here, a minute over the time, but if you could come and face up, please, guys, stop talking. I can have your attention, please. Thank you. Drivers for Heat 3 in the cars ASAP. Thank you.
The paddock there taking their opportunity to mark Remembrance Sunday there, and drivers now getting themselves ready for heat number 3. That's coming up for you next here on your Alpha live stream. The drivers then will have the opportunity to do a few practice laps, but let's take you through the grid ahead of all that. Kevin Coombs will start this one from pole position. Lenny Wood, ever-experienced driver there, will be alongside him. Darrell Lowe and Richard Allen start on row number 2. It's Damien Smith and Callan Sigafu's first opportunity to get some points on the board for the day from row number 3. Tim Hill and Vinod Harani are on row 4, and then Tim Williams and Owen Smith round out your top 10. It's Andrew Hicks and Mo Hassan next on the grid, and then it's going to be Richard Payne and Tom Angier on row 7. James Antwis rounds out the 15 kart grid for heat number 3.
And the mist has cleared. Just
It
like
has,
that.
yeah.
All of 3 or 4 minutes ago, since the end of heat number 2. I've just looked up out of the windows here in the John Button suite. I can see the wonderful splendour of autumn.
It's a very good point, yes.
The trees, all the different colours. As I say, it is very mild. Normally, again, when we get to this place at this time of year, all these trees are bare. And that is causing a bit of a problem for some of the drivers when they get on those leaves.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a little bit of mist up there just at turns 1 and 2, but it's sort of just because it's hanging in the trees. The track itself, as you say, mate, the visibility is now much better.
I don't know why I'm pointing my finger up, because we've got a bit of time, haven't we? David Whitehouse, morning, mate. Hope you're doing Well, good to see you busy in the chat. Makes a very good point because he's on it as well with his. Oh dear! Oh, Darrell Lowe has lost a front right wheel coming out of the pits. That's probably just as it's come down the little berm. Now that'll be okay for Darrell. We'll get a new kart prepared for him. They'll get him back out again.
Yep.
It is a bit of a punishing circuit, this, for right-hand wheels.
True. Yes. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
One of those things, really. Particularly with the curves around here, if drivers have been, that's just bad luck for Darrell. That's not Darrell's fault.
No.
Well, at least that's the best time. It's the best time for that to happen.
It really is.
Best time for that to happen because you can get a new kart. The race has not officially begun. You can get back in it. Just to go back to David, because he's very, very busy with the stats and the maths as our secondary source. He is absolutely right in this. I'm 99% sure. Richard Allen is in this race but cannot win the title because of the results for Anwar earlier on this morning, which means the best Dickie can hope for is a points tied situation. If it is that, Anwar is destined to beat him because he's got so many A Final wins so far this year. So, as David makes the point in the comments, in this race, Dickie has to win it to have a chance of beating Joe Holmes for second.
That's a good point.
So that's the big story championship-wise in this race. I'm also looking at C3 for this one.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Richard Neal in the previous race not have the best of results. Unfortunate spin there at Henry's Bend. Look out for Andrew Hicks in this race in the 44. That's a good number around this circuit. Big race this. Really, really big race for Andrew Hicks. If he can get a good result here, he could start to claw back some of that point deficit. It's quite a big point deficit to Richard Neal.
Yes.
But it can be breached.
And bear in mind, Richard did not have the best start just now with that avoiding action that he unfortunately had to take off the back of that spin for Alexander Lamin. So, yeah, there is the opportunity there to try and close that gap. It's worth mentioning that Dickie Allen is the only Class 1 runner in this race. So, he's not got any fellow classmates in the field, but make no mistake, by the way, there is no difference between the Class 1 and the Class 2 drivers in terms of machinery. It is purely, their experience and formal racing success, and it's always a difficult. It's like, what really separates these classes? For me, it's not necessarily, it's not just pace. It's usually the consistency of doing that pace, that metronomic ability to always churn out these extremely competitive lap times. These Class 2 runners are not necessarily going to be off pace, so it's not going to be a walk in the park for Dickie Allen at all here, starting fourth. But that's got to be his goal, as you say.
David asks, 99% sure, don't you trust me? No, I don't trust myself. That's where that 1% is. We've also got, we've got Comms Watch Cam working. We had some issues this morning, apologies. But that's over on the DDMM YouTube channel. And if you've not subscribed already, do click the like button, the notification bell, and the subscribe button here on Alpha Live for your continued support through the rest of 2022 and going into 2023. So, race 3, heat number 3 for the heavyweights.
And we're going around again.
We are going around again.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do if we've got that opportunity? We do hope you're enjoying your Alpha Live coverage. I'm informed that they're 33 subscribers away from 5,500. Is that right? Have I got that right? Yes, 5,500. So do make sure that if you're liking what you're seeing, you're not subscribed yet to Alpha Live, do please show your support. There's fantastic coverage of various different events as well. The Race of Remembrance is being covered today as well by Alpha Live. Brilliant event up there in Anglesey, and obviously there's all the action for if you've missed any of the rounds of this year's championship in Club 100, either seniors or the juniors and cadets, of course, that we've been able to give you coverage of this year. Oh, we are good for it. No, the pace cart's still out.
Sorry. My bad.
So, yeah, you can go back and enjoy all of that on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So do please like, share and subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you always know when Alpha is going live. Bit of a delay here then, and I'm not entirely sure what the delay is actually. Is it Darrell's in position?
Oh, okay.
He's there. I can see him out the window. So not quite sure what the delay is here, but they're just getting ready, making sure everything's ship shape and Bristol fashion. Maybe in race control as well, making sure that timing's all working a-okay before they let this one fly. Are we good this time around? Yes, we are. Here we go then. Kevin Coombs is your pole sitter on the left of your screen, and there's Lenny Wood, and he's still not overly happy about how that anti-pole side start has gone, and Darrell Lowe, sure enough, has slotted immediately into second place and immediately goes for first place as well. The 36 here of Darrell Lowe having a cracking start, and he is going to be to the lead of the race as Dickie Allen goes 3 wide into hairpin 1, trying to take the early advantage here, and he is already up. He's past Damien Smith there as well, up into second place. Good start for Tim Hill as well to slot into third as they come out of hairpin 2 and head through the S's for the first time. There's the 90 of Callan Sigafoos trying to make some advantage over the 96 there. Of Tim Williams, who's also had a strong start, but at the start of this one then it's a great start for Darrell Lowe to take himself up into first place as there's a penalty issued for Callan Sigafoos for an ABC bump and pass, and I'm imagining that's for his attempt just then on Tim Williams, I believe it was, going through the S's.
Yeah, not what you would want if you're Callan Sigafoos in the early stages of this race. I'll tell you where it's going to be so tight to get into the A final. Tim Williams tucked up behind him, was having some good. Oh, Tim Hill wide.
Yep.
Tim Hill wide, and that just shows you how much time you can lose if you go ever so slightly offline.
I've got to say, it's catching out some of the best of them this morning, Andrew.
Yep.
It's still damp and greasy out there at turn 1, and it always has been the part of the circuit that takes the longest to grip up here at Buckmore Park. You've got, you know, if it's, oh, and there's another moment for Tim Hill as well. The rear end of his kart seems to be rather excited at the prospect of going racing this morning, because it seems to be twitching out on him quite frequently as he tries to wrestle it around this 0.9 kilometre Buckmore Park circuit. Up the hill they come then. Richard Allen trying to close in here on Darrell Lowe. Fastest lap of the race though, just now from Callan Sigafoos, up to third place on that lap. Richard Payne, I know, has dropped back quite a bit, and Mo Hassan. Oh, moment there for our pole sitter. Kevin Coombs has gone right to the back of the pack as well, as has Mo Hassan. So keep an eye there. We'll keep an eye on any penalties to be issued on that one. Not forgetting that if you have a spare monitor, spare screen, or you like to manage your windows, have multiple ones on a screen, you can have, alongside the Alpha Live stream, you've got our stream over at Double Dash Motorsport Media. You've also got live.alphatiming.co.uk/CLUB100, and that will show you both of the latter two of those resources. You can see the penalties on timing as well as a driver tracker, showing you where the drivers are on circuit. Dickie Allen looking for a way through here, but Darrell Lowe is wise to it, and that was clever positioning towards turn 1 there to just hold it. It wasn't that he moved late. He took a diagonal line where he started so tight that he deterred a move into turn 1. Here, though, is Dickie Allen. Great run through the hairpin 1. I thought he was going to line himself up for a move into hairpin 2, but he's got the job done. And that is exactly where Richard Allen needs to be if he wants to keep his championship campaign for second strong. And there is a move from Tim Williams. Opportunistic there, and Darrell Lowe got great drive off of hairpin number 2.
Really good move there from Tim Williams. That's a brave one to stick down the inside. You need a compliant driver on the outside to make a move work through the S's, but that was supremely done by Tim. Callan Sigafoos there in 4th place on the road.
Bump and pass penalty will be 4 positions docked for Callan at the end of this race, so he's going to try and offset that penalty as much as he possibly can. Behind them, Damien Smith is leading the next pack of karts, where Lenny Wood and Tim Hill are having a right battle behind him, actually, over 6th place. There's Darrell Lowe running in 3rd at the moment. And, looking a little bit further back there is Lenny Wood. Tim Hill's got by him now, and it's actually Andrew Hicks who's challenging him there. Andrew Hicks, the highest place of your Class 3 runners at the moment, so he's doing a good job in his efforts. As do you know what, just looking out the window, and you can see it on the shot there, just at the bottom of the circuit, there's this weird light on the circuit. I think it's from the sun. which we haven't seen yet today, but there is some sunlight breaking through at the bottom end of the circuit now. But yeah, turns 1 and 2 always take the longest to dry out because it's got all the trees and the woodland around the outside. So A, it tends to be in shade so the sun doesn't dry out as quickly. B, it's on the flattest section of the track so the water doesn't really run off anywhere. And C, it is by the woodland so you can see, particularly this time of the year, the amount of leaves and debris that can go onto the circuit there. That's a bumping and barging there. Tim Hill versus Damien Smith, and Hill does a good move there. The civil thing to do and to let Smith back through because he doesn't want to get a bump and pass penalty. But behind them, Lenny Wood still battling away with Andrew Hicks, but he manages to hang on to it down the hill, and I think Hicks is going to struggle for grip taking that slightly wider line as well through the left-hander before Paddock as Tim Hill is looking again here at Damien Smith and gets the job done. That's a nice textbook move there through Garda.
Very good drive this so far from Andrew Hicks. If you're looking on live timing, you'll see N-C3. That tells you that he's a novice in the C3 class, sitting second in the points in C3 at the start of today. There's a cone penalty for Lenny Wood. That'll help Andrew Hicks because that promotes Andrew Hicks up a position. The C3 drivers getting up and around to that 7th place area. Oh, as Smith goes back down the inside of Tim Hill there, looking for a move through hairpin number 2. This is a good score. It's not a championship-defining score, but it's a good one that progresses Andrew Hicks's campaign, which has been strong recently.
Should probably clarify, by the way, when you're seeing cone penalties there. Side by side goes Damien Smith. He's going to have to go wide of the bollards in avoidance there on Lenny Wood. He's through, though, is Wood. And now Andrew Hicks trying to buy into this one. We've got to be careful as well of James Antwist there. They almost go 3 wide up the hill there, but they sort themselves out, and it goes the way of Andrew Hicks. Meanwhile, we're looking at the battle over 3rd place. That's Callan Sigafus up past Darrell Lowe now into 3rd on the road, albeit he has a penalty for bump and pass to be applied at the end of the race. Just to clarify, that's a big move as well. They're not going to give me the chance. I was just going to explain, whilst you don't see any cones physically around this circuit, you'll see cone penalty. Cone penalty is a generic term for they have hit something that we use to denote the track limits. So the blue bollards that you see around the circuit here, if they've hit one of those out of position on the apex of the corner, that counts as a cone penalty.
Track furniture.
Track
official
furniture,
term
yes.
In the motorsport UK rules now.
Indeed it is, as there's another bump and pass penalty for Sigafus. So this is going to be 8 positions he is docked at the end of this one. Richard Allen, though, is starting his last tour of the circuit for this one. On to the last lap. He's got a lead of 1.7 seconds over Tim Williams. So he's done exactly what he needs to do here to keep his battle for second in the championship alive here by winning this one. We'll come down the hill here through Syme Sweep. Fantastic series of corners. I've got to say Buckmore Park is one of my personal favourites, and it's kind of all about that run down the hill that I love so much. And Dickie Allen's got to quite like it as well, because as he comes up the hill here, he's going to take himself to another heat win. The 26 comes across the line to take the win for Richard Allen. Tim Williams will finish second. Callan Sigafus is 3rd on the road, but with a lot of positions to be docked through penalties, I'm afraid to say. Darrell Lowe has a strong finish there in 4th. Who's going to come across the line in 5th? It is Tim Hill who does that, and it's side by side there for 6th place on the road. Lenny Wood has got it there by 1/10 of a second from Andrew Hicks. Mo Hassan recovers to 8th, actually. He dropped quite far down at the start of the race, so that's a good recovery drive from Mo there. James Antwist in 9th, and it was Tom Angier to round out the top 10. Damien Smith, Vinod Hirani, and my timing screen's just gone, and that is because the drivers for heat number 4 are already out on track. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 4. It's going to be Nicholas Walker who starts this one from pole position. Alex Pritchard will be alongside him. Andrew Cherry and Dan Hollinshead will be your second row of the grid, with Lawrence Cheer and Jacob Harris on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Joe Bailey and Phil Ingram. David Longman and Tom Jobson rounds out your top 10. Matthew Batter and Jonathan Wilson are row 6, and then it's going to be Heinrich Watson-Miller and Marcus Narris to round out the 14 karts who are contesting this one. At the end of this, every driver will have contested one of the 3 heats they're due to do so here. So we will effectively have ended our first rotation of those 12 heats in the heavyweights. After that, we will go into our trophy final. So obviously the points across there are championship points on offer in these heats, but it's also about accruing the most points across those heats to get you the best grid position on those trophy finals. You can see now the sun really streaming down the circuit, and you can see the dry line forming there really clearly. Pretty much the first time we've seen it today of a dry line forming here. So that's making it a challenge for the drivers. Obviously, if they're coming out of that dry line to attempt to move, slick tyres, of course, here in Club 100 as ever. So the grip, if you come off of that dry line, can come as a nasty, or the lack thereof, can come as a bit of a nasty shock to the drivers there. So it's a bit of a challenge. As we said, as we've observed, it's already catching a few of them out here at the circuit, at turn number 1 and 2 in particular. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch here as the track conditions should gradually improve, even less foggy now. As Andrew said, some really nice autumnal. Anyone doing some photography here today, I think you're in for a treat with some of these fantastic colours around the circuit. Do hope you're enjoying your Alpha Live coverage of this round 11 of the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship for 2022 with commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do please check us out at Double Dash on your various forms of social media. Check us out. We've got some action coming up. It's in the next week, isn't it?
Wednesday.
Club 100 iRacing Championship.
Wednesday night,
Yep.
penultimate round of the season.
Yes, indeed.
Last appearance of the year for the GT3s, which have been fantastic this year, ever since the first round at Daytona back end of January or start of February. But yeah, no, that'll be good fun. And some Class 2 titles to be decided, or at least more races and points going towards deciding the title. Which is very, oh, hello to Tom Jobson there, giving us a wave in the 120. But yes, tune in at Double Dash Wednesday night for some Club 100 and BUKC iRacing. We'll be at Interlagos. What a circuit. Entertaining sprint race last night, I thought. Never thought I'd say that. There we go. Moving on. Heat 4. Getting ready for this one. Who's going to get that run into the first corner? Alex Pritchard already looking to try and go around the outside there. The number 29 of Nicholas Walker.
Spin.
Half spin, recovered. In the middle of the pack, I think that was Dan Hollinshed. But good start there for Walker. And Andrew Cherry is in the mix there as well. Sort of getting a little bit loose in the middle there.
Yes, 3 wide through hairpin 2 as well. It's going to be an interesting one back there, but it's allowing Nicholas Walker to, well, I say get away at the front. He has got the close company. As I can see, Alex Pritchard, I can just see out the window, making a bid for second place, as well as the rest of the field stream through Syme Sweet here and down the hill. But there it is. Alex Pritchard there has got back past Andrew Cherry to get himself up into second place, as there's a penalty already for Heinrich Watson-Miller for ABC bump and pass. So 4 positions to be added to wherever he finishes this race. At the end of lap number 1, though, it is still our pole sitter Nicholas Walker who leads the race. Alex Pritchard there up into second in the number 7. And it looks to me like it may well have been Dan Hollinshead who had that half spin there, down 5 positions to 9th. It's also been a costly first lap for Lawrence Cheer as well, down to 11th.
I was wondering as well that, with so much detritus out there on the circuit, the drivers have got to be careful, actually, in a way that they don't cause a problem with the radiators. You get 2 scoops and 3 scoops and 4 scoops, all kind of scoops of leaves in there. If you go too wide out of turn number 2, it's often a risk around the circuit of the barriers, because there's not a lot of runoff. You can give yourself radiator damage, but that's a bit of a unique challenge for them today. We've already seen some drivers spinning out on them. Nicholas Walker continuing to lead this race. Marcus Neris has had a contact warning in the number 63. This is a good performance, though, from Walker, with a very experienced driver in Alex Pritchard behind us. Had a strong season. He's looking on course for a top 5 finish in the rankings overall here in the lightweights. Fastest lap of the race so far. It's Joe Bailey As Pritchard having a look there at Walker. Walker defends. Oh, Pritchard to the inside. There's going to be a little bit of rubbing there. I don't think he's going to be able to keep hold of that one. Cherry trying to go around the outside.
Yep.
That's going to be brave from Andrew Cherry through the middle there. And around the outside through Cafe. He's protesting there.
Fair play to Andrew there. You had to give it a go. That was fun, but Joe Bailey's going to claim third off of him there. It was a good effort, but it's always difficult if you're heading towards Cafe Corner side by side like that, or you're trying to hang on the outside. In fact, what happens? That won't have been that a driver made contact with. Well, he seemed to raise his arm in protest, so maybe he felt that was the case. But to be honest with you, the grip, if you're on the outside of the racing line there, is look at this, moving to Simon Sweet, looking at Alex Pritchard. Or is Alex Pritchard? He's still going to have the inside line here at Paddock Corner. He's going to stuff it down the inside, but they're both going to slow each other down, and that's going to be the opportunity for Joe Bailey now to get up into the lead of this one. This one's a crazy start to this one, as the 14 of Jacob Harris is getting involved as well, and up into second place there as they head up the hill towards Cafe Corner. The opportunity was thrown to him, and he grasped that one right there, but it is Joe Bailey who's taking the lead of this one.
I can't be having this. I have full intolerance.
Oh, he's going to be out wide.
Jacob
There
up
is
in
the
second.
wall.
Oh, big hit for Jacob Harris. The Nassau panel has been broken there as well.
And that's the worst example we've seen, Andrew, of getting out there off the rubbered line, and just your approach there is so fast into turn one that the grip's just not there. The grip is not there, and there's not all that much runoff there, as now squirreling around there on the curbing is Andrew Cherry trying to hold this one together. This is a frenetic one, isn't it? As they come down into Paddock Corner. It's still Joe Bailey at the head of this one. As there is Jacob Harris.
Okay.
Good to see him out the car. He'll be a bit shaken up for that one, but hope to see him back out again later as the drivers raise their arms to acknowledge the yellow flags that are being waved here at turns 1 and 2 for Jacob's kart. Yeah, you could just see it was it Pritchard or was it Walker who was trying to put a move down the inside, and Jacob gave them room, but in the act of giving the driver room on the inside meant he was that much further wide on the line, and it just all spiraled out of control from there.
I think I just cons cursed Jacob. That's not good.
Yeah.
He's okay. He's a big boy. He'll be fine. 2 minutes and 15 to go.
I almost mentioned Jaffa Cakes there, but I feel it's too harsh when he's just crashed out of the race. Alex Pritchard then leads Nicholas Walker out of Garda. They're still quite close together for second place, but Joe Bailey is well away with this one. He's nearly 2 seconds up the road. And you know what I'm going to be checking, Andrew? Yes,
David's already beaten me to that one. He's already got a heat win this year. This will be his second. I just heard in our ear that Jacob, and yeah, I can see Jacob returning the kart to the pits, looking a little bit second-hand. The kart it is, not Jacob. So don't worry, the UKC fans. There he is in the background.
He is going into the pits.
I know that feeling.
Yes.
Yeah. But no, that's good news to see that Jacob's okay. Good. Move down the inside. Oh, just lost it there a little bit. That's Watson Miller, Heinrich Watson Miller.
Trying to offset a penalty, remember?
It's one of the problems the drivers are having now. Dry line is there. We can clearly see that the dry line is there, but if you kind of go for a big, deep on the brakes move that you would be absolutely fine with in the dry, even if you overshot a bit, you do that now, you're onto damper tarmac, which doesn't offer you the level of grip. Sam Dimolo there with one of the carts. I think that might have actually been the cart of Jacob Harris, and that Jacob's been given another one just to recover him back to the pits. Sam using that he is out of this race. 35 seconds on the clock to go. Good scrap going on here, involving David Longman in the blue suit with the white shoulders. The number 21 of Andrew Cherry. This is all over 5th place. You can see 129 of Watson Miller and Hollinshed in there as well. Phil Ingram's had a great race. Still got it, has Phil Ingram. It's just set the fastest lap of the race of 48.251. But Joe Bailey, brilliant stuff. Picked his way through the chaos in the early stages of this race. It's coming out of Sector 1 now. It's a new personal best through Sector number 1 for Joe Bailey. Down through Syme Sweep. Through the right, then the left. Don't want to attack the left too hard because it will compromise things through Paddock Corner. Very well done from Joe Bailey has a quick check over the shoulder to see where is Alex Pritchard. 1.5 seconds further back, up over the rise, round Cafe Corner. Joe Bailey wins at Buckmore Park, takes heat number 4 and a win in C2. Alex Pritchard in second, Nicholas Walker third, Phil Ingram. A brilliant 4th place there for Phil Ingram. Andrew Cherry 5th, Heinrich Watson-Miller 6th, but has a penalty. Dave Longman in 7th, Marcus Neris, Daniel Hollenshed and Lawrence Chair finishing the top 10 on the road. Jonathan Wilson is 11th, Tom Jobson in 12th, Michael Batter 13th, and unfortunately one of the times in that race, Jacob Harris. Let's move on though, because Heat 5 are heading out on circuit now.
Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 5 of round 11 of the heavyweight and super heavyweight senior sprint Club 100 for 2022. Tim Penny will start this one from pole. Lee Henderson alongside him. Vinod Hirani and Matt Griffiths are row number 2, and then it's going to be Steve Lindley and Alexander Lamin on row 3. Row 4 will be Anwar Burrell-Smith and Stuart Kirk. Scott Parker and Tom Angier will round out your top 10. James Radovich and Shane Houlihan are row number 6, and then it's Antonio Gitsonio rounding out your 13 karts starting this race. All of these drivers then in their second race of the day. Now we're into that second rotation of heats. As it looks to me like we're going to get this one going a little bit more promptly. I think everyone's in position here. So it is going to be Tim Penny on the left of your screens, drivers right. It's been strong starts from the pole side of the grid so far here today. How's this one going to go? You can see Lee Henderson trying to time it, and it's still been a very strong start there because Vinod Hirani is going to try and immediately swoop into second place there. And look out for Steve Lindley as well, as tucking underneath both of them. And Anwar Burrell-Smith taking that tight line has paid dividends for them there. And already it's Penny, Lindley, and then Burrell-Smith. In fact, scratch that. Burrell-Smith gets a better exit than Lindley off of hairpin 1, and already Anwar is up into second place. He's really trying to take this one by the scruff of the neck. There is no Joe Holmes in this race for Anwar to worry about, so it's all about trying to take as many points as he possibly can. Small battle going on there in the middle with Vinod Hirani, I can see, battling away down the hill as they come through to Paddock Corner. And already I think Anwar is starting to apply pressure to Tim Penny at the front. In fact, he's got through. Anwar Burrell-Smith up into the lead of the race. Clean as you like. Candy from a baby. All of that kind of, those kind of analogies. That was a beautiful start from him there, to be honest, Andrew, from 7th on the grid.
Yeah, I feel this was the really important one. If there's one heat that Anwar has to win today, it's this one, because it'll turn the pressure up a little bit more, increase his banked score by a couple of points by taking a race victory. Very much hand it over to Holmes to be like, right, can you match that?
Yep.
Can you play this back and forth tennis rally of a karting event to see who can be in position into the final? Sorry, I just got distracted there by Steve Lindley. And maybe a track limit warning coming in for Steve Lindley. That was an alternative line through. There we go, bang on. Thank you very much. Yes, that was a bit of a cut through Symes sweeping down the hill.
I think it was fine. I think that was... it's got nothing to do with the number of Jaffa cakes that Steve's bought for us.
All the Jaffa cakes do, as Lee Henderson
that's true. They offset the curse.
Start the curse.
Yes, sorry.
They
we still call it as we sing. That's a fair point.
Screen.
That's a fair point.
Sorry, Steve.
No, that's true. And he has got a track limit warning. So there we go. Lee Henderson here chasing Alexander Lamin, or not chasing Alexander Lamin alone, actually. It's Alexander Lamin and Parker. Scott Parker there in the 133, highest placed of your... no, James Radovich is the highest placed of your novice Class 3 drivers, pardon me. As Lee Henderson goes up the inside there on Scott Parker and gets the job done. Tidy little move there from Lee Henderson in that number 13 car, and looking for somebody who's making it work for him. Anwar Burrell-Smith then leads this one by 1.3 seconds. And yes, some cone penalties as well. Matt Griffiths has acquired, I think that's 2 separate cone penalties he's been given there, I can see on timing. And then Lee Henderson with 1. The track limits that we mentioned for Steve Lindley, not a penalty so long as he doesn't keep violating track limits. Down the hill comes the battle That's over 8th place, I think we saw there. Matt Griffiths leading Tom Angier down the hill. We cut back to our race leader. There's Anwar Burrell-Smith. There's Tim Penny. And then comes Steve Lindley. I've just realised it's the Jaffa Cake Heat.
It is.
Who's going to win if Penny and Lindley start battling for second?
What's
I've no
more
idea.
powerful?
But James Radovich as well, keeping himself in contention. Having a good day so far, I think, is Radovich. Very strong drive. Fastest lap of the race currently with Anwar Burrell-Smith, just trying to stretch his legs at the front of this one.
I'm also curious, what happens if two Jaffa Cake driving drivers meet on circuit? Do the Jaffa Cakes cancel out? I'm sure the scientists will be able to tell us that one.
So in studying the commentator's curse there, we should publish a paper.
Thesis.
Yes. Yeah, we should. Wow. Highly scientific methodology that we're using after all. Under 3 minutes left on the clock. That's going to be a little bit wide for Lindley. That's going to give the opportunity for Radovich to tuck underneath. And there it is. The 104 is through and up into 3rd place. And it's on such fine margins, you just run a little bit wide. We saw that in the extreme, of course, for Jacob Harris, unfortunately, in that last race. But just there, a little moment there for Lindley, and it opened up the door. And there's always been good grip on the inside of Henry's Bend. That second corner, there's always good grip on the inside. I'm not sure I've ever come across track conditions here where it's paid off. Maybe when it's been very wet, it's paid off to go wide there. But I've always found that the grip is surprisingly good on the apex of turn 2. Lee Henderson there in the background, running strongly at the moment in 6th place. And then comes Scott Parker. Tom Angier got by on Matt Griffiths for 8th place, by the way. We saw that battle briefly a couple of laps ago. And Antonio Gittonio as well, starting from the back, has just got past Matt Griffiths as well. So Griffiths losing a couple of places in as many laps. In the 47 there. Experienced driver in this Club 100 machinery. I think it's one of those fascinating things to have seen, you know, some of these experienced drivers, and obviously we've had a few talents coming through, people newly getting involved in Club 100, and as well drivers coming up through the ranks of the Junior Championship, formerly known as the Young Drivers Championship for one season last year. So, yeah, really interesting time, I think, in Club 100 sprints. As this battle over 3rd place comes out a hairpin 1. What's the highest we've had a Class 3 finish within a heat, I wonder? I don't know if anyone's aware of that one.
Peter Knight had some pretty good results in the C3 a few...
It's very true.
A couple of years back. As the number 34 of Alexander Lamb trying to find a way past Radovich.
That is Lindley through on Radovich, though. That's the development there. So Steve Lindley is up into 3rd place. Anwar Burrell-Smith already on the last lap of the race. Going through about hairpin 2 at the moment. To give you an idea of the distance between him and this battle here. Lamin has a little look to the inside, thinks better of it. And Lindley knows how to play this. He's a very shrewd operator when it comes to defending a position here. And he's going to work his way through the S's here. Don't forget, Tim Penny sits between this pack of 3 and Anwar Burrell-Smith at the head of the field.
Oh, good save by Radovich there.
Oh, he's got to go wide, though, is he? No, he's going to hold that together. That was nice. Here's Anwar Burrell-Smith, though. He's going to come around Cafe Corner and cross the line to take the win in heat number 5. Tim Penny will cross the line next, and I think Lindley's just about going to do this and hold off those behind him. Steve Lindley finishes 3rd. James Radovich was a fantastic finish as one of our Class 3 runners there in 4th place. Alexander Lamin in 5th will be happy, I think, for some solid points after a scruffy first heat where he had a spin, unfortunately. Lee Henderson in 6th place there, highest of the super heavyweight finishes. Scott Parker in 7th, then was Tom Angier, Matt Griffiths, Stuart Kirk rounded out your top 10. And already we need to look ahead to heat number 6. Your 2022 Super Heavyweight Champion, Bill Taylor, starts this one from pole position. That's one of the champions we do already have confirmed today. Tim Hill alongside him in second place there. Chris Alcock and Mikey Nichols are on row number 2, and then it's Kurt Holmes and Joe Holmes, and all Holmes third row on the grid there. Samuel Bensley and Dan Hollinshead are row number 4, and then it's Damien Smith and James Antwist to round out the top 10. Heinrich Watson-Miller and Richard Melton are row number 6. Row 7 is Owen Smith and Oliver Tebbett, and Richard Payne rounds out a 15-kart grid as we approach the halfway mark in our heavyweight and super heavyweight heats for this morning's running. They'll do this cut through here on the roll-up lap that they do, the sort of Indy loop of Buckmore, just as they're rolling up and getting themselves into position on the dummy grid. No practice laps now, we should have mentioned as we're into the rotations. So if Andrew and I sound slightly more stressed when we're reading the grids, it's because time's against us, as indeed we are ready for the go here. How's this one going to be? Bill Taylor on your left-hand side, and again, it's a strong start from pole side, and Chris Alcock will slot immediately into third, and Kurt Holmes, will get into third, with Chris Alcock in second there. And Tim Hill, who sat at the head of the left-hand side of the grid there, has to slot into fourth, so it really has been strong starts from the right side, the pole side of the grid there, the anti-pole side struggling a lot. It is Bill Taylor, though, who still leads them as they come through the S's for the first time. Chris Alcock's looking racy, though, in the early phases here. As the 88 of Sam Bensley as well, leading the next pack of karts from 5th, although he's got Joe Holmes for close company as well, so I think that one might change quite soon.
Key race this for C2. Depending on the mathematics, we could see the C2 title decided in this race. Kurt Holmes and Mikey Nichols are both in it ahead of this race. Kurt Holmes on a banked 1,415 points as Tim Hill goes down the inside. Brilliant move from Tim Hill. Takes third place away from Kurt Holmes. Chris Alcock challenging Bill Taylor now for the lead of the race. Is there going to be space down the inside? That's the problem. That normal run that you go down the inside of hairpin number 2 and do a block pass, you can't really do it at the moment because it's still too greasy.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's worth noting as well that into hairpin 2, that's exacerbated by a slightly different surface between the right and left-hand side of the track. There's a newer surface on the right-hand side, so you get better braking performance just generally on the conventional racing line. So traditionally, hairpin 2 does leave you open to attack, but the grip conditions at the moment seeing fit that it's a lot harder there. I thought that was you'd usually look at that shot and think it was nailed on for Chris Alcock, but absolutely right, mate. It's slightly different out there at the moment, as that looked interesting. Damien Smith challenging Heinrich Watson-Miller, I think it was, up through Cafe Corner. That looked interesting, as again for the lead of the race, Chris Alcock goes down the inside of Bill Taylor. This time he has the job done, and he'll keep it to the inside of hairpin 2, as Kurt Holmes will dive down the inside of Bill Taylor and allow Alcock to pull away in the lead of this race. And there's Kurt Holmes up into second place as well. Joe Holmes is going to capitalise on that as well. He's going to try and tuck underneath. Is he into Simon Sweet? Thinks better of it for now, but he can't rest on his laurels because he's got Sam Bensley right there with him as well. Good little battles going on here in the early phases, as there's a penalty for Kurt Holmes, and that's huge. That could be very big in terms of Class 2. That is a 4th place position for ABC Bump and Pass.
I was just about to say this was looking very good for Kurt Holmes. That's changed the situation.
There's a contact warning for Mikey Nichols as well, though.
Yeah, that's a repeat showing of the bump and pass for Kurt Holmes. Right, so second place, that would demote him a number of spots. I think that takes him out of the range of being able to wrap it up in this particular race. Very much depends on what Mikey Nichols does for the rest of this race. Kurt Holmes waves Joe through. Not a surprise there in the situation of this championship. That was Kurt Holmes saying to Joe Holmes, come on through, brother.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No surprise there. We've got a driver off. That's the 19, which makes it Richard Payne. Was that up by hairpin 1? Yes, it was. Yeah.
It's another one. Hairpin 1's got trickier as well. It used to be that you could, from my experience, you could nicely straddle the line and use a bit of the red tarmac concrete on the outside. If you use too much of it, you can very easily snatch a breakthrough there. So I wonder if that's what Richard Payne's had happened to him through hairpin 1. There's Joe Holmes closing in on Chris Alcock now. So the thing for Joe, his heats have been incredible, absolutely incredible so far this year. So even though if he was winning races, he wouldn't actually be gaining that many points to his banked score. But he really does have to try and find a way past Chris Alcock here to keep Anwar honest. There's a good battle going on between Mikey Nichols and Bill Taylor. Mikey Nichols knows he needs to get as far forward as possible. Joe Holmes looking for a move down the inside of Chris Alcock into turn 1. They've both held on to it through Henry's, but Joe's through. Joe Holmes through into the lead of the race. Big move there in the midway stage of Heat 6.
Yeah, absolutely. But Chris Alcock coming back at him into hairpin 2. And after all we said about the grip on hairpin 2, that was a very earnest attempt there from Chris Alcock. They're side by side into the S's. Joe Holmes will get him back again. That was a nice counter-attack there for a moment from Chris Alcock. And he will try and stay in touch with Joe now, but that is no mean feat, trying to keep up with the multi-times champion. Incidentally, I was just having a look back, of course. When did Anwar last win a championship? So he was heavyweight SP60 champion back in 2020, and he was last sprint champion in 2015. Don't worry, man. I'll check the stats. You're good. You're good. You enjoy the incomes catering.
The sustenance.
The sustenance we have here. Sam Bensley down the inside of Bill Taylor now into hairpin 1 is going to make that stick, and there's Watson Miller as well trying to go around the outside of hairpin 2. You'd have thought Bill Taylor will run him out there, and he has to bail out of it.
Another great stat from David Whitehouse. If Joe was to win this heat, he's actually maxed out his score that he can get in heats. He would have 24 heat victories so far this season. Your heat scores collated across the whole year is your best 24 results.
Yeah, it's an important thing that we note there that when we say you get 2 drop rounds,
yeah,
it's your two
dropped rounds
total rounds worth of scores. So it's your worst 6 heats and your worst 2 finals.
9 heats.
Worst. Yes, 3 rounds drop scores, Worst 9 heats and worst 3 finals are dropped from your ultimate score. That's a good point. So, yeah, wow, what an impressive feat that is from Joe Holmes.
Also shows how important getting that race victory in heat number 1 was. To,
yeah.
Again, if Anwar's going to gain points on what he started the day with, he does it in the heat. For Joe, it's the other way round. He does it in the finals. And restricting the number of points that Anwar picked up in that first race could be the difference by the end of this first session here today. Joe Holmes leads this race by just under a second from Chris Alcock. Kurt Holmes in 3rd, but he has a penalty for a bump and pass. Just a bump and pass, not a takeout. It should be +4 positions if we've been informed correctly. But Joe Holmes, well, this has been another very, very good run from Joe Holmes. Very businesslike, very calm, as he was in the paddock earlier on when we spoke to him. Over the top, through Cafe. Joe Holmes takes his 2nd win of the day. Chris Alcock 2nd. Kurt Holmes 3rd. Now let's see Mikey Nichols there in 5th. That means the C2 title battle goes on. That was an opportunity, though, for Kurt Holmes to wrap it up. Tim Hill, good score in 4th place. Mikey Nichols 5th. Dan Hollenshed in 6th. Samuel Bensley in 7th. Heinrich Watson Miller is in top C3 in 8th. Bill Taylor in 9th. James Antwist 13th. Oliver Tebbett, Owen Smith, Damien Smith, Richard Melton and Richard Payne complete the 15 runners in that race. Last few coming over the line. We'll get ready for the next heat out on circuit. That's halfway through the heats for the heavyweights. Last kart over the line there, Richard Payne. And let's get ready then for heat number 7. They're out next.
Here's your grid then for heat number 7 of the heavyweights and super heavyweights for round 11. David Longman will start this one from pole with Richard Newton alongside him. Paul Williams and Darrell Lowe make up row number 2. Kevin Coombs and Nicholas Walker are row number 3. Alex Pritchard and Callan Sigafus are next up with Richard Allen and Lawrence Cheer rounding at the top 10. Marcus Naris and Joshua Lemoraine, make up row number 6. Then it's Matthew Batter and Luke Elliott, Jonathan Wilson and Stephen Solway to round out your 8 rows of the grid. Few drivers. I mean, we know Callan Sigafus had a lot of penalties in his earlier heat, so we're looking for a slightly better time of it. He was competitive, he just accrued a few bump and pass penalties So he'll be looking for a better one this time around as they're good for the off. Here we go, David Longman in the 173 there, pulls away. Most even start we've seen all day, but are the left-hand side of the grid going to be able to find any grip around the outside of there? They've fared a lot better than several other anti-pole sides of the grid today, and they're still side-by-side, as even as you like here through hairpin 1. Paul Williams and Alex Pritchard side-by-side, Richard Allen alongside with Darrell Lowe as well. They'll work their way out of hairpin 2. They're still 2-3 wide there into the S's. That's been a difficult start to negotiate for the middle of the pack here. But it is still David Longman who leads them up the hill towards Garda. The hairpin here. As Darrell Lowe's out wide, and he'll feel a bit aggrieved by that one. He makes contact with the bollards, but I think he feels he was forced out wide into that one. They're still side by side there as they come up the hill. It's been a frenetic first lap there, but at the end of lap number 1, it's David Longman who leads, Richard Newton in second, Paul Williams in third. Richard Allen still with a good start after all of the battling that was going on there, up into fourth place, and he's already lining up Paul Williams, I think, for a move there. Indeed, he is there. Alex Pritchard as well in the Applewood Independent suit, and that's not the happiest that Tim Williams will have ever been.
Yeah, it's just been. He will have felt he was being leaned on there on the corner exit. Coombs gets back in line. And did we note the penalty, Howard?
No.
Penalty for Alex Pritchard for loading at the start. It's not one we often see. Yeah, Alex Pritchard.
I want to say that's 4 because it counts the same as a bump and pass.
Yes, it does.
So, yeah, there's not too much field spread here so far in this one. Although David Longman, having said that, is 2.3 seconds to the good at the head of the field, which is pretty tidy at this early stage. Kevin Coombs, I believe, there, battling away. Paul Williams leads Callum Sigafus and Alex Pritchard out of the S's. Yeah, it was Kevin Coombs and Nicholas Walker we were looking at battling up the hairpins as Alex Pritchard puts a move on Callum Sigafus there. That's for 5th place down at Garda. So, yeah, as we say, the number 7 of Pritchard trying to offset penalty there for loading at the start. David Longman still leads, 2.4 seconds to the good over Richard Newton. Richard Allen with the fastest lap of the race there, a 48.372. We'll have to look out for him trying to put a move on 2nd place at some point, because I think that one is starting to come into the picture. Paul Williams here, the next down the road then, in 4th place. Absorbing this pressure from Pritchard and Sigafus. And then that was the 29 of Nicholas Walker, your highest place of the super heavyweight runners. That's why he runs with that green number plate. Higher place class 3 runner at the moment is Marcus Naris, down in 11th place in the number 63.
Not the best of races for Alex Pritchard. There's 2 more penalties coming in now. Advantage by track limits and a bump and pass penalty. It's the advantage by track limits. It's one of the things that was reprofiled a few years ago around this Buckmore Park circuit. One of the runoffs tarmacked over from where there used to be grass or gravel, particularly down through Symes Sweet, but also running down the bottom end of the circuit, Paddock Corner, and almost doing the often always is a change at the front there, and Alex Pritchard's got through somehow. Past Sigafus.
Yep, could you see that out of our comms position window? There's been a change for 2nd as well. I think Richard Allen's got past on Richard Newton as well. So Class 1 runners moving forwards then in this one. Allen to 2nd and Pritchard to 4th. Now it's going to be the question, is there enough time for Richard Allen to close in on David Longman there? It's 2.7 seconds the advantage. Darrell Lowe there down the inside of Kevin Coombs. There's the first sector of this Buckmore Park circuit, the twisty section, and then going into this downhill swooping section. It's a really nice balance of corners. have to say as well, it's sort of all the runoffs and the tarmac. You know, it hasn't taken away from the challenge or the thrill of driving this circuit whatsoever. I find it's about, you know, I mentioned earlier, it's kind of like tennis court rules here. You know, if it's on the line, then you're just inside the track limits. But that means that it's almost its own little challenge to make sure that you're optimising that at all points where it matters. So here on the exit of hairpin 2, you know, how wide can you go without being wide and off outside of track limits? Down through Sime Sweep. One of the two blind corners here at the circuit, the other one being Cafe Corner as they come back up the hill towards the start-finish. And going for a move here, Callan Sigafus wants to get 4th place back off of Pritchard, but he goes too deep and Pritchard's going to swoop back again. Nice little exchange between these two as they head up the hill. And still a good battle going on there between Paul Williams, Nicholas Walker and Darrell Lowe. How is that gap faring then? Well, it's the 3.5 tenths taken out of the lead gap on that last lap. It's under 2 seconds now just from David Longman back to Dickie Allen. I think he's going to run out of runway, though, on this one, because we're now under a minute on the clock. So the next time they go past the start-finish line, it will be counted as the last lap. So I have to say, I think it's Longman's to lose in many respects. As Kevin Coombs now coming up onto the back of this Williams-Walker-Lowe battle. We cut back to the battle for 4th place here. Pritchard in the 7, Sigafus in the 90. As the last lap has been triggered by our leader. Here is David Longman. We're not seeing much of him. That's because he's been controlling this one really nicely from the front in the number 173.
Very experienced driver around here is David. Done a lot of laps around here and put that experience to good use. Fended off a good field in this one as well. Round, Garda for the final time. Up the hill. Could just be foot to the floor now to take the checkered flag.
And frustration there for Dickie Allen. He was not happy about something behind him there.
David Longman takes the victory in heat number 7. Richard Allen finishes in 2nd, 3rd. Good 3rd there for Richard Newton. Alex Pritchard 4th, but has a lot of penalties. Callan Sigafus will inherit that position. Nicholas Walker in 6th place on the road. Kevin Coombs, Paul Williams, Darrell Lowe and Lawrence Chea complete the top 10. Jonathan Wilson was the first C3 home in 11th. Marcus Neris, Luke Taylor, Matthew Batter takes down to 14th. And Josh Lamoreno got 15th place right at the end there ahead of Stephen Solway. That was heat number 7. Let's get ready then. Heat number 8 are out now.
Here's your grid then for heat number 8. It'll be Tim Williams on pole with Joe Bailey alongside. Phil Ingram and Adrian Ray are row number 2, with Elliot Alt and Andrew Cherry on row 3. Lenny Wood and Jacob Harris, and I believe he's out there, so it's good to see Jacob back out on track after his impact with the barrier early on there on row 4. Steve Bosley and Mike Bodner round out your top 10. Then it's Nathan Tague and Richard Neal on row 6. Andrew Hickson, Tom Jobson on row 7. Mo Hassan and Shane Cotter on row 8. I'm going to apologise for that. I was definitely misidentified. I kept saying Tim Williams in the last race. It was Kevin Coombs. I just misidentified him once or twice because Tim Williams is very much on pole for this one. So sorry about that to both involved. It's the similar suits, I think. This will be the end of our second rotation. Getting through them quickly, aren't we? These races coming thick and fast here. So after this, all drivers will have competed 2 of their 3 heats that they should contest. It's quite an interesting one for me. There's no Class 1s in this field whatsoever.
No.
So it's going to be interesting to see who takes this one.
I can say, good to see Jacob there, number 14. This Crumble is my hero. Like, he's been absolutely lampooned by the DDMM comms curse. Straight back out there for another piece of the action.
Absolutely.
One does not simply knock Jacob down.
No. No, absolutely. Getting ready then for the start of heat number 8. Great to see so many people out on the balcony there. It's a great vantage spot, by the way, at Buckmore Park. Doesn't matter quite so much in the sprints, but when we were doing the endurances yesterday, it's worth bearing in mind. If you're down in the paddock, we can't see the first sector of the lap, such as the height difference between the first and second sectors here. So that grandstand's great. It allows you to see both. Here we go then. Race start. Tim Williams in the 96 leads them away, and it's going to be second place immediately for Phil Ingram, who'll slot into it as Joe Bailey's going to try and hang on to what he can. He manages to slot into third place there as they come round. Little twitch there on the turn-in for Tim Williams to hairpin number 1, but he's keeping it together as they work their way through. Lenny Wood and Steve Bosley going side by side there in the middle of the pack, and that's going to allow Elliot Alt to have a look as well. Jacob Harris as well as Steve Bosley goes a little wide there off the entry of hairpin 2. I think he would claim that he had no choice, had to do so in avoidance. But either way, Elliot Alt has got through on them both there, and I think that's Alt up into third place there as they come through. Yeah, fourth place. Because Joe Bailey is in third there after starting second on the grid, and Steve Bosley's got by anyway. Bosley back through on Alt at the end of that first lap. So it's Tim Williams, Phil Ingram, Joe Bailey, and then Steve Bosley there up in fourth place. A couple of contact warnings there. And a penalty for Steve Bosley. Track limit advantage already shown there. Well, okay, that will have been for the exit of hairpin 2. So he might claim that he had to go off in avoidance, but that's not the way that race control have seen it. And he's been issued with a penalty there for track limits. And that's Phil Ingram through as well for the lead of the race. So Ingram through on Tim Williams. Experienced driver Ingram, not been here in a while, but gets himself up into the lead of the race as they come through Garda. Elliot Alt falling a little bit off the back of Steve Bosley there. There's the 14 of Jacob Harris then. So not only return to the track, but nice and back up to speed here. Competitive pace from the man we know and love for his glory. I still say the best grid walks in the world, frankly, from Jacob Harris there in the British Universities Karting Championship. Soon to get underway. We've got the qualifiers coming up, and in the new year we'll be streaming live action from all of the BUKC rounds. Club 100 machinery all the way with BUKC, as it has been for 20 years. It's been a long standing partnership between BUKC and Club 100.
It's the scary point now where BUKC is actually older than some of the students competing in it.
I know, yeah. It's a surefire way of making this graduates feel well.
I was going to say, if you're listening to this, you're a former BUKC driver who now feels very old, you're welcome.
Yeah, we know your pain though. Nice little battle here between Tim Williams and Joe Bailey. Didn't quite manage to convert it there. We're seeing a few more attempts though on the inside of hairpin 2, just as you know that what was a very narrow dry line is now getting to be a much greater proportion of the track, and it's opening up some extra overtaking opportunities around this Buckmore Park circuit. And battling away here between Williams and Bailey, it's allowing Steve Bosley to stay in touch with them quite earnestly here. Into turn number 1, there's the look from Joe Bailey. Nice textbook move down the inside of Tim Williams through turn number 1, and just keeps it to the inside slightly there into hairpin 1 to deter a counter-attack. Nicely done by Joe Bailey there, and then there's the signal to say, hey, let's work together here. We don't want to lose touch with those ahead of us. And those ahead of us being Phil Ingram up the road by only a second at the moment. So, well, he might say, let's work together here. Could see there Lenny Wood just leading a battle down through Simon Sweet. We saw briefly there. Steve Bosley goes to the inside of Tim Williams there at Garda and gets that move done as well. Joe Bailey up into second place. Steve Bosley is in third. Then it's Tim Williams in fourth. Elliot Alt in fifth. And then Lenny Wood leads a battle between himself, Jacob Harris and Andrew Cherry for sixth place. Mike Bodner as well. Just got past Adrian Ray. That was for ninth place on that last lap as well. So plenty of battles going on up and down the field here. Now the side sweeper through that left-hander. Got to keep yourself within track limits through the left-hander here. You can see at the bottom of your picture. easily done that you, in order to optimise your approach for the next right-hander that's just off shot here, you want to be on the inside, on the exit of the left-hander, and that means a slightly unconventional line, or you're incentivized to cut that as much as you possibly can while still keeping the kart within track limits.
Sorry, Howard. Spin for Jacob Harris coming up through Cafe Corner. Has got going again now, but a tough day so far for the Welshman. He's now down to 16th place.
Disappointing for him. Did you see what caused the start of that? Was that an unforced error, or was it?
Not sure. Okay. He was facing the wrong way on driver's right.
Okay.
To Cafe.
Lenny Wood has picked up a cone penalty there. They've made contact with one of the bollards around this circuit. There's your race leader, though. Phil Ingram just came up the hill there. And the gap has come down slightly, but by very small margins, less than a tenth of a second that Joe Bailey gained on Phil Ingram, the race leader, last time around. It's 1.5 seconds still the advantage that he has, as there's a contact warning for Shane Cotter out there. He'll not want to be picking up any more of those. Steve Bosley still chasing Joe Bailey for second place. Tim Williams has dropped back a little bit there in the 96. And then here, look at this. This is the pack that Lenny Wood's been leading for a good few laps now. Currently himself ahead of Cherry. And then I think that looks like Adrian Ray's got back past Mike Bodner, actually. Oh, no, excuse me. If that were the case, they've switched back around. In fact, Tim Penny there not Tim Penny. No, sorry. It's it's Adrian Ray there. Sorry, in the 97. Good little battle, nonetheless, being had between them.
The eagle-eyed amongst you will notice that Ingram has changed his helmet from race number 1. But
no, stop doing this. I'm having a hard enough time with everybody.
This is a man who's got a 5-month-old at home, drivers. Could you stop making it more difficult for him on his sleep-deprived head, please? But no, Phil Ingram showing all the class. And he's brought back here to Club 100. He's going to take race victory. Great drive as well for Bailey and Bosley. Phil Ingram takes the victory in heat number 8. Bosley takes second there ahead of Bailey. Williams in 4th. Alt, great drive from Elliott Alt in 5th place. Lenny Wood should come over the line in 6th. He's on great form at the moment, is Lenny Wood. Andrew Cherry 7th, Mike Bodner 8th, Adrian Ray. And a good drive as well from Mo Hassan there as well. Podium yesterday in class in the endurance race. P10 in that race. The top C3 as well.
That was the end of the second rotation of heats then. Next, we're going into the final heat for all of our final rotation of heats for our drivers, I should say. Heat number 9 is coming right up. Let's take a look at your grid then as the drivers are in their formation lap. Damien Smith will start this one from pole with Callum Sigafus alongside. Vinod Harani has his highest start on the grid of the day so far, with Paul Williams alongside on row number 2. Bill Taylor and Alexander Lamb make up row 3. And then it's going to be, now hear this, Mikey Nichols and Kurt Holmes from row number 4 in this one. It's going to be interesting for this one in terms of Class 2 implications. Jonathan Wilson and Antonio Gittonio round out your top 10. Then it's Tom Angier and Marcus Darris. And Richard Melton and Owen Smith round out the 14 karts contesting this one. Another 7-minute heat. Last chance for these drivers to get the best points they can, to get themselves the best grid position they can, as we're away and Damien Smith leads them into turn number 1. Quite a few super heavyweight drivers at the head of this one as well, so interesting battles for them in this one. Look out for them with the green number plates. And round, that's a spin there from high up there, and that's Callum Sigafus, I believe, who was round there, and he'll feel that he was loaded into that one. But he was right on the limit of adhesion there, and that's all gone to tears there for Sigafus as they work their way down the hill. It looks to me like Mikey Nichols has been able to hold Kurt Holmes behind him for now as they work their way up towards Garda for the first time. Damien Smith is taking a slightly shallower line there, maybe just to tell Bill Taylor, nah, don't bother putting a move in, mate, I've got it covered, as they come around Cafe Corner for the first time. It's a good run from Taylor, though. I think, Damien Smith is going to have to go defensive here, as Michael Nichols is there in third place. Kurt Holmes right on his tail, though. So it's two super heavyweights battling for the lead, but it's Kurt Holmes going down the inside of Mikey Nichols, Class 2 championship rivals there. And that's job done for Kurt Holmes. He'll go defensive or go tighter into hairpin 2 just to prevent any counter-attack there. And that is job done for Kurt Holmes for now, at least, getting up into third place.
And third place is the position that he needs, irrespective.
Oh,
side by side between Taylor and Smith. Taylor down the inside takes the lead of the race. Holmes is going to have a little look here. Mikey Nichols is going to go around the outside. Holmes to the inside, 3 wide through Gardner. They're all going to trip over one another here. Bill Taylor's getting away, and just about still 3 wide behind, involving Nichols. And the 184 of Wilson and Angier in there as well. It's chaos here in Heat 9. You can tell that it's the last round of heats for all of these drivers. Holmes has got down the inside, taken second place. That is now championship winning position in C2 plus 1 position. He
but Nichols
needs
is through.
Third.
Nichols is through on Damien Smith as well. If he can hang it around the outside here, Smith is going to have a good line out of it, but it should be okay for Nichols. Nichols is going to have to go for this. He has to stay in touch. He has to stay in touch with Kurt Holmes and challenge him here. I have to say, as frenetic as that got, I was very impressed with the way that Nichols was somehow able to hold on, to have been on the outside of a 3-wide position at Gardner and still hold position there. That was extremely impressive, and he's now got himself up into third place and passed on Damien Smith.
To make it clear, though, it is third, whatever Mikey Nichols' result is.
Yes.
So, I mean, you're absolutely right. He's got to get in touch with Kurt Holmes. He's now almost got to do, I wondered when I would mention this race here today, he's got to do an Abu Dhabi 2016. He's got to get in front of Kurt Holmes and then start pushing him back into the field if he wants to keep this mathematically alive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good opportunity for Bill Taylor as well. He's just sort of able to have a bit of, have a bit of a breather. I think I can see out my window Kurt Holmes is on it this lap. He is trying to gain back that advantage that Bill Taylor has over him of 1.5 seconds at the front of this one. Good little battle here, currently led by Angier. Tom Angier ahead of Alexander Lammin and Paul Williams. That is the 137, the 34 and the 32 coming up the hill, and it looked to me like Marcus Naris and was involved in a battle as well coming up the hill there. I think it was Naris and Gittonio. Alexander Lammin hasn't looked to the inside there, but it's half in attack, half in a defence, I believe, on that one. And, Jonathan Wilson as well there on the back of this pack. Highest place, Angier is your highest place Class 3 runner at the moment. Well, if you're Mikey Nichols, you'll be hoping that Bill Taylor is going to present a bit of a challenge here to Kurt Holmes, because I can see out the window that the gap has gone visibly down. Here it is between Bill Taylor and Kurt Holmes, and you can see the gap that's opened up there. Mikey Nichols is giving it his all here, but he's going to need something to fall his way, or something to fall against Kurt Holmes here, some kind of penalty or something at the moment, because right now, as it stands, Class 2 in our heavyweights for 2022 is going to get wrapped, and there is the penalty. There is a penalty for Kurt Holmes, and I'm not seeing on timing what it's for. I don't know what it's for on timing. I've no idea how many positions it is.
I know, and the number of positions could be quite crucial. If it's a cone penalty, it won't matter, but if it's something like a bump and pass, it will.
So there's a track limit's being shown for Tom Angier there. That's 2 positions off of wherever he finishes. But this is crucial stuff. We could really do with knowing what the nature of that penalty is for Kurt Holmes. My only thing is that sometimes when you don't see what it's for, as Sigafus picks up a cone penalty in 8th place, so that would drop him down a position. The only thing is that usually if you don't see what the penalty is for, it's for something niche, is the only thing I can posit there. So what is that for, and what does it mean for Class 2? Bill Taylor's still leading this one. It's under a second, though, now, the gap at the head of the field, because it's a new fastest lap of the race from Kurt Holmes last time around at 47.932. Contact warning as well has just been issued for Kurt Holmes, so that suggests he's on the brink of another penalty if he violates that rule again. He's got to be careful here. I want to ask, I'm not entirely sure what the contact... What's he made contact with? Oh, sorry, that's changed. No, there is still a contact warning shown for Kurt Holmes. That must be from a fair few laps ago, though.
Yeah.
Because as you see, he's sort of running clear air, trying to close it on Bill Taylor now. Well, this one we thought this one was going to settle it. We might have a bit more mystery going beyond this one in terms of Class 2. As they'll see the last lap board next time around. We're looking at the battle still being led by Tom Angier with Alexander Lamin behind. Angier in this 1:37 with a cone penalty to be applied post-race. Here we go then, on to the last lap. And the gap's down to 0.3 of a second here, so Kurt Holmes is really pushing here for the win. But as far as we can tell, with the penalty to be applied, he won't be scored with a win. Bill Taylor won't necessarily know that, though, so expect a stern defence from him. Through the S's they go then. Bill Taylor, that number 48. The number 33 is Kurt Holmes. Down through Syme Sweep. Bill Taylor might... Oh, and there's now, was that a touch? I couldn't quite make it out, but Bill Taylor went wide on the exit there, and that's Kurt Holmes through. So that's Kurt Holmes through, but as far as we know, penalty to be applied will mean that he will not be scored as the winner. So coming up the hill here, it's Kurt Holmes. We think he might have taken Class 2, but we just don't know yet. He finishes first on the road. Bill Taylor, we believe, will be scored as your winner, though. Your super heavyweight champion already decided there in Bill Taylor. Mikey Nichols finishes third on the road. Tom Angier in fourth. Fifth for Alexander Lamin. Then it was Paul Williams, Callan Sigafus. And it was Jonathan Wilson, Antonio Gitsonio in ninth, Marcus Naris in 10th. And it was Owen Smith, Damien Smith, Richard Melton, and I believe it was Vinod Harani there. Although my timing screen just flicked onto the next one. We're going to have to look ahead here to our next heat, heat number 10 at Buckmore Park. We'll try and bring you news as soon as we can. Whilst we're trying to get that for you, let's take you through the grid then for heat number 10 as they're rolling up. Lawrence Cheer will start this one on pole with Jacob Harris alongside Dan Hollinshead and Chris Alcock are row number 2, and then the row 3 is David Longman and Tim Hill. It'll be Joe Holmes and Darrell Lowe on row 4 with Kevin Coombs and Shane Cotter rounding out your top 10. Oliver Temmett and Heinrich Watson-Miller are row number 6, and then it's Nathan Tate and Matthew Batter on row 7 with Luke Elliott on his own on row number 8, rounding out the 15-kart grid for this 10th heat of the day.
Thanks to the guys in chat. It was a forcing driver wide penalty for Holmes. +5, C2 title challenge still alive.
Wow. All right then. Well, here we go then for heat number 10. Lawrence Cheer will lead them away into turn number 1. Even start from both sides of the grid. Jacob Harris knows better than anybody the risks of going to the outside there, but he manages to hang in there nicely. That's the best start I've seen from the second on the grid so far today. I think he has been beaten to third by Dan Hollinshead, but nonetheless, that was a very good start there for Jacob Harris. Chris Alcock had quite a wide moment through turn 2, but has managed to gather it back up again, and not for the first time. He's battling with Joe Holmes there in the middle of the pack. Holmes has got through, though. David Longman as well on his tail. So all 3 of the Class 1 runners in this field are nose to tail in the middle of the pack here, as Lawrence Cheer leads them up. And Jacob Harris there up the inside there of the number 50 of Dan Hollinshead there. And Harris is through into second place. We saw this earlier, and it didn't end well for Jacob, but this time that was a nice cleaner move, and he's not been challenged so much into turn 1, as meanwhile, in fact, it's Joe Holmes challenging on Dan Hollinshead through turns 1 and 2, and that is job done there. Tim Hill has managed to get himself as well ahead of Chris Alcock there. And, yeah, it's a cleaner start to this one than some of the heats we've seen recently. But really good stuff so far. Cheer at the front, and Jacob Harris as well up into second place.
So as noted in the comments, in terms of championship points, this race has no meaning. Jacob down the inside of Lawrence Cheer. That is a beautiful move. But here comes Joe Holmes right on the scene. There he goes. Oh, you've got to feel for Jacob there. That was a fine move into Garda. But Joe Holmes took the opportunity, knew that there would be a run round the outside, gets into the lead of the race. Can't improve his championship score in this race, but this is really important, of course, for setting the grid for the final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, Tim Hill down the inside of Hollinshead. I've got to say, Joe Holmes was so quick on the cutback out of Garda that Jacob must have done a double take of
where did you come from?
Where did you come from? Because he would have been expecting the car. He was attempting a move on. He would have expected Lawrence Cheer to maybe get a cutback, but he was like, where were you? But hey, BUKC fans, Jacob Harris just led a BUKC Club 100 sprint race for a few metres. 2 metres there. And to be fair, he was just passed by one of the most successful Club 100 karters ever. Yes. So, you know, not too shabby whatsoever there. Chris Alcock improving on that last lap. In fact, Tim Hill as well up into 3rd place. Chris Alcock in 4th. That's at the expense of Dan Hollinshead and Lawrence Cheer. Henry Watson-Miller in 7th. Kevin Coons in 8th. Darrell Lowe and David Longman, Andrew, not being able to make his way up the order as much as his fellow classmates in Class 1 so far. Already with a sprint heat win earlier today. Henry Watson-Miller there battling away with Lawrence Cheer. In fact, I think he may have got the position off of him there, so I think that might be Watson-Miller up to 6th place. A few contact warnings coming in. In fact, everything since the start of the race have been contact warnings. No one yet with an outright penalty, though. So drivers do just have to make sure those moves are clean and fair. Joe Holmes leads. Jacob Harris in 2nd. And here's the battle for 3rd. Tim Hill ahead of Chris Alcock. Tim Hill in the number 11. Chris Alcock there going down the inside of hairpin number 1 in the 30. And he's got the job done. Dan Hollinshead will look to capitalise as well if he can. But he's not got the right position there through hairpin 2. And he's got to be careful here because Heinrich Watson-Miller will be keen to seize any opportunities there. Heinrich Watson-Miller with experience from BUKC. So we'll know the Club 100 machinery around this Buckmore Park circuit fairly well. 3 minutes left on the clock then. As we look back here to the Heinrich Watson-Miller side by side with Tim Hill up the hill. And swooping around the outside there, Watson-Miller has got himself up into 5th place. So some really nice moves here from the 129. There is the 50 of Dan Hollinshead, currently in 4th place. Heinrich Watson-Miller now behind him. Darrell Lowe going side by side there with Lawrence Cheer at the back of this pack. And they're still side by side here, and he's going to have to find another way through. A wide moment there for Tim Hill, though. That's going to open up the opportunity. Watson-Miller is through. Lawrence Cheer smells the blood in the water as well. He's going to try and go down the inside of Paddock there. And Darrell Lowe has David Longman, I think, getting involved as well. At the back of this pack, he will. Darrell Lowe goes to the inside of Garda, half in attack, half in defence, frankly. Gets the move done. That's been such a costly series of corners there for Tim Hill. He's lost about 4 positions there, and it all came from a wide moment coming out of the S's.
Yeah, that's really putting under threat now. A spot in the A Final for Tim Hill. He's on course for it, and now he's had a bit of an error. He's going to be in the wall. Yeah. Oh, big impact. Oh. Big impact into the retaining wall there at Conway's. That was similar to the Jacob Harris incident a few heats ago. I do hope that Tim is okay. Got quite a jolt to the neck.
Yeah.
Couple of laps to go in this one. Joe Holmes comfortable out front, doing what he needs to do. Darrell Lowe there trying to find a way past Lawrence Cheer for 6th place. It just looked like there was a bit of an initial contact that squeezed Tim Hill out onto the damper part of the circuit, and there was nothing, even with all the experience of Tim Hill, that Tim Hill could have done there to avoid that one. That was really unfortunate. Good scrap going on here between Cheer and Lowe. This is a portion of the circuit that is wet. Tim Hill has retired to the pits. Down the inside goes Lowe. Beautiful move through hairpin 1. That is him now up to 6th place.
Yeah, David Longman as well capitalising on this. He's through as well on Cheer as they come through the S's. So there's the 173 up into 7th place. And now it's Matthew Batter who will be looking at the back of Lawrence Cheer's kart. Tough race for Lawrence in some ways. I think, you know, he shouldn't take. Hopefully, he doesn't take too much from this. That you know, he's been fighting a lot of battles, and it must have felt like he's dropped down a bit. But I think he's been driving well enough. Hopefully, he can take something from that. Here's Joe Holmes then. He's in the race, as we say. Already accumulated enough heat wins to have a perfect scoreline once drop scores are taken into account. This man here, Jacob Harris, is
on
looking good
for a best heat result of the year.
Absolutely.
That's a nice way to finish your last
this.
one.
Oh, Heinrich Watson-Miller, though, having a very earnest look here at Dan Hollinshead down the bottom of the hill. Further up ahead, though, Joe Holmes is going to come up the hill here to bring it over the line.
And it's going to be pole position for the A Final. Joe Holmes makes it 3 heat wins from 3. Jacob Harris finishes second, and a best result of the year in his final heat race of 2022. Third place for Chris Alcock. Good drive as well from Dan Hollenshed there in fourth. Heinrich Watson-Miller is your top C3 in fifth place. Darrell Lowe sixth. David Longman seventh. Lawrence Chair in eighth. Good results that. Very, very intriguing stuff here as we get ready for Heat 11.
Here's your grid then for the penultimate heat of our heavyweights today. Stuart Kirk will start this one on pole. Anwar Barul-Smith will start alongside him. Steve Bosley and Adrian Ray, a second row of the grid with Tim Williams and Richard Newton on row number 3. Joe Bailey and Alex Pritchard will be row number 4, with Matt Griffiths and Steve Lindley on 5. Row 6 is Richard Payne and Josh Lemarena. Scott Parker and Andrew Hicks are row number 7. And Shane Houlihan rounds out your 15 karts starting this one. Last chance again for all of these drivers to maximise their points ahead of the trophy finals. As we get into rolling up formation here. So presumably Anwar needs to really take this one by the scruff of the neck once again.
Yep, he needs to win it.
And I think we are good for a start there. So Stuart Kirk on the inside in the 28 there. And again, we've started to get more even starts here. I wonder if this is a grip thing. I wonder now that the dry line has expanded slightly, we're getting those more even starts, because Anwar Barul-Smith has managed to retain second place by hairpin 1 as they're all squirreling around, adjusting for position in the mid to late pack there. Looks like it's been good there for the 37 of Richard Newton. Managed to come out on top out of hairpin 2, but already down the inside, a Sime sweep goes Anwar Barul-Smith to the lead of the race. Tim Williams looking to capitalise as well through on Stuart Kirk, and has done so, I can see out of my window, and indeed now on our shot. Anwar Barul-Smith to the lead, Tim Williams in second. Steve Bosley has got by as well in the number 20 on the pole sitter of Stuart Kirk, who now slots into fourth place, just ahead of Adrian Ray there in the 97.
So there's folks in the chat who've already picked up on this situation. If Anwar wins this race...
Oh, I think I know what you're about to say.
He could go around behind Joe Holmes in the final, pick up second place. Joe Holmes win the A Final. If that was to happen, Anwar Barul-Smith would be the champion in heavyweights for 2022 on the basis of A Final win comebacks. I'm getting really excited now because this is the scenario I've been thinking about all week. What do you do then if you're Joe? If you're in that position, do you start trying to do what Lewis Hamilton did tried to do to Nico Rosberg in 2016?
Yep.
Deliberately back the field up because you need Anwar to finish lower than second in that A Final. We're not quite done in that situation yet, but with this heat going as it is at the moment, we're heading there. We're heading to that scenario.
And it makes it really exciting for us as race fans, because it's not just go as fast as you can and win it. That's not good enough.
You can't do that, because if Anwar follows him through, it's going to be title done for Anwar.
Good battles going on here, though. That was Adrian Ray going side by side with Stuart Kirk there through the S's, and he's got the job done. So Lindley and Ray, through on Stuart Kirk there for fourth and fifth place. Driving well here today, I think, is Steve Lindley.
Oh, we need to clarify with Jaffa Cakes. Tim Penny has claimed the Jaffa Cakes. Now, where the confusion is here is Steve Lindley passed me in the paddock yesterday and said Jaffa Cakes for tomorrow. And I said, yes, please. We don't actually know for sure who left the Jaffa Cakes, whether it was Steve, whether it was Tim. Next time, drivers, if you're leaving a peace offering to the altar of DDMM, as Alex Pritchard down the inside, well, to be honest, it was 3-1 was never going to go.
It was Joe Bailey as well, managed to get a pass on Stuart Kirk out of all that one.
Leave a note.
Yes, leave a note. Yeah.
Oh, we've got some for this afternoon as well.
Oh, this one does have a note.
We'll move on. We'll move on. That's for this afternoon.
We'll read that out later. We'll look at that later. Blimey. This is not helping any of our prospects for karting next year, actually, thinking about it. Maybe this was a flawed bribe scheme, but there we go. Tim Williams here versus Steve Bosley over second place. At the moment, oh no, Bosley's going to have a look to the inside of hairpin 2. I was about to say I think they're working together, but very much not the case. Stuart Kirk now is battling with, I think that's Scott Parker trying to get by on him. It stays as they were for now, with Stuart Kirk in 9th place. Scott Parker, the highest place of our novice Class 3 drivers in this one. 3 minutes left on the clock then. Anwar Burrell-Smith leads by 1.2 seconds. Actually, I think we're going to see an even bigger margin this time around. Yes, we are. It's 1.8 seconds as Steve Bosley is confirmed through on Tim Williams for second place. Movie executed. A lap ago. Right, at this point here, they're just braking for now, hairpin 2. Alex Pritchard running in 7th in the number 7, your other Class 1 runner other than Anwar in this field. Oh, I don't think we covered though. He's accrued another penalty, has Alex Pritchard. It's his, I think that's his 3rd bump and pass penalty of the day. So he's got to be careful with how he's making these moves around here. Attracting the attention of race control a little too often. And that's him putting a move though on Richard Newton. That's the gesture we just saw was him. That was the most. I like that. That was the most theatrical "let's move forwards together" I've seen all season. That was great from Pritchard there. Practically saluted the air to say let's work together here. But threw it up into 6th place, but with 4 penalty positions to be applied post-race. Adrian Ray taking a tight line into hairpin 2, half in attack on Lindley, half in defence against Pritchard, saying, yeah, don't try any moves, mate. But that has slowed him down just a little bit. Joe Bailey on the tail of this pack as well, and then a little further back you can see Scott Parker. There is the move from Pritchard on Adrian Ray, and it's going to allow, oh, this is great opportunism here from Richard Newton. He's got the position back off of them, and Joe Bailey is through on Adrian Ray as well. So Adrian Ray, costly exchange for that. I think there were some drivers maybe thinking they should let their prey back through there, but to be honest, they'd all swapped positions quite so much that it was impossible to do.
Richard Newton is driving superbly today.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that this is not the first time that we've seen him being absolutely on point with the moves, with the decision making. I do hope that he can continue this run into the finals, which won't be too far away. One more heat after this, and the C, B and A finals. Cone penalty for Andrew Hicks, who is in this race, is in 10th place. We've not mentioned C3 for a while. The last round of results was good for Richard Neal. He pulled out a bit more of a lead. He's doing what he needs to do to fend off Andrew Hicks. And the challenge there for the C3 title. Anwar Burrell-Smith in full control of this race, onto the final lap of the race. 3.1 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Just needs to bring this one home. And he'll have done his big part of the job today. We've been mentioning it throughout the morning. Anwar needed improvements in the heats relative to his scores earlier in the season. For Joe Holmes, it's in the finals. That's yet to come. Steve Bosley and Tim Williams still scrapping over second place as well. Into Garda goes Anwar Burrell-Smith. Through Paddock go Bosley and Williams. This is going to be another victory for Anwar Burrell-Smith, and pretty much as good as he could have hoped for at the start of the morning. He's going to be up there at the sharp end of the field for the A final. Anwar Burrell-Smith takes heat 11. Good result there for both Steve Bosley and Tim Williams, 2nd and 3rd. 4th for Steve Lindley. 5th for Alex Pritchard, but with penalties, Richard Newton therefore will be in the top 5. Joe Bailey 7th. Adrian Ray in 8th. 9th for Scott Parker and 10th Andrew Hicks. We have one more heat to go. Heat 12 is up next.
Let's take a look at your grid then for the final heat of your heavyweights, the final heat of the heavyweights and super heavyweights for 2022 in the Senior Sprints Championship for CLUB100. Mike Bodnam will start this one from pole. Samuel Bensley alongside him. Richard Allen and Phil Ingram make a very experienced second row there on row number 2, and then it's Tim Penny and Lee Henderson on row 3. Lenny Wood and Elliot Ault on row 4, with Andrew Cherry and Nicholas Walker rounding out the top 10. Stephen Solway and Mo Hassan on row number 6. Row 7 is Richard Neal and James Antwis, and then it's James Radovich and Tom Jobson to round up the 16 karts contesting this last heat for the heavyweights. Don't forget, we've got 12 more of them to run, of course, for the lightweights. Not before we have run our trophy finals, of course. Mike Bodner then in the 91 leading them away. We are green for go, and Richard Allen is slotting into second place there, off of third on the grid. Tim Penny as well, trying to tuck underneath. Somehow managed to get by on Phil Ingram as well there, so good start there for Tim Penny as Mike Bodner leads them through hairpin 2 for the first time. Elliot Ault taking a wide line there, trying to find a way by on the likes of Lee Henderson in the mid-pat there. And Richard Allen has got through on Bodner, so Dickie Allen to the head of the field as Tim Penny tries to hang in. That is a bold move from Tim Penny. If he can make that one pay off, Bodner will have the inside line at Paddock. Surely that's going to be costly for Tim Penny, and indeed it has been. And through has gone Sam Bensley and Lenny Wood there. It was a bold move, though, from Penny that started off with a... I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever had a move that started off with, I think I'll go around the outside of Simon Sweep. But that nearly paid off for him there. Penalty for Samuel Bensley, though. ABC bump and pass there. 4 positions to be added for wherever he finishes the race. Lenny Wood here coming under pressure. That's Phil Ingram going by on him there, as Mike Bodner and Sam Bensley continue to battle ahead of them. And Mike Bodner's out wide, and that'll give Phil Ingram the opportunity in the 167 to get on through and up into, well, it'll be third place on the road, but it'll be actually second net with the penalty to be applied to the 88 of Sam Bensley. All of this, I have to say, this battling is going to allow Richard Allen to get on a way up the road. You can see there already the gap here at Garda Corner. Uphill braking zone means it's nice and late. And surprisingly short braking zone for Garda. We see a lot of overtaking moves, considering how short a braking zone it is. See there the amount of leaves on the inside there of the track there out of 2. Thankfully that's not where the karts run over, but you don't want to get out on there. Phil Ingram looks to the inside of Sam Bensley on hairpin 2. Inch perfect there. Nice and precise move. As Andrew said earlier, not lost any of his racing prowess there has Phil Ingram. Down the hill they come then. Ingram in that second place. Now second place. He had second place anyway by dint of the penalties to be applied to Bensley, but now he has it outright on the road. 2.4 seconds the gap between him and Richard Allen at the head of this field. Don't forget, Richard Allen as well. It's not just about who wins the championship title. Richard Allen would like to take that second place slot, if at all possible. There we go then. Lee Henderson there in the blue and yellow helmet, fending off Andrew Cherry in the black helmet, black suit, and then behind them, Nicholas Walker, who's got the close attentions of James Radovich as well, actually. Radovich trying to find a way through. He's going to have to bail out of that one, though, and that might compromise Radovich down the hill. He's going to have Mo Hassan all over the back of him there as they head down towards Paddock Corner. We cut back to the head of this pack, though. Lee Henderson leads that at the moment, trying to stay in touch with Lenny Wood ahead, and someone's collected the bollard there. I think it may have been Mo Hassan, and that's going to give great opportunity there for Richard Neal. I think that's Richard Neal getting by Mo Hassan and Tim Penny as they had a little meeting there about who was to blame for the bollard, and that was indeed opportunity aplenty for Richard Neal up into 11th place. Nicely read situation. There is the 29 of Nicholas Walker, both attacking and defending here, but he's going to be exposed to James Radovich at hairpin 2. Radovich again is going to try and go side by side. Has he got a good enough run off the corner? No, he's going to have to slot back in. And that's the interesting thing about hairpin 2 here. If you get the move on the inside, the driver, because of the sort of squaring off of the apex curb, the driver on the outside may still be able to have a better run off the corner, because they can sort of just, if they've still got their nose just ahead, they can run that pace, use all of the runoff, and actually the runoff, because of the tight line, will be compromised for the person on the inside. And you saw it there with Radovich trying to get by on Walker. He got the initial phase of it done nicely, but just couldn't convert it on the exit and had to slot back into position. And indeed, it is still Nicholas Walker in that number 29 in 9th place. We're back with Mike Bodner, 4th place, fending off Elliot Ault at the moment in the 148. 3 seconds now, the lead gap that Richard Allen has over Phil Ingram, who in turn has 1.6 seconds over Sam Bensley. Don't forget Bensley with that penalty to be applied at the end of the race. And then is this battle between Bodner and Alt. And then it's like they're pairing off here. It's about a second or so back to Lenny Wood and Lee Henderson.
Penalty. Penalty for Richard Allen. Cone penalty. So he cannot win this race.
That's costly. And that's Elliot Alt as well on Mike Bodner, by the way, for fourth place there. That's going to be frustrating.
And that could be really big for the grid. Yeah. Really big for the grid. I was just about to say, our commentator cursed Dickie in my own mind on that one. I was about to mention how Dickie Allen could be on the front row of the grid here and could be right in the middle of a mix between Joe and Anwar. Now, that might still be the case. It's not a disaster.
Whoever's third on that A final grid is crucial. Think how uneven we've seen the starts between the pole and the anti-pole side. If you're Anwar and you're in second on the grid,
third.
In a way,
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. It's been so difficult for second place on the grid to convert it as such by hairpin one because of the series of right-handers. It's really difficult. So whoever's in third on that A final grid plays a pivotal role in what happens here between the top two in the championship.
That's a really, really uncharacteristic error from
Dickie Allen. He'll be frustrated by that because he was out front. There was no need to hit any of the track furniture.
Oh, Lee Henderson!
And he's managed to have it saved. Nicholas Walker just sort of nudged him back to face the right way there, and that's a very interesting clip across the track from Andrew Cherry as well in 21 there. I thought that was going to be an incident.
We just need to rewind that. That was an absolutely incredible piece of driving from Tim Penny. I think he gained at least 3 positions out of all of that.
Yeah.
We'll have to see where he's classified. There he is in the white suit with the grey helmet.
He's had quite a race as Tim because he's gone all the way back through the pack and then back forwards again. It's been really quite a story to his race. So yeah, I mean, I'm still surprised by that from Dickie Allen. That is so uncharacteristic when you're out front and controlling the race. But yeah, 2.8 seconds the gap that he has. Tim Penny now having a look at Nicholas Walker into turn number 1. And he's going to try and prise open the door, but can't quite make it happen. He's going to have the inside line in the hairpin though, but Walker's wise to it and he's going to cover it off. Here is Richard Allen. Well, I mean, with this penalty to be applied, Phil Ingram's going to get a win here. Long time he's been away from Buckmore
Second
Park.
of the day.
Second of the day, indeed. So there is the man who we think is going to be your net winner. Dickie Allen coming up the hill now. Come round Cafe Corner. He'll cross the line first in heat number 12, but he's got the penalty and he knows it. You can see from his demeanour across the line. He knows that that one's got away from him. Phil Ingram then takes the win. He's second of the day. Sam Bensley in third, but with penalties to be applied. Then it's Elliot Alt, Mike Bodner, Lenny Wood, Nicholas Walker, Tim Penny, James Radovich in 9th, Lee Henderson in 10th, Mo Hassan in 11th, and it was Andrew Cherry, Richard Neal, James Antwis, Tom Jobson, and Stephen Solway to round out how the 16 drivers finished that one.
And there we go. That is the end of the heats. There'll be a bit of a pause now whilst race control go through and pool all of those results together and decide, or use the results from those heats to decide who will be in the C final, who will be in the B final, and who will be in the A, and what the starting order for those races will be. If you've enjoyed the commentary so far, at Double Dash across your social media networks, give us a follow, a like, and all of that business really does help us out. If you've enjoyed the coverage as well as a whole, make sure you've subscribed to Alpha Live and click the thumbs up on this broadcast and click the notification bell for future events. Don't go away from here at Buckmore Park. We have also got coverage from Anglesey of the Race of Remembrance today here on Alpha Live. Brilliant circuit, brilliant event as well. It's never one I've been able to get out to because it often clashes with this weekend. But yeah, I'll definitely be giving that a bit of a watch later on. Right, I think we are just about ready then to get ready, or get set, I should say, for the next set of heats. The C final here in the heavyweights is up next. Let's have a look at the grid then for the C final. The race control guys are really turning these around quickly today. Vinod Hirani has pole position. Antonio Gitsonio is alongside on the front row. Matthew Batter and Matt Griffith start on row 2. Richard Neal, big race this for Richard Neal. Your leader in C3 needs to get in the top 4 really to make the job a bit easier for winning in C3 in 2022. Starts on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Shane Cotter. Tom Jobson starts on the 4th row of the grid. Josh Lamoreno alongside there, 8th on the grid. Nathan Tague and Richard Payne complete the top 10 here for the C Final grid. Richard Melton and Callan Sigafoods has had an awful day so far. Start there on the 6th row of the grid. 14 karts in this C Final. Shane Houlihan and Stephen Salway complete the grid.
Too right that the race controller turned his round, mate. I wasn't ready for that. I was not. I'm glad you had the grid, because I was not ready for that.
James had the grid.
James had the
was
grid.
there.
Thank you, James.
Go.
There we go.
But yeah. See, all more reasons to subscribe to Alpha Line. I'm going to click the button again.
Yes.
I like playing with these people.
We do. We've been given, folks,
A
been given
little
our
stream
own deck
dangerous.
of buttons here to control graphics. I don't know if James understands what power he's unleashing here. He may regret this. But actually, no, he won't, because half the buttons promote Alpha Live, so he'll be absolutely fine. One of the Club 100 kart testers there. He can do it as well. There we go.
Let's talk championship. Let's talk,
do that. That makes sense.
Say we're banging in the results throughout the course of the day, so I just need to bang in some C3 results. Actually, Howard, talk us through C1 and C2, the yellow and the blue ones on the screen. What have we got?
Ones. Right. Well, as you say, it really is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? This when we get to the A Final with Joe Holmes and Anwar Barul Smith. As we were saying earlier, Joe Holmes. The win is not going to be enough for Holmes, crucially, on this one. It cannot just be Joe Holmes and Barul Smith. If that is the case, then Anwar will take the championship, his first sprint championship win since 2015, his first Club 100 championship win since taking the heavyweight SP60 title back in 2020. It is Barul Smith with a maximum possible of 1,510 points, and Joe Holmes with a maximum possible 1,508. I mean, the score lines of these two are just so impressive. Dickie Allen as well.
I'm going to be a real pain.
Yeah.
It's not his first title since 2020.
Is it not? Which
his
one?
First title since yesterday.
Oh, yes. That's a good point.
Sorry.
Okay, no, you got me on a technique. That's a fair point. Fair cop. Fine. Well, there you go. Anwar will take his first championship.
On a Sunday held event since 2015. Should we go with that one? That sounds more
sure.
impressive.
Let's do that.
It's a wonder he doesn't chuck me out the window sometimes,
that's going to be the real interesting one for me with that. In terms of Class 2, Kurt Holmes is sitting on 1,418 banked in his scores. He can get a maximum of 1,443. Mikey Nichols can get a maximum of 1,420. So he's got to get, he's got to have quite the final. Just trying to see if I can do the mental maths for what he actually would need there.
He'd need to win or finish second.
He's got to win or finish. He really does need quite the A final. It's definitely Kurt's to lose, isn't it?
But he is in the A final.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. So it's he's really got to, because so the significance thing there that Kurt Holmes already in terms of bank scores has 1,418, and the maximum that Mikey Nichols can get is 1,420. So that is the 2 points in it, hence why he would need to finish first or second, really. That's quite an ask now for Mikey Nichols. We've seen some great battling between those two so far. Bill Taylor's already got the super heavyweights wrapped up. Class 3, which is what we'll be looking at next in the C Final. I think the drivers have been caught by this one as well. We read the grid out a while ago, and they're still working out which kart to sit in the paddock, I can see. So, I mean, it's good to see it's not just me, really, to be honest. I'm taking heart from it. But, yeah, as we wait for this one to get away. And there's the whistle blow that I can hear now for the engines to start up. And away that they will go. So Vinod Hirani. We've not seen much of Vinod today, I don't think, on the stream. But he's going to have pole position in this one. And the C Final, we should say, 4 positions. The top 4 is who we're really taking an interest in this scene final.
I do like that shot.
I like that shot as well.
A couple of hellos in the chat. Hello to Sarah Henderson. Excuse me, I need to cough. Who says, must make an A final again for championship position. Sounds familiar? Yes, it does sound familiar. It's a similar scenario for Lee Henderson to 12 months ago at Bayford Meadows.
Yes.
But is in the B final.
Yeah,
hello
so
to
close,
Callum Brule, who's tuned in. Timothy Bull as well. And the fan club of David Longman are all here. Hello to Peter Pointy O'Connor. Hello to the GOAT, Ian Blake. Hope you all very well. And Ace underscore as well, as I'm going to give a shout out. He's similar to Mr. Whitehouse, been on it with the scores and the permutations. Top 4 go through from the C final to the B final. And there's a couple of drivers here who really, really would look to do that. Richard Neal and Callan Sigafoods, away they go. Good start from second on the grid for Gisonio. Hirani a bit slow away.
Richard Neal's managed to find the inside line, Andrew. I think that's going to pay off well for him. He's going to get up to 4th place there. So, a bit of bumping and barging there, but sorry, I just spotted there that our Class 3 points leader coming into today did position himself well there. As long as, he might be pinged there for hairpin 2, though. As it is that Shane Cotter who's got... Did I read that number correctly on the head cart there? That's an amazing start, if so.
Penalty for Gisonio. Too good a start. Jump start for the 139. So that is quite key already. So that doesn't completely knock Gisonio out of the race. Yes, you are right. Shane Cotter has had an incredible start. Is up to the lead of the race. Callan Sigafoods is coming through already as well. Lots of hand waving. Gisonio. So Gisonio's just seen why have we got a penalty? Well, it's a fairly slam dunk one, a jump start, because there's a timing beam that will have tripped the P2 kart crossing the line ahead of the P1 kart. The P1 kart has the authority to put the pedal to the metal when they want.
They do indeed control the start effectively. So here's Shane Cotter, who he started... That's the wrong grid, Howard. He started down in 6th place and managed to find first by the end of lap 1. I'm very impressed by that. Matt Griffiths in 2nd, Antonio Gisonio in 3rd, but with 2 positions to be docked from his final result due to that jump start, and then Richard Neal in 4th. How have the likes of... How's Callan Sigafoods done? Well, he's got the fastest lap of the race already, but he's up in 6th. As down the inside here of hairpin 2, that's a move. Oh, and that's round. That's round for the... Is that Gisonio? I need to double check that one. No, it's Matt Griffiths. Matt Griffiths from 2nd there in his battle with Gisonio.
And it's an ABC bump and pass as well for Gisonio, so it's all gone wrong for the 139.
Yeah, that's going to be gutted for Matt Griffiths because he's out of one of those promotion spots. So it's going to be one of those ones, folks, where I think we're going to have to keep a close eye on the penalty board here. Because it is the top 4 that get promoted. They're known as the repechage positions. It means they'll go on to the back of the B final grid. Shane Cotter leads. Gisonio with the fastest lap of the race, but too many penalties to be possible for him to qualify. Richard Neal in 3rd, and now Callan Sigafoods up into 4th on the road, means Sigafoods is now in one of the promotion spots. There we were looking at Matthew Batter and Tom Jobson in the 81 and the 120 respectively, battling away. As further back, this is the battle of Vinod Hirani having a look at Josh Laminera Lamarena, excuse me. Nathan Tague in amongst that as well, as we cut back to that battle between Batter and Jobson. Coming up the hill here.
Key job here for Richard Neal is to not get spooked in this situation with Callan Sigafus. I think on paper you would expect Callan Sigafus to move through these particular drivers, but he's in that key position. Sigafus down the inside of Neal now. That's sensible. I like that. I like that from Richard Neal. Just in fact, slot it behind.
No, I was going to say, Richard,
cut back in. That's a good move.
I was going to say that I'm not sure was Neal giving way. That was him trying to find a way through on Jitsonio, and Jitsonio causing Neal to have to go wide at hairpin 2, which gave the opportunity to Sigafus. I don't know if they necessarily know that Jitsonio is carrying the penalties here, so Neal will be thinking, if I can get by on Jitsonio, that would be nice. I don't know if Matthew Batter's aware, but in the 81, but currently by my maths, he's up in the promotion spot as well because of the penalties for Antonio Jitsonio.
So, but if he is aware, that's a good opportunity for this 4 to work themselves off the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely.
And away from those who are currently not making the B final.
Got to be careful of track limits on the exit of that hairpin. That looks a little bit on the edge for me. As they come down the hill, should Neal trying some different lines, I think, to find a way through. And there's the move from Callan Sigafus down the inside. It's going to slow them both down. 3 wide heading towards Garda. Look out for Batter. Matthew Batter on the inside. They're all going to switch back and cut to exactly the same 3-kart formation, 3 abreast formation, but the other way round. And after all is said and done, Callan Sigafus is up into 3rd place. Richard Neal is in 4th. Matthew Batter in 5th. And in reality, they may not all know it, but they're actually all on for a promotion now. So, particularly Matthew Batter, who might have done the mental maths ago, I appear to be in 5th. And he's going to try down the inside here, Richard Neal. And this is the problem. He's going to throw everything at this, and it's going to allow Jobson and Lamarena behind to get involved here.
Yep.
And that's the issue. I'm not sure what's happened to Vinod Hirani out there, actually. He's dropped to the back of the pack. I didn't quite clock what caused that. So not the best day at the races, I'm afraid to say, for Vinod Hirani.
Key lap this for Richard Neal. If you can stand the inside, that's Lamarena going for a move on Jobson, which I don't think is quite going to work. Got a bit of a gap now to Batter. Try and push back up to the rear bumper of Callan Sigafus, who I would imagine over the course of the next 6 minutes is going to find an opportunity to get by Jitsonio, and right on cue is going to be down. Oh no!
It's got to be clean though, Andrew. It's got to be clean. We've seen a few bump and pass penalties for Sigafus. That's why he's here in the C Final. And he's got to be careful with how he gets this move done on Jitsonio. Assuming he goes for it at all, of course. He doesn't actually need to get past.
Absolutely. Down through Simon Sweep, trying to cut to the inside there and open up an opportunity. Now, I didn't quite see there whether there was contact or not. Jitsonio puts his hand up. I think quite wisely, Sigafus lets him back into the line, 2nd on the road.
Shane Cotter, by the way, 3 seconds up the road. You just saw him
Brilliant
briefly
job
there. Not seen much of him. What about turn 1 this time? Has Sigafus got away in there? No, not at the moment. He'll try and set something up for the hairpin, though, if at all possible. Wide line there out of the hairpin, and that's going to allow him through. That was a wide moment there for Jitsonio, and that is going to be Sigafus through. Richard Neal now will try and have a look at Antonio Jitsonio. So, coming up the hill towards Garda. Now over 3 seconds, the gap that Shane Cotter has at the head of this field. Across the line then, on to lap number 10. Contact warning for Callan Sigafus. Oh goodness me, he's got to be careful here. As Richard Neal is looking to the inside there, this is where the move got through. For Sigafus, a lap or so ago.
Sorry, I've just had a very amusing message from Mr. Jacob Harris. I do like to say when we do these streams, you get bits of them clipped by various drivers, and Jacob has already clipped the incident from earlier and then sent a message to me saying, Andrew Crows, I can't be having this. Me No worries, fam. I got you.
Nice.
Well, we'll be seeing him
Nice
later on in the B final. 2 minutes
Still-
and 40 seconds to go. Sigafoo's the new fastest lap of the race. And now Neil, that's a big move.
Oh,
That
nice.
is a brave move that Richard Neal, I think just for, and down the inside goes Jitsonio trying to fight back. Neil's got a hold on the inside. Got to push away now. Keep the eyes forward. I liked that from Richard Neal. I think I can put myself in the shoes there of going, I've got to get past this guy. I've got to give myself a bit of a breathing space because I don't want to be in that fourth position. Didn't necessarily know that Jitsonio's got that penalty. He's now got through. Can he push off the front? Can Michael... Oh, Michael Batter penalty.
That's
Michael
the
Batter
contact.
penalty for multiple pieces of contact.
Well, now this makes the battle that's been going all race long between Jobson and Lamarena. There it is. It's been going from lap after lap. That's now for the final promotion spot. So behind this pack of karts further down the road, Jobson and Lamarena, and Nathan Tague is in this as well. They're separated by 0.4 of a second. There it is. This is the battle by our maths with all the penalties to be applied. They won't know it. But this is the battle for the final promotion place.
Yes.
Tom Jobson there, going defensive into hairpin 2, but he's going to be compromised in the run-off there. And all the way down the hill, I think that Lamarena is going to have an opportunity here, potentially down into Paddock. But it's been going lap after lap. That's why Nathan Tague has been able to catch up to this one as well. This is fascinating stuff. This is why I quite like the Z Final for this drama with the promotion spots. Every single corner here, Jobson is going defensive at the moment. He's going to surely be compromised up the hill this time, though. Is there a run here for Lamarena into turn number 1? Good positioning from Tom Jobson. So he's positioning his kart very well, but look at this. It's not just Nathan Tague now. Matt Griffiths and Stephen Solway. Griffiths, who had the heartache at the start of the race, look at this fighting back through. He's through on Tague. Matt Griffiths here
could still make it.
He just needs to take 2 more positions and he would get the promotion spot here. This is amazing stuff here. Bearing in mind Matt Griffiths, Class 2 runner, would on average expect, well, he's been quite slow through that part of the lap though, and that is Stephen Solway, arriving on the scene as well and battling with Nathan Tague. But it's okay if you're Matt Griffiths because he's broken away from all of that. Meanwhile, further up, this is Jitsonio versus Batter in the we would be promoted if we didn't have any penalties hanging over us battle. And then here is Jobson, still going defensive. And it's paying off for him so far. I've got to say, he seems to be perfecting that defensive yet fast approach around this circuit. But Matt Griffiths is getting ever closer to these two. There's a bit of a gap then back to Stephen Solway, Richard Payne and Nathan Tague.
This battle's still going on though.
I tell you what,
who's going to be the beneficiary of some penalty-based secretion into the B final?
And there is just going to be one more lap of this lap. Right, Shane Cotter, my hat off to, is amazingly controlled. Barely seen him. Didn't even see how he managed to get to first place. I'm going to have to watch it back, to be honest, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, funnily enough. But this is your battle right now. You could see there in the distance. That was Jitsonio battling with Matthew Batter. As far as we're aware, and there's the move from Griffiths past Lamarena. He's going to be through. And Griffiths has got the last half of the lap to try and get past Tom Jobson.
It's got to be Garda.
It's got to be
Garda. Set it up into Garda.
Oh, it's a big twitch on the rear, though, there for Matt Griffiths.
He's going to have a run.
He's going to have a run. Here's the win for Shane Connor. What a race from him. Callan Sigafoo's second. Richard Neal will finish third. And then it's Jitsonio and Batter, but they've got penalties to be applied side by side here up the hill. This is for promotion. He's going to be around the outside of Cafe Corner. Can Matt Griffiths take it? Yes, he can. Matt Griffiths, he won't know it, but you've just got the last promotion spot onto the back of the B final grid after we saw him get taken out earlier on in this race, and he must have thought it was all done. But that was one a heck of a C final, and it means that provisionally, at least, we say Shane Cotter, Callan Sigafoos, Richard Neal, and Matt Griffiths. I hope he doesn't just go off into the car park. He's got another race to go by our math here in the box. That is why you keep fighting until the very end, even Don't make no mistake, the C Final is just as competitive for that very reason. That is absolutely brilliant.
Big result as well for Richard Neal.
Yes.
To get through. It's not the job's not done yet. It now means the C3 title will most likely get decided in that B Final.
Yes.
Andrew Hicks, if I remember correctly, starts around 14th on the grid.
Yep.
It could be one of those where the two of them probably aren't going to meet on circuit.
No.
But if they're both progressing up through the order together, it's about that deficit of positions. But no, really good from Richard Neal to fight back there after some disappointing heats and get into that B Final.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, whilst the C Final drivers sort of stand around and go, who is it? Who gets in? We're going to look ahead then here to our B Final. Not sure. I think we should hold off on the grid slightly just because we're waiting for confirmation of who got through there for just a second. Do hope you're enjoying your coverage of this round 11.
So they're on it today.
They are.
We're good
We
to
got
go.
it. We got the B Final grid. Okay, so here's your B Final grid for this one. James Radovich will start this one up. What a day he's had. Brilliant stuff there from James Radovich, one of our Class 3 runners. Sam Bensley will be alongside him. Lee Henderson and Andrew Cherry are row number 2. Then it's Heinrich Watson-Miller and Lawrence Chair on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Scott Parker and Stuart Kirk, Alex Pritchard and Jonathan Wilson. Round out your top 10. Adrian Ray and Tom Angier are row number 6. Jacob Harris, mixed bag of results he's had, but he's had some fantastic stuff out there today. He's got Andrew Hicks alongside him. Andrew Hicks, key person to watch in terms of who takes the Class 3 Championship in this final round of the season. They're row number 7. Marcus Naris and Luke Elliott are row number 8. And there's James Antwis and Mo Hassan on row 9. Your top 20 is rounded out by Oliver Tebbett and Kevin Coombs. Owen Smith and Damien Smith make up row 11. And then confirmed promotees through from the C Final, it is indeed Shane Cotter and Richard Neal. And then Callan Sigafus and probably the most surprised man right this moment at Buckmore Park, Matt Griffiths, who dropped to the back, recovered to 6th, and then found out through penalties he's on the back of this B Final grid. Fantastic stuff.
We sometimes see, 5th place get through to a B Final virtue of 1 penalty, but I can't think of many examples of it happening with 2.
Oh, I don't know. I can remember a C Final at Whilton Mill last season where I feel like the entire top 4 had various different penalties. I seem to recall us doing a maths exam at Whilton Mill once to work out who had got through.
Right, let's just go with C3, because there's a distinct possibility that the C3 title for novice drivers gets decided in this race. If this was to be the most boring race in the world, which it's not going to be, because it's Club 100 at Buckmore Park, and Andrew Hicks finishes 14th and Richard Neal finishes 24th, the advantage at the moment is 13 points, which, to be fair to Richard Neal, that's a good lead. That's a nice lead to have. For Andrew Hicks, it's all about moving forward. He's improving his score just by being in this B Final. So if he can improve every position he can gain, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, he's reducing that 13-point gap. And it could be to the extent that if he has an amazing race, gets through to the A Final, just by being in the A Final, if Richard Neal is down or doesn't move further forward, that could be the difference. So it's a lot of things that have got to happen across the course of the next 12 minutes or so, but it is possible for both of those drivers in this C3 battle. And, of course, we've got the top 2 from this race going through to the A Final.
Yeah, and it's also, bear in mind, this is the biggest field of karts we've seen so far today, so they've all got to be very nice to each other through the first part of the lap. Here we go then. Radovich on driver's right in that 104 leads them away. It's an even start from both sides of the grid, I've got to say, as they go around turns 1 and 2. They're both going out wide, though, and look out for Heinrich Watson-Miller, who I think has judged that one brilliantly in the 129. Bensley's still on the outside, though. It's getting 3-1-4 wide spin for Lee Henderson, and that's got a bit scruffy for everyone concerned there. And what I meant about the largest pack of the day so far is if they trip over each other, it's the most to lose. Look at this. We've got drivers facing the wrong way. It's a bit scruffy there in the mid-pack. I think they got 6 wide on the exit of hairpin 2.
Yeah, that was never going to work. Jump start penalty again. Samuel Bensley crossed the line.
Yeah.
0.043 ahead of Radovic.
Yeah.
So he cannot make it to the A final.
Yeah, because he's going to be 2 positions up from there. He needs to familiarise himself with the rules around who gets to control the race start there. That's the second time today we've seen that. Penalty for Jacob Harris. ABC takeout. That is going to be 4 positions added to 6 positions. Sorry for a takeout. Yes, that was bumper pass I was quoting there. As Heinrich Watson-Miller looks to the lead of the race down the inside of James Radovic, and he's going to have the inside line, but Radovic is going to try and cling on round the outside. That's going to be a bold one there, and Watson-Miller's wise to it and runs him out of road. Jacob Harris in third, but now with those 6 positions, good point, mate, for the takeout there. And one has to assume from where he was in the pack that was Lee Henderson, I would have thought. I don't see anyone else get taken out in that fashion from that part of the pack. He'll go down the inside, or up the inside, I should say, at Garda of Radovic, but Radovic is going to swoop back through up into second, and what that's really done is given an opportunity to Tom Angier to try and put a move in on Jacob Harris. And then we got a bit of a replay of the start that we can have a look at there. Andrew, was I hearing?
Yeah, I think we can have another look at the start if we want. In the meanwhile, there's been a penalty for advance by track limits by Matt Griffiths.
You can see the Bensley's, I thought it was a bit too good for Bensley there, but they both push each other out wide. Heinrich Watson-Miller then tucks underneath. Lee Henderson there in the 13. And then it just all bunches up, and there, I think it's Harris is on the inside and causes them all to bunch up.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's actually what it was given for, to be honest with you.
If it was, this is just my opinion, I think that's a bit harsh because the 5 wide going into hairpin 1 was already going wrong at that point.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
I think I'm with you there, mate. That feels harsh to me. If that's what it's for, I suppose, unless the argument is a sort of, he's coming like the end ball of a Newton's cradle and sort of caused it all to go a bit awry in the centre. I don't know. Here is, okay, we're hearing maybe, because it looked to me like Pritchard was going in, but maybe there was contact between Harris and Pritchard that led to it. Okay, maybe it was earlier on in the braking for that one. He's through anyway on Radovic, is Harris, but that's not going to be enough to offset the penalty such that he's up for the promotion into the A final. Only the top 2 positions, remember. So at the moment, your 2 promotees would be Heinrich Watson-Miller and James Radovic. Alex Pritchard, your only Class 1 runner in this one, in the number 7 in 9th place. He's had a tough day of it, I think. There's been a few penalties that have meant he's down in this final.
Yeah.
And he's got to be careful if he wants to have an opportunity to get back up there.
Just looking at the situation regards C3. This is brilliant from Richard Neal.
Yes.
Richard Neal is up to 14th place. He's actually in a place now where he's improving his championship score. So he's moving it further away from Andrew Hicks. So if you're looking at the C3 scores, provisionally we have them as Neal on 1,043 points, Andrew Hicks 1,032.
Oh, slow-moving car. Was that?
Yeah, didn't quite catch who that was.
I think it was down. I'll check it as they come round because I think I know what car it was. I'll check the number.
7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Heinrich Watson-Miller still leading this race. Jacob Harris second on the road but has a penalty. James Radovic and Tom Angier therefore are fighting over the last spot in the A final.
It was Marcus Naris in the 63. I think we saw moving slowly down at the bottom part of the track. Might have had a bit of a heart in the mouth moment through Simon Sweep. And for the lead of the race, Jacob Harris going for a move on Heinrich Watson-Miller.
Heinrich Watson-Miller gets it back though as they come up round Cafe.
I believe I'm right. One said earlier that Watson-Miller, a driver with BUKC experience here, so this is not a grid interview at all. This is something quite different from Jacob Harris here. Into hairpin 1 they go. And down the inside of hairpin 2 goes Harris. And he's got that penalty, but he's through and up into the lead of this one.
Yep.
As they come down the hill now. So Watson-Miller and Radovic still your promotees. But Tom Angier has been able to keep them in his sights there in the 137. And the thing is as they fight with Jacob, who's not a factor in this in terms of promotion for the A final, it's allowing Angier to stay in touch. Then it's Adrian Ray and Jonathan Wilson in 5th and 6th. They're not too far away either. Then it's Sam Bensley and Alex Pritchard. How are we looking on Class 3 then? Richard Neal up to 14th at this point.
Yeah, still as was, 10:43 versus 10:32. But Richard Neal has just had a track limit warning, so needs to be careful with those. Doesn't want to pick up a penalty now. Just to clarify, the minimum for Richard Neal is 10:41.
Yeah.
So it's not a case of if he completely drops down out of this race, he's going to lose stacks of points. He's got a banked in 10:41 already. It's over to Andrew Hicks to see if he can move up further from where he is at the moment, which is P10. Mo Hassan having another good race as well. He's caught my attention because he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 47.830 for Mo Hassan in the 154 in 9th place. Here's Lee Henderson trying to fight back. This is a bit of a blow to Lee Henderson's hopes of getting 2nd place in the super heavyweights, because Nicholas Walker is up in the A final. That's why Lee Henderson was trying to, needing to get through from this B final into the A final, same as last year when he was in a title fight with Bill Taylor.
Yes.
I don't think it's quite going to happen on this occasion here at Buckmore Park.
I have to say, I've just looked at the A final grid a moment ago. I'm liking the look of it. I'm liking the look of it. Okay. It's remember we said that whoever's in 3rd place plays a critical role. It's what makes it interesting. But yeah.
Good afternoon to Mr. Steve Hicks as well, who's just said Transport for London just called. Apparently a number 9 bus has gone missing. Apparently it's been spotted heading southeast on the M20 due to be parked up at Garda.
Nice.
Stop it. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Jacob Harris still leads the race, but has a penalty. So at the moment, the top 2 going through to the A final are actually going to be Heinrich Watson-Miller, sat there 2nd on the road, and James Radovich. That'll be a fully deserved spot in the A final, if you ask me, for Radovich. Tom Angier is trying to get his way in there as well. Adrian Ray in 5th and Alex Pritchard still in 4th, 3.4 seconds covering them. So I wouldn't say any of those drivers are out of this at this precise moment, especially if there's a fight that starts raging between the 129 and the 104. Again, they may not know that Jacob Harris has a penalty. That means that both of them are going through. They may think that they are fighting over 2nd place and that one of them's not going to make the A final. That is not the case. Penalty for Lee Henderson, forcing a driver wide. Had got back up to 17th place. It's been a tough day for Lee Henderson. Sure he'll be back though for more in 2023. Great driver to have as a part of this paddock.
Yep. Sorry, my sound there was I just looked out the window to see someone very wide out of time sweep.
Change. Watson-Miller through. Yep. Watson-Miller back through past Jacob Harris for the lead of the race. And
critically,
down the inside on Radovich. Radovich trying to go around the outside through the S's. Oh, and he does it really, really well done from James Radovich.
And yeah, again, he might not know it, Andrew, but yeah, this is absolutely for the last promotion spot, the last ticket into the A final. So, well, Angier might try this one. Alex Pritchard, you'll note, though, has got to the head of everybody else. He's got past on Adrian Ray. That'll be confirmed. So Pritchard up into 5th place. So he comes into play in this as well if they start battling. That was an okay time. You know, 2.5 minutes left on the clock was an okay time for Angier to go, I'm just going to test this, see if I've got a way through.
Penalty for Lawrence Chair. It's a bump and pass, +4. Where is Chair at the moment in this order?
20th.
Thank you very much.
So down the hill comes James Radovich. They've lost touch with Watson-Miller and Harris largely ahead of them. And Alex Pritchard is closing in on them quite significantly now. He took 8.5 tenths out of them the last time around. Visually, it looks to me like it's even more, or he's even closer this time, I should say. It's Heinrich Watson-Miller and Jacob Harris. We know that Harris can't be promoted with the penalties that he's got to be applied. Radovic and Angier are next in the 104 and the 137. And then Alex Pritchard, who, on balance, as a Class 1 runner would expect to be up there in that A final. If he can get past these two, he would do it. He would get himself up into the A's. And once again, this is why you keep on pushing through these races, because you never know what penalties have been applied. Going defensive is Heinrich Watson-Miller against Jacob Harris. And I have to say, in a way, if you're Watson-Miller, you took a defensive line there. I wouldn't take a defensive line, to be honest. No. You can let Harris by. It's not a big deal. He doesn't know it. In terms of promotion, though, he knows it, right? Even if he thinks that Harris is in second place, he should know that the top two will get him in place in the A final, but he is going defensive, and it's slowing both of them up, you know. Everything's compressing a bit on this final lap. Behind them as well, Pritchard continues to get close to Angier. If Pritchard goes for a move on Angier, though, that's the lifeline that Radovic needs. In fact, Radovic has had a great first set to the lap, and if anything, Radovic is closer to Jacob Harris. Here we go then. Watson-Miller's going defensive into Garda. Harris trying to go around the outside. Look out for Radovic, though. Does he get bulked by them, though, and give an opportunity to Angier? No, I don't think he will. Heinrich Watson-Miller will lead them up the hill and take the win in the B final. It'll be Jacob Harris in second. James Radovic, I think he does know, doesn't he? Yeah, that celebration there. James Radovic has got himself up onto the last spot of the A final grid. Tom Angier in fourth, Alex Pritchard in fifth, Adrian Ray in sixth, Samuel Bensley in seventh, Jonathan Wilson in eighth, and it was Mo Hassan. Callan Sigafus rounds out your top 10, having got promoted from that C final. Andrew Hicks in 11th. This is where we get to the critical points in terms of C3. Luke Elliott in 12th, Owen Smith in 13th, Kevin Coombs in 14th, then it was Andrew Cherry in 15th, and Richard Neal finished 16th, 5 positions behind Andrew Hicks, and I think that is enough. That is enough to confirm Richard Neal as your Class 3 champion for 2022 in the Club 100 heavyweights. Provisionally, we should stress from us here in the comments box, but we're fairly confident of that one, that is the championship in Class 3 for Richard Neal in the number 58. Lee Henderson was next, Scott Parker was 18th, James Ant was in 19th, and Damien Smith around in the top 20. Then it was Lawrence Chair, Shane Cotter, Stuart Kirk, Oliver Tebbett, Matt Griffiths, and Marcus Narris. But that is our first confirmation there, that Class 3 taken by Rich Neal. Andrew.
And I can fully understand that Radovic celebration. That is his first A final of the season. What a way to finish. Well done to James Radovic. Well done to Richard Neal. I feel like the American election results. I project this and call this one 1,041 points for Richard Neal, 1,031 for Andrew Hicks. Richard Neal is the 2022 Club 100 Heavyweight Sprints C3 champion. Well done to Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant season that he's put together there. And as ever with the Class 3 champions, it's going to be fascinating to see how he and everyone else, of course, who jumps up from Class 3 does next year in Class 2. But brilliant stuff there on Richard Neal. If you do enjoy what you're seeing here on your Alpha Live stream, please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. We are getting close to 5,500 subscribers on that Alpha Live channel. So do please subscribe if you haven't already. If you're enjoying what you're hearing from a commentary perspective, myself and Andrew Mather, we are Double Dash Motorsport Media. Please check us out at Double Dash MM across social media or double-mm.com. That is where you can find out everything we get up to. Right. Next up, we've got the big one for the heavyweights. This one could get interesting. Next up here on your Alpha Live stream at Buckmore Park is the A final in heavyweights. I'm going to correct myself just off the bat there. It's Instagram that we're trying to get 5,500. Alpha Live have got more than that on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, sorry. My bad. Instagram. Like us on Instagram as well. Yeah.
We're trying to go to 1,000.
We're trying to get up to 1,000 on Double Dash Motorsport
Anyway,
Media. Right,
more
here
importantly-
is one of the most... I'm fascinated by this. So, the top 2 in the championship, if it finishes in this order, the champion will be Anwar Barul-Smith. Joe Holmes is on pole. Anwar Barul-Smith. The reason I'm interested, we said who was ever in third was going to play a pivotal role off the start. Phil Ingram has nothing to lose.
Nothing.
Nothing. He's got no dog in this fight, and he's there in third on the grid. Dickie Allen starts fourth as well. Chris Alcock and Tim Williams are row number 3, which makes Tim Williams your highest placed class 2. No, Phil Ingram's class 2, I think, technically, on this. I'm not sure about that one, actually. I'll double check it. Joe Bailey and Mikey Nichols will be row 4 anyway. Move on to the next screen. Steve Bosley and Steve Lindley round out your top 10. Elliot Out, what a great day he's had with Kurt Holmes alongside. And then David Longman and Tim Penny are your 7th row of the grid. Richard Newton and Paul Williams are row 8. Dan Hollinshead and Mike Bodner make up row number 9. Row 10 is going to be Nicholas Walker and Lenny Wood. Bill Taylor, already confirmed as your super heavyweight champion, has Alexander Lamin alongside him on row number 11. Darrell Lowe and Tim Hill are row number 12. And row 13, not here on our grid graphic because they've just been confirmed through from the B final, will be Heinrich Watson-Miller and James Radovich. That's how they line up then for this A final.
The comments are coming in thick and fast, so fast I can't read all of them. But yes, so the situation is this. 2 points is the lead for Anwar Barul-Smith ahead of this race. If Joe Holmes wins the race and Anwar Barul-Smith finishes in second, Anwar Barul-Smith would be champion based on countback of A final victories. Anwar has already got that tiebreak. It cannot be beaten. He's had 6 A final victories so far this year. If Anwar finishes third, it will be Joe's. You kind of shuffle those positions down as well. So if Joe finishes second, Anwar's got to finish third, and so on and so forth. Joe, if you look at it from his perspective, he's got to finish at least second. If he finishes third, he can't overcome the banked score that Anwar Barul-Smith already has. I'm just going to put this one in here because I like to stir the pot. We've got some pot stirrers in the chat. We've got a pot stirrer in the comms box. I wouldn't take this start very quickly necessarily if I was Joe Holmes.
I'd be well. The only thing is that if Phil Ingram gets by, we have seen third place tuck underneath both the top 2 today. Yeah. If that happens, that's not so good because Joe's then in his last chance saloon position of second place.
Correct.
So,
but given that we've just seen two jump start penalties from P2 in the last 2 races.
I see. Yes, I get where. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be gamesmanship in this race. I'm not suggesting anything dastardly, but you know, the worst thing that Anwar could do here is jump this start because then it puts Joe in a position where he can romp off.
That is very
even
true.
if Anwar is directly behind him.
That is very true. So
we've just had a question on are drivers allowed to appeal? I think they are at least allowed to ask the question.
Ask the question. I'm not sure if they're...
So there might be a bit of a delay here.
And I think this is for the call that... This is the takeout penalty that Jacob Harris had that we think was for that incident at hairpin 1.
I'm not sure. From the angle...
We're not sure. To us, it looked like a harsh call. It's not our call to make. So we're just calling it as we see it. So we believe that might be what's being challenged here, just to give us a bit more tension. Some people
I'll be honest, I would if I was
would
Jacob,
as well,
because I thought, in my opinion, it was going wrong before he got to the corner. You're going to ask about C2, aren't you?
Well, people are asking about C2, and as far as I'm aware, that's
no, it's still alive.
It is still alive. Yes. What's the situation?
The situation in C2 is this. Kurt Holmes has a banked. He could go home right now and have 1,418 points for his fantastic season campaign. He doesn't want to do that, though, necessarily, because Mikey Nichols could score 1,420, but he has to win the race overall. Because remember, there's no separate point systems for C1 and C2.
Yeah, all scored
Everybody
together.
is scored together.
Yep.
So it's still very much advantage Kurt Holmes. If you're Kurt Holmes and you've got a Mikey Nichols behind you, defend.
Yep.
Defend like crazy, because You don't want Mikey Nichols to win this race. I think there is the discussion going on. Just to review what has happened.
Just to be clear here,
in that.
The one thing I will say, and that looks like a concession there. I mean, so the one thing to be clear here, whilst you are allowed to ask the question,
doesn't necessarily mean you're getting.
Well, the one thing I wanted to note, you're not allowed to use video footage as part of any appeal.
Yes.
That one is in the rules, and so what it means is that
you can't use this
you
stream.
You can't just queue up the Alpha live stream and go, but look at this. Or if you've had a camera on the nose cone of your kart, you can't just queue that up on your on your action camera. So that's one thing definitely that you definitely can't do. So that would have purely been off of questioning, how did other drivers around us see it, and how was that played out? What was it actually for, according to the officials? So that
justice for Jacob.
The hashtag justice for Jacob.
Chat's not happy.
But I have to say as well, very sportsmanly there. That was Jacob conceding that point and also going and shaking the hand of the promotees from that race to say fair play, go out there. So Heinrich Watson-Miller and James Radovich there getting a handshake. So good to see the sportsmanship there from Jacob Harris. I have to say, given the incident that he had in this first race, I think he's honestly, I know that we because of his work with BUKC and how long we've known him, we can roast him a bit and take the bit, but honestly, he's had an absolutely cracking season.
He has.
As a debut season for sprints in Club 100, what a season he's had. And to have come back from the crash earlier to take the results that he has, that's been fantastic.
Oh, we've had a poll.
We've had a poll running here for who do we think is going to win the A Final, and here are the results for who we think is going to win. So, according to the poll, we've had 136 votes on this. 45% of people think that Joe Holmes is going to win the championship. 38%. I'm taking this as the championship. Yeah, it is the championship because we've got the people who came in today as the championship players. The 15% who said Richard Allen's going to win. Well, the other two would have to be disqualified at this point, so I'm not sure.
Correct.
I'm not sure I fancy the chances there, but fair play to you. 45% say Joe Holmes, and 38% say Anwar Brule-Smith. That's a very interesting poll result. It's a runoff. It's very interesting.
Like Georgia.
Considering that. Well, we don't have to wait till December to find out the result, to be fair, with this particular runoff. But yes, it's interesting how that poll came out, considering that Anwar is really in the pound seats here to take this one.
Kart Chase, so you're not missing any. If you're new to this, you're not missing any real competitive action at the moment. This is just drivers checking over their karts and
Dickie Allen going for a kart change.
Yeah, Richard Allen changing, Phil Ingram changing, Tim Hill changing, Anwar Brule-Smith has already changed. Tim Williams going for a change.
Yep. I always feel we see this in the last one of the season. There's always more kart changes than average. And just to be clear, I have to stress, Club 100 do an absolutely fantastic job of keeping these all competitive.
It's a beautiful reference. Can I just applaud Jack Harding in the chat? That is a beautiful reference of saying Anwar to the T-kart. Thank you. That warms my 90s F1 kid's soul.
It's like, yes, it's like watching them sprint back. Was it Monaco? What was the Monaco race where they all sprinted back to the pits to jump in their T-cars and Murray Walker started commentating on the race? Yeah.
2000. Pedro Diniz and Ricardo Zonta running past the harbour.
That was it. There's JV perfecting his dance moves ahead of the award ceremony in January.
He's got that one down to a T.
Yeah,
he's
like
looking a bit. He's looking a little bit pensive as well.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
It's true,
right
actually.
Now,
it's very true.
Because this really has been. We've seen some fantastic tussles in Club 100 sprints over the last few years, but we haven't ever had anything quite like this. A title decider, the very last race of the year for these drivers, and we don't know. It's not like the C3 title decider where we went, well, there's a big lead for someone. We're pretty much sure that if nothing too dramatic happens, we know where this is going.
And it's the
same with C2. We could have the most undramatic race ever and the most dramatic race, and the title could go either way.
This is the thing, and we have to Joe Holmes could lose this championship with a perfect run of scores across the heats.
Yep.
Obviously, the finals are a part of it as well. massive part of it. 130 points for a finals win. But I don't know how many drivers have ever constructed a perfect scoreline across their heats.
And
I don't know
not
if it's
won the
ever.
title.
How has that been
But
done?
such has been Anwar's strength in the finals.
Yep.
6 A final victories so far this year. I genuinely have to check. Steve Bosley's had a problem. Now, was that a mistake by Steve Bosley, or was that a mechanical? If it's a mistake of Steve Bosley's own making, he has to now start from the back of the grid.
Yeah.
I took my eyes away on that for 1 second.
Well, he was 9th on the grid. I honestly don't know what caused that. But what's going to be the command given to the starter guy? It's good for a go. Bosley will be at the back. Here we go then. Joe Holmes in the 1, Burrell Smith in the 2, Phil Ingram with nothing to lose in the 167 on 3rd on the grid, Richard Allen alongside him. Then it's Chris Alcock and Tim Williams that at the 3rd row of the grid. Here we go then. Who's going to be our champion? It's a strong start from pole. That definitely wasn't a jump start for Anwar, but indeed Phil Ingram has immediately slotted into 2nd place, and that's crucial there for the start there as Chris Alcock challenges Dickie Allen as well over 5th place in the background. They look to be clean so far through hairpin 1, although they're 4 wide there. Paul Williams out wide there, I can see. As they come through hairpin 2, though, it is Joe Holmes in 1st, Phil Ingram in 2nd, and Anwar Burrell Smith in 3rd.
Right, I think what was going through the mind of Anwar there is take this steady. I don't want to get forced out wide. I'll take 3rd place right now and know I only have to overtake one driver and not end up 4th, 5th, 6th and with a lot of work to do. I saw Alex Pritchard do that earlier. Joe Bailey, penalty, track limits advantage. That'll have been out of hairpin number 2 or down at Paddock Corner. But here we go, end of lap number 1. Joe Holmes leads, Phil Ingram 2nd, Anwar Burrell Smith 3rd. If the race was to finish like this, Joe Holmes would make it 6 championships in a row. Anwar Burrell Smith would not take his first title since 2015 in the sprints.
Does Alan have vested interest in terms of bagging 2nd in the championship, or is it not?
No, he's out.
Oh, okay.
He's out of that battle
he had an
already.
Coming out at hairpin 2 there, Dickie Allen grabbed the back of his helmet about something there. Not sure what that was. He's carrying on at pace though. But yeah, and I have to say, Joe Holmes has already moved away at the front here. If he is going to start, and here's the move. Anwar Burrell Smith up the inside of Garner and through on Phil Ingram and gives that gesture to say, let's work together. Let's work together. Maybe, to be fair, maybe that's what Dickie Allen was saying to Chris Alcock out of hairpin 2. Penalty for Lenny Wood. Advantage by track limits.
There's so many different ways they could tactically play this. So if you're Joe Holmes, you've bolted off the front. 1.5 seconds is the gap. Are you almost trying to bait Anwar into pushing and making a mistake? We've already seen some top caliber drivers make mistakes. Dickie Allen's...
It was earlier in the day, though. The track conditions are totally different now. I think it's a risky strategy to bet on Anwar making a mistake. I take your point, but honestly, if I'm Joe Holmes now, as Dickie Allen's having a look at Phil Ingram now as well, so Richard Allen up to 3rd place. If you're Joe Holmes at the moment, the difficulty is that if you did back Anwar back, and we're assuming, by the way, that that's doable. That's not an easy thing to do because it's not,
especially round here.
Yeah, it's in a hard track for overtaking. It's very difficult to push drivers back, but in theory you could do it. The issue is that he's going to push him back into. I mean, this cluster here of Allen, Ingram, and Alcock, they're going to be piranhas snapping at your heels if you back Anwar into that. The risk is that some exchange takes place where Joe Holmes, ends up lower than 2nd or behind Anwar. That's the risk. That's the risk.
Kurt Holmes, the situation for him, 9th place at the moment. Is more than doing the job at the moment in C2. Currently on the live score has got 1,434 points. Mikey Nichols has 1,413. Chris Alcock looking down the inside of Phil Ingram there. Penalty for Steve Bosley, which we'll come on to in a minute. Ingram trying to fight back as they go back towards hairpin 1. Ingram will have the inside line on Alcock and holds on to 4th place. The penalty for Steve Bosley was for track limits.
Have we covered the fact Mikey Nichols is ahead of Kurt Holmes in the order?
Yes, but it's not enough. The thing for Kurt Holmes is he's gaining a lot of points because he's had some dropped scores and missed rounds. He's actually scoring a lot of points by having this result. So he's looking comfortable at the moment. Mikey Nichols still needs to win the race overall to take the C2 title.
Fastest lap of the race from Anwar Burrell Smith did reel in the gap to Joe Holmes a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe Joe Holmes is playing as fair. You know, he's playing a very straight bat on this one, just going, you know what, I push as hard as I can. But as it stands, if he does not do something tactically, as Andrew was referring, 2016 Formula One, when Lewis Hamilton started to try and back Nico Rosberg back into the pack, if he doesn't do something like that, as it currently stands, he is not winning this championship. There's Anwar Burrell-Smith. Richard Allen there in the number 26. What a season he's had. It's only for a few race results that he himself is not in this fight as well for the outright win of the championship. Phil Ingram's still doing well there to hold off Chris Alcott. Tim Williams having a strong day as well. Mikey Nichols pushing hard behind him. That's the order back down to 7th place. Kurt Holmes, Tim Penny and Joe Bailey round out your top 10 as it currently stands. Penalties been given to Dan Hollinshead for a track limits advantage. As Tim Hill is battling away up the hill there. It's down in the 20th place, I think, with Watson Miller.
So the gap is closing at the front of the order. 1.284 seconds now, the gap between Holmes and Burrell-Smith. Tied through Sector 1, both of them on 20.1s. And you can see Joe Holmes. Now this is it. It's going to happen. I can feel it. It's going to happen. Joe Holmes is now looking over his shoulder just to give him that information. Where is Anwar? Where is the rest of this field? He just dropped 0.4 of a second.
This is it.
This is it now. This is where the gamesmanship starts. Joe Holmes will now try and back up Anwar Burrell-Smith for 6 minutes and encourage the likes of Richard Allen, the likes of Phil Ingram and Chris Alcott. There is some hand gestures going on here. I do think there is some gamesmanship across the different drivers going on today.
It would have made sense for Joe to do this, to wait a little bit before this.
Oh, yeah.
Because otherwise he'd have backed Anwar into too big a pack. He sort of allowed, things to get a little calmer.
He's got it down to the number of drivers who he knows can overtake Anwar. Man. Here comes the bus that Transport for London have lost.
And Chris Alcott side by side with Richard Allen, though, at the moment. It's actually battles going on behind Anwar. This is fascinating stuff. And, of course, if Anwar gets through, it nullifies all of this for Joe. So Joe's got to be so careful. He's over on the double.
Oh, Richard Allen!
Double pass! Round the outside there to the lead of the race. And all of a sudden, if Anwar gets by on Joe Holmes, there'll be no way that Holmes can get through on that one. And so Joe Holmes here is in the last chance saloon. He's still got to try and back up Anwar, though. The plan is still on. He can actually allow Dickie Allen to get on up the road if he wants to. Penalty for Watson Miller for forcing a driver wide.
In all my years, I'm going to say it, in all my years of watching Club 100 racing, that is one of the most unbelievable overtakes I've ever seen. There's contact between Allen and Holmes, because Holmes now knows, can he get back through, take the lead of the race and take the championship? A greasy track, 2 championship contenders, and Richard Allen has just gone round the outside through turn 1. Joe Holmes has got to find a way through now. He's looking down the inside into Henry's Bend. They're going to be side by side, pod to pod. Anwar Burrell-Smith's got to get back down the inside to retake 2nd place. Richard Allen still fighting in there. This is the most incredible A final we've had. Anwar Burrell-Smith back into 2nd place, attacks Joe Holmes again, runs out wide. Here's Anwar Burrell-Smith. Joe Holmes is on the grass. Through the S's, side by side. Anwar Burrell-Smith trying to find a way past Joe Holmes. Dickie Allen is still there, side by side with Joe Holmes. Holds onto the lead. How have we still got another 4.25 minutes of this to go? Track limit warning for Joe Holmes.
And Chris Alcott has nothing to lose. Phil Ingram has nothing to lose. Heck, Tim Penny has nothing to lose. And he's given us Jaffa Cakes. So that should be fine for him. Dickie Allen still in the lead of this one. This is fantastic stuff here. And Dickie Allen will stay to the inside here. Joe Holmes has nowhere to go, but he stays to the inside to avoid Anwar Burrell-Smith tucking underneath. Anything on into hairpin 1. The inside is covered with leaves here still at Buckmore Park as Phil Ingram goes side by side with Chris Alcott, but I think Alcott will stick with them. As look how it's bunching up behind here. Tim Williams and Tim Penny going side by side. Kurt Holmes, as you say, involved in there with Mikey Nichols as well. It's bunching up so much behind these two. Dickie Allen, he's not able to pull away here. This is the thing. Joe Holmes is able to turn the pace on and off at a whim. Can he tuck underneath? Look how tight they're going into Garda corner. Everyone in the top 4 goes shallow as you like into Garda to avoid any moves being done on them.
So at the moment, Anwar Barul-Smith has 1,507 points. Joe Holmes has 1,506 points. It's actually a change of tactics now for Joe Holmes. He's got to push Dickie Allen off the front of this pack, isolate him, and not risk Anwar Barul-Smith trying to get through if he goes for the lead, but he can't do so. Richard Allen is defending for his life here. Big putt from Kurt Holmes. Now that could be controversial. That could be very controversial because Anwar Barul-Smith is now down to 5th place. He's out of control. He's out of the championship position now. 1,505 points to 1,506. Penalty. Penalty for Kurt Holmes. ABC bump and pass. That now puts Barul-Smith back into championship paying position on countback.
And I have to say that's the right call for me.
Absolutely.
For race control. He barreled in
Absolutely
there.
the right call.
Hairpin 2. You can see Anwar Barul-Smith hand in the air. Dickie Allen defensive against Joe Holmes here. They are not pulling away from this pack.
But if Kurt Holmes now defends, there's the gap will appear.
Yes.
The gap will appear for Joe Holmes to go for a big one on Richard Allen, take the lead.
Barul-Smith down the inside. Beautiful move, critical move there. Has he got the run off the corner though? He's going to have to swoop around the outside of the S's. Kurt Holmes is going to do a favour for Joe here and defend like crazy. It's allowing Joe Holmes to isolate Richard Allen. If he can get a move on Dickie Allen, Joe Holmes moves back into the key position, but Barul-Smith is through again on Kurt Holmes, and he's not happy here. That's not on. That's not on. Kurt can't do that.
I'm going to say that could put his C2 championship at risk here.
Alcock is through, by the way, and that's fine from Chris Alcock. He just saw the opportunity side by side between Allen and Joe Holmes. Joe Holmes is going to try and get the switch back out at 2, and look how late that Richard Allen was wise to it. Going to be a better run off of hairpin 1 for Joe Holmes, but he'll be on the outside of hairpin 2. Anwar Barul-Smith has got to get by on Chris Alcock.
He's fine. He's fine. At the moment, he's fine. It's tied on points. 1,506. 1,506. It's still the countback situation that would give the title to Anwar Barul-Smith. This is the most incredible season finale in Club 100 Sprints for many a year. And Dickie Allen knows the situation. He's got to defend. 1 minute to go. It's going to be the last lap. Chris Alcock's coming back into this as well. A man who's had many a good result round here at Buckmore Park. We still don't know. We've been racing since February. It's the last lap of the championship. We still don't know who's going to be the heavyweight champion.
Nose to tail here through the first sector of the lap. Richard Allen goes to the inside. Chris Alcock's the only one on a conventional line, but he'll be hung out to dry. Anwar Barul-Smith
He's gone through.
He's gone through on Chris Alcock. And now it's Anwar Barul-Smith on the tail of Joe Holmes. That's definitely not enough for Joe Holmes. And he has to get a pass on Richard Allen here to have a chance. As they come down through, there's one more sector to go of this heavyweight Club 100 season, and we still don't know the champion.
It's got to be, you've got to set it up into Garda or off of Garda. Is he going to see down the inside Richard Allen? What a race win. It's not going to be his first one of the year. Joe Holmes knows the situation. Richard Allen is going to win at Buckmore Park, but for the first time since 2015, Anwar Barul-Smith wins a top division Club 100 Sprints champion. The reign of Holmes is over. For the first time, Joe Holmes has not won the title, but he's magnanimous in defeat. There is your champion by one solitary point. The applause on the gantry there to Anwar Barul-Smith, who in 2023 will have the #1 plate on his kart instead of the #2. What an incredible final.
That was one of the best, make no mistake. The entertainment value of that race was absolutely superb. To have everything on the line that much, and what was great was as he went over the line practically, the applause there from Joe Holmes, and you can see already the congratulations coming in. What a way to win it. High drama indeed. You know, when Anwar dropped down, I think he dropped as far down as fifth. And it was like, this could open things up. But it was, in the end, it was won very fairly there, and wow, what a way for it to end there. Anwar Barul-Smith is your 2022 heavyweight champion in senior sprints for Club 100, and it happened in dramatic fashion.
The provisional scores are as thus. Anwar Barul-Smith finishes the 2022 Club 100 Heavyweight Sprints Championship with 1,507 points. Joe Holmes, the former champion, finishes on 1,506 points. Richard Allen finishes in third. What a race from Dickie Allen. I mean, we've seen some incredible drives from Dickie Allen over the last few years since he moved to Club 100. He's just gone another step up and delivered 1,500 points and a very well-deserved third place in the championship for Richard Allen. The comments are flooding in. Trevor Randall says, well done, Richard Allen, on the race win. Ian Blake is saying we are the world champions. Kai Crawford, brilliant race. Craig Brown, Luke Hornsby, thank you so much, guys, all for tuning in. I hope that one delivered. But yes, there is your champion receiving the congratulations from the folks down there in the paddock. Oh, let's just go to C2 as well, because we've had that one decided.
Yes.
Kurt Holmes finished in 6th, Mikey Nichols in 7th, but there were penalties, but it won't change the story because Mikey Nichols needed to win the race overall. So Kurt Holmes becomes the 2022 Club 100 Heavyweight C2 Sprints champion. Oh dear! We're
looking forward to that one.
When we were putting the notes together before this one, and we were updating all those numbers and the results from Whilton and from Ellough Park, and we haven't really mentioned Anwar didn't have a good round at Ellough Park at all. He finished the final in 10th.
Yeah.
He had a 7th in the heats, and it had closed it all up. And we thought of this scenario of what happens if Joe is in the lead of the race and Anwar is in 2nd. What on earth is going to happen? Well, that happened. And it was an incredible way for the Heavyweights Championship to conclude. Boy, we've got to do it all again in the afternoon, mate, with the lightweights.
Yeah, really, just another little plot line there. By the way, I feel like, I think I saw Lenny Wood have a penalty, which would... Has Nicholas Walker ever taken a super heavyweight round win? I'm just saying, on a different plot point, I'm going to have to double check that one. Because there's so much going on in that race, we have to follow it up. Yeah, Nicholas Walker wins in super heavyweights for round 11. I don't know if he's done that before. Bill Taylor finishing down in for 25th.
Now hang on.
There's
a
an
minute, ladies
exclusion
and
being
gentlemen.
shown here, and that is for Kurt Holmes for an ABC single place advantage second offence.
Still doesn't change the scenario. It means
Okay.
Kurt Holmes takes a 0 score. No, he doesn't. He takes an 104 score. Yeah, it still doesn't change the situation.
Okay.
It's effectively
Okay.
the same as 26th place.
All right, so
in an A final.
race exclusion there for Kurt Holmes, but he is still your
By
class,
5 points.
Yeah, by 5 points will be Class 2 champion. Okay. So Bill Taylor already your super heavyweight champion, but congratulations to Nicholas Walker, who takes a super heavyweight round victory. Well done as well to Tim Penny, who takes the Class 2 win for the day. Oh, and Dickie Allen won the round, by the way. I don't like all of that. So they're your round victors. But my goodness me, what a dramatic way for the season to end in the beautiful autumn sunshine here at Buckmore Park. That was something special.
It was indeed. We are going to, I think, take a break now. We're going to show you our interview with Stefan Gruber from
Yes.
Whilton Mill.
Yep.
We'll be back down in the paddock later on for another chat with the drivers ahead of the lightweights. Sorry, James, are we going down to the podium?
I think you're just going to keep the shot on the podium here
Okay.
that we've got. We might take a look at that and then go to the Martin Gruber interview.
If you've enjoyed the commentary across your social media networks at Double Dash really does help us out when folks give that like button, the press and follow page and all of that business. Helps us be able to get this commentary out to a wider audience. And if you haven't already, surely that race, of any race, is enough to press the subscribe button here on Alpha Live, the thumbs up and the notification bell. Oh, I'm having the adrenaline come down now after that one. The trophy's being presented to our winners here today for round 11 of the heavyweights.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not done. Absolutely not done. We've got some good fun coming up this afternoon in the lightweights. The championship situation is more nailed
Yes,
nailed on there.
C3 is still up to grabs, but I think that one will be decidedly easier to articulate as to what's going on out on circuit than what we saw, especially in that A final.
You still need a voice to articulate something.
True.
I don't know if we're still going to have that, but plenty of fun still to come in the lightweight. So definitely, please rejoin us after the lunch break. But I think until then, we're going to say. Ta-ra, enjoy your break, and we'll see you back later for the lightweights.
And runner-up today in the super heavyweights, finishing 20th in the A. Congratulations, driver number 12, Lenny Wood. And just those 2 positions above Lenny then to take 18th place, finishing 18th in the A final, but winning the final round here at Buckmore Park in the super heavyweights. Driver number 29, Nicholas Walker. Well done, there's our supers there, ladies and gentlemen, for you. Moving on to Class 2 now, and all 3 in the top 10, finishing in 7th place overall in the A final, but 3rd in Class 2, ladies and gentlemen, driver number 96, Tim Williams. And your runner-up finishing just above Tim then, finishing 6th overall today. And runner-up in Class 2, driver number 10, Mikey Nichols. But ladies and gentlemen, winning Class 2 today, finishing 5th overall. Congratulations. Top step in Class 2 goes to driver number 165, Tim Penny. Well on guys, our top 3 Class 2s there, and now it's top 3 overall today. All C1s, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd place today goes to driver number 2, Anwar Beryl Smith. And your runner-up today, ladies and gentlemen, goes to driver number 1, Joe Holmes. And winning the final round of the heavyweight championship here at Buckmore Park. Taking this race win goes to driver number 26, Dickie ladies and gentlemen, while these photos are being taken, can we have a big round of applause, please, to your new heavyweight champion of Club 100 2022 goes to Anwar Beryl Smith. Fantastic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask for heavyweights to vacate the area, thank you very much, guys and girls, for supporting us.
The podium here at Whilton Mill, here on the Saturday, the SP60 going on behind us at the moment. And I'm very glad to introduce to you all Stefan Gruber, the karting manager and the head honcho at Rotax. Great to have you here this weekend, Stefan. What brings you to Club 100?
What brings me to Club 100? You know, there is about 40 karts outside with Rotax engines. You must see this, yeah? Engines which are, let's say, on a very high level already in hours. We want to understand, you know, what's going on there. People enjoy it, obviously. Two-stroke racing, yeah, that's what I want to see. The processes as well. And also to meet again my good old friend, John Weiger.
Absolutely. I mean, JV made the switch to Rotax a few years ago. You've got all these drivers here kitted out, ready to go. What do you think of the setup and the atmosphere here in the paddock?
The atmosphere is just great. You know, you see that there is probably 200 drivers today, jump in, jump out, always with a smile in their face. Obviously, they enjoy two-stroke racing, and you know, this is what we want. We want to bring it broader. We just not want to have it to the elite, which is also important for sure, yeah, in the pyramid. But we would like to have everybody giving the chance to race the two-stroke. And I think this is what you can do best, also with moderate budget here with Club 100.
Well, speaking to JV earlier in the week, across all the different events that he runs, BUKC, the cadets, the new cadet championship we've had this year with the Micromax engine, juniors, what we've got here this weekend, we've got about 2,000 people have raced this year. What do you think it is that makes it so popular here in the UK and also for drivers overseas? We do have some drivers from Germany and Belgium come over to race.
As I already said, you know, I think motorsport is really also around budget. Yeah, we know the top elite sport, they are going really in quite high level. But I think it's very important that you offer something to a moderate budget as well. But also not to miss, you know, the lateral forces, the racing scenery, the racing experience. And this is what you get here, yeah? And I think the guys are doing a great job. I like it also that they can do it with a race engine, a little bit modified, yes, of course, that we come even up to 300 hours of using the engine. But obviously it's a concept working for John Weiger, for GV as you call him, but mainly also for the customers. Yeah, that's why 2,000 obviously enjoying it.
Obviously Rotax has had a long association with the UK, classes running in owner drivers for many, many years. How did the collaboration with Club 100 first come about?
You know, we have a distributor, Jack. Very well partners. We work very close with them on a regular basis to exchange. And yeah, I think it was one day they called me, there is a gentleman who wants to meet you. Finally, I jumped on a plane, went to UK and we met. And this is where we are. I think it's about a couple of years ago now. I think he's happy, customers are happy. We are happy as well. And this is also the reason why I'm here. You know, I want to experience this concept. And who knows, maybe there is some other country as well who wants to use this concept in the future.
Absolutely. Club 100 now being part of Motorsport UK's karting pathway, being part of making karting more accessible for drivers. I think you touched on it earlier. How do Rotax's values align with that?
You mean align with these kind of concepts?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is other countries as well using it. We call it a ride and drive concept, or let's say high performance rental. Yeah, and we have other countries as well using the Rotax engine, which is dedicated as a race engine. Yeah, but you know, with our durability, with our fair racing, because we really work hard that the engine out of the box is ready to win. So not to need necessarily an engine builder or a tuner. Yes, and with this, I think the concept is just perfect for a ride and drive. So we definitely have this part of our lineup, if you call it.
Good stuff. I want to talk about Rotax Grand Finals coming up in November in Portugal at Portimao. Very excited. It's an event that UK drivers have had good success in the past. Do you see someone with the karting pathway that's in place now, all the way to the top of karting in the UK, can you see one of these drivers in the future getting to Rotax Grand Finals by taking those steps along the way with Rotax?
Why not? You know, it's all about the motorsport ladder. I think this is definitely what Rotax wants to achieve. We want to have a broad base for club racing. We call it Rotax Life as a general new brand. Having a Arrive and Drive, we also use it for E20 as an example. E20 is, as you might know, our electric kart. Also Arrive and Drive concept, and also there you have the chance to go to the Grand Final. Who knows? Maybe one of these guys also wants to qualify for the event at the Grand Final.
Absolutely. I want to talk further about British Kart Championships. Obviously that is at the very top of the karting pathway in the UK. Again, great engagement with the Rotax classes this year, 170 drivers. Have you been able to watch any of that coverage from Alpha Live? I mean, we're here next weekend for the final round at Whilton Mill. What do you make of it and what it's achieved since its inception?
So actually, as UK Motorsport started, as they changed a bit the structure, we were coming really in, let's say, close relationship to work with each other. For us, it's mandatory to work with the local ASNs. Absolutely, I think it's important to support this as a whole for the sport. What I really appreciate is that obviously UK Motorsport also is interested to widen the base, not just the top, widen the base, and also with supporting these kind of events. And we are working on a regular base together. Next week, unfortunately, I have already plans. I cannot come, but again, you know, I'm quite involved. I get every race results short term, and UK Motorsport is one of our most important market, definitely.
Excellent stuff. Last question before I let you go. Have you had a chance to go out yet and sample one of the Club 100s? If not, would you like to?
Not yet. I think the guys are busy here, but maybe if there is a chance, I would like to. Fortunately, I didn't bring my helmet, but I think there is a lot of them here.
We've got some gear. I think we might be able to sort you out. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you for your time. Great to have you here, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you, I will do, and all the best also for the end of the season, and looking forward to our final event in Portimao.
Around turns 1 and 2, and then straight through the cut through and down the pit lane approach, and then you come so we can get the next races going in a faster fashion. All right, kart retirement area by the workshop. There are 2 cones there. Park up in front of those if you are going to retire your car for whatever reason. They're absolutely amazing this weekend. They are every weekend. Even when they're not racing, they're amazing. I look at them and cuddle them on the weekends that I have off, which is 5 weekends a year. Yeah. Those 5 weekends I miss the go-kart, so I go back to the workshops and give them a cuddle. So look after them for me today, all right? We're going to collect your number plates after your racing today. All number plates returned, as well as those transponders, drivers. We need to recycle them for next year. All right. Any brand new drivers here today? The first sprint race. Who drives in their very first sprint race? Come and see me. Come and see me, sir. I've got one driver that needs a buddy. Yeah, come. This is Alexander. Alexander Benoit. Anybody got a bit of French blood in them? Come and say hello to Alexander. Could you come in one? Oh, this is like social for the Club 100, isn't it? It's amazing, isn't it? Mike, what a star. What a star. There you go, that's Mike, yeah. Okay. He's trapped around. All right, everybody, please, really good behaviour. Show each other respect today. Let's finish the season on a high, yeah? With some good, clean racing out there. Drivers in the testing, get your number plates on the carts from the front right way to the back, and your race transponders. And we're going to get going literally in 2 minutes' time. Hurry up! towards it. Quick as we can, drivers, for a test. Can you get your underfloats and transponders on there? We want to get going as quick as we can.
Driver number 33. Put your number on the cart, but you are nowhere to be seen. Driver 33.
Well, welcome back everybody after the lunch break here at Buckmore Park for continued coverage on your Alpha live stream of round 11 of the Senior Sprints Championship for Club 100 for 2022. It's the final round of the Sprints Championship in Club 100, or the Senior Sprints I should say, in Club 100 for this year. We've already been treated to an absolute stellar finish to the heavyweights this morning, and we've got some fun to have in the lightweights. Let's hand straight down to Andrew, who's in the paddock, to get further thoughts down there.
Thank you, Howard. Back down again in the paddock. Our lightweights are practicing at the moment, or some of our lightweights are practicing at the moment. We're going to spend the next 20 minutes having another little chat with the drivers, seeing how they're feeling ahead of today. Let's just step over the barrier. I'm just going to grab James Wattis for a second. Yeah, first victim. James, how are we feeling today?
Yeah, not too bad. First round of the year, because I've didn't think I'd sort of had a little break. Thought I'd give this last round a go and just see how we get on, and then decide what I want to do next year. So see how rubbish I've become, basically.
Buckmore Park, is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, one of my favourites. That's mainly the reason I've come, just because it's local as well, and it's one of my favourites. So give it a go, see how we get on, and yeah, hopefully I won't be too bad. But B Final's the aim.
B Final the aim. It got a bit misty in the afternoon yesterday. Is it going to be tricky out there, you reckon?
As long as it doesn't get dewy and damp, it'll be all right. But yeah, we'll see. Fingers crossed it stays dry, because I don't fancy a wet race back. So see what happens.
Good stuff. Great to see you, James. Great to have you back. I'm going to cut in here and talk to Yusuf bin Sahel. Yusuf, step in for a second.
Hello, Andrew.
You're having a good season so far.
Am I?
I think you are.
Oh, I'll take that then. No, I was just saying, I haven't really been looking where I am overall, so I've just kind of been looking relative to the C1 guys as well, so I don't know where I am amongst all the C2s right now.
In terms of sprints, how different is it to BUKC?
Well, as you know, I was always in the rookies, so it's very different to the rookies. There's a lot more competition now, which is always good fun. It's been a big learning experience, because a lot of drivers have their elbows out, so then you try to match by getting your elbows out, and then you learn, okay, you can't have your elbows out that much. So it's just been kind of finding the right spot this season, and yeah, been getting there slowly.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck out there today. Just see if Keith Segal's up for a chat with us. Keith, a quick word. Hello. Keith, another one of our veterans here in Club 100. You've been racing for many years. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, hopefully it'll be a good race. Ellough was good, but that was a bit more wet, so maybe I just need a lot more rain to come before I start getting out on the track there.
What's important around this Buckmore Park circuit in the lightweights for doing well?
Coming first.
Good answer. We've talked to Tim Hill this morning. He's been back for many years. He's still planning to come back. Are we going to see you again next year as well?
Yeah, because at the moment I was obtained a whole load of overalls, which were all in white, and I've still got two which are still clean. So until I get those dirty, I can't really hang up my racing boots. So it'll have to be next season, the end of that one, unless I can get more clean overalls, of course.
I've got to ask, is the Firestone suit still in some shape or form in one piece?
Yeah, it's still in one piece, but it's taken up a bit of space at home, which the missus is not too fond about. But there again, you know, she's not that fond of motorsport anyway. So the whole room, which has got various bits of memorabilia in it, is sort of not really her favourite place at the moment.
Good stuff. Well, good to see you, Keith.
And
keep driving. Will do. Keith Segal there. So Keith's been racing in Club 100 for many years. I remember racing against Keith myself in lightweights back in the mid-2010s. Let's see who else we can find. Let's venture as well, if the camera will reach, up to the paddock area. This is where all the Club 100 staff are preparing the karts, changing them round, getting them kitted out for the following races, should they need any tinkering. Just see some of our heavyweights as well, wrapping up for the day. What an incredible A Final that was to finish out the season. I think we'll also go and have a chat with our champion. So C1 and C2 already decided in lightweights, but let's go and have a chat with Fraser Brunson. I don't know what he's ordering. He might be ordering flat white coffee, I don't know. A very quick chat. Fraser,
how's it going?
You did it. C1 champion already. You've got a beaming smile on your face ahead of the final round here today.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to today. Just here to enjoy myself, have lots of fun, send some people into the shadow realm, and yeah, should be good.
We weren't able to be with you at Ellough Park. A clean sweep on the day. What was going through your mind as you got through that result?
So I wasn't actually too sure if I won it yet, but throughout the whole year, me and Mike pushed each other to the limits, and I think we both improved massively since Buckmore here at round one. So yeah, it's good.
And looking further ahead, I think, are you still doing BUKC Cardiff this year?
Of course, I'm captain this year. So shout out to the Cardiff team, and yeah, it should be good.
Qualifiers next weekend. What are you aiming for? Obviously, the A team into the mains again. But your hopes of multiple Cardiff teams in there this year?
So I've submitted 3 teams. Hopefully 2 in the Prems and 1 in the Inters. Hopefully we'll get a top 3 in the A team as well this year.
Good stuff. Well, good to see it, and well done again, Fraser, on the win. Best of luck for this afternoon. Fraser Brunson there, say already C1 lightweights champion. And yeah, it's such an impressive season. I've raced or seen Fraser race for many years. I remember when he was just about tall enough to get into the karts. But yeah, really, really good to see him improve. In fact, I'm going to try and see if Dante's free for a quick word. Because Dante, we've just had a chat with Fraser. He's sealed the C1 championship. You've sealed the C2 championship. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, very pleased to get it done before the last round. Takes a lot more stress off the shoulders, basically. I mean, we saw that the A final from the heavyweights. I'm glad I wasn't. Don't have to be in that sort of situation today. So yeah, just gonna have some good fun today.
Although there's no specific trophies for it, you're also in a very good position still within the overall standings as well. Do you reckon another position is possible here today?
I think it'll be very tricky. I think Mike's got a good little advantage. I can't remember exactly what he said on the table. However, I just want to keep the P3 overall. I think that's where I am at the moment. That'll be very nice to keep that. I'll be smiling at the end of the day if I'm still there.
And more success, I understand, in the British Indoor Karting Championship as well.
Yeah, that was good. Really, really fun. Very good event run by Team Sport. I think they did a brilliant job. Very well run event. Yeah, so I had that last weekend and back here this weekend. So a completely different style of karting, completely different venue, other side of the UK. So yeah, it's good to keep doing stuff.
Good stuff. Well done, Dante. We'll see you out there. But yeah, Dante Dillon just keeps winning. I think if he sticks around with sprints, he'll be a factor in C1 next year. We've got 11 minutes till the end of this practice session. I'm just going to see if Samuel Essery's up for a chat with us. Sam?
Oh, yeah.
Sam, good to see you again. This time last year you were winning the C3 championship. How have you found this season stepping up to C2?
I found this year a new, how do you call it? I found it very interesting with the C2s because when I was down at C3, I was at the back most of the time, and now I moved up to C2, moving up down in the positions. It's like a new level of competition for me. It's very interesting. I feel I learned a lot this season.
What are the specifics, would you say, where you've taken those steps forwards? Because you have been competitive in C2 this year.
Yeah. I could say I'm just getting there with competitiveness. I just need a bit more aggressive with the cards and other stuff like that.
Buckmore Park, a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a good circuit around here. It's really enjoyable for me. I love this circuit. It's easy to learn this track, but it's hard to master it, I could say. Like, you might be going around at one course, oh, I did that very well, and then everyone else goes past you. So it's kind of like a very hard circuit to master, I could say.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck for today, Sam. We'll see you out there. As we say, about 10 minutes of this session to go. This session similar to the one that we saw earlier on this morning, where often a pair will share the driving time, really, and take 15 minutes each. The conditions as well, the very different thing that the drivers are having to deal with now. Not as much, we'll be talking about visibility a lot so far today. This morning it was the fog, this afternoon, it's the lowering sun, the setting sun, especially as you come over the top here, through Cafe Corner, you go back over the rise of the hill. The sun is straight in your eyes. And we did see yesterday at the back end of the endurance race, that get quite tricky for some drivers. And we'll be actually going further in this session. We'll be going into the darkness, into the night, to see who can master those conditions. The temperatures will drop as well, particularly in the latter races. You'll start getting a bit of dew on the circuit. Drivers who can get on top of that and control that situation, I'm pretty sure will do well today. Let's keep following on round and seeing who we can find. Might have a chat with Bryn Alban again, who we had a talk with at Whilton Mill. Yeah, again, a very end of school feel almost for the lightweights here today. Out for a bit of fun, and what a circuit to have a bit of fun around. Bryn, have a chat with us again.
Hello.
It's been a fantastic season, hasn't it?
It's not been too bad. Yeah, not been too shabby, really.
What are we hoping for today here at Buckmore?
Well, me and Matt Cockram have got a battle on for 10th overall in the lightweight championship. So that's the aim, is to beat Matt today. But that means that we both really need to make it into an A final today. So yeah, if we don't do that, then it's game over. But yeah, it'll be good. It'll be fun.
Had a good run yesterday in the Saturday racing?
Yeah, it was good yesterday. We managed to come second in the Inters class, and then that was enough for us to clinch the championship yesterday. So yeah, we were super happy at the end of the day yesterday.
And going into 2023, any plans set in stone yet that we can tell us about?
Yeah, same again really. We're going to do the endurance as a trio again, moving up to Clubman for next year. And then, yeah, booked in for the whole of the season for the sprints as well. So we'll see whether I get that elusive red plate or not. But yeah, we're there or thereabouts at least. Definitely.
Well, thanks for talking to us, Bryn. Have a good day. Who else can we find who we've not talked to already? So there are quite a few BUKC drivers here today as well, because we've got say that next week. Just had a note as well. Thank you to Amy Breacher and James Taylor as well, because they've provided some sustenance for us in the commentary booth. Yeah, how many minutes have we got? We've got about 7 minutes to go. Who else shall we spring on? In fact, I'm going to spring on this man here. Ramanas. Hello. We've got to have a chat because we've had some really good battles in endurance the last couple of races.
Yes, we did. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, yeah.
How have you been doing that? Doing the 2 hours all by yourself?
I don't know. It's just having fun, I guess. And yeah, that was my aim, probably, is just to try whether I can do it myself or no. And obviously I enjoyed it a lot, and I'm going to do it next year as well.
What's transferable from yesterday to today? The weather conditions are fairly similar to 24 hours ago?
Yes, very, very similar. A bit slippy maybe in turn one if you go too tight, but yeah, it looks very similar, to be honest.
Did you catch any of the heavyweights earlier and see how they got on?
So I looked at the final and watching it, and yeah, it was very exciting. Yeah, in particular, yeah, battle with John, Anwar and all the guys at the front, yeah.
What would be a good result here today?
Hoping for the A final, and yeah, as high as possible.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, and hopefully see Ramanas out on circuit very, very soon. As I say, had some really good battles with Ramanas. The last couple of rounds of the Endurance Championship. Going to try and see if Chris Woods is up for a chat with us. He's just come off circuit. Fresh out the kart. Chris, how's the circuit feeling out there just whilst you get your helmet off?
It feels pretty dry. The only corner which is a bit greasy, I think, is turn 1 and 2, or turn 1, the long corner. That's a bit hairy on the entry, and some of the paint is a bit slippy, but otherwise, I would say normal conditions, dry.
Good stuff. Racing into the night tonight, we've done it a few times, often with the lightweights finishing in the last round. How does that differ from, say, earlier visits in the season to this place?
I think it gives it a bit more atmosphere. I mean, for the driving, it doesn't make too much difference to me. It means I'm going to have to rush to change my visor. But other than that, it adds a bit of atmosphere, I think. Yeah, it's good fun. I enjoy racing in the dark here.
How do you feel the season's gone for yourself?
Quite well. I've only done, I think this is my 4th or 5th round. I'm kind of pretty average, so I managed to get a podium in each round, 1 win in the heats, and finished in the A Final every time. So personally, yeah, that's pretty decent. I'm all right with that.
Planning to continue into 23?
Yeah, but I'll do as a part-time program. I'll be doing the first couple of rounds and the last few, and keep my summer a bit more flexible, I think. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing as many as I can.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Chris. We'll see you out later. Right. Well, I can hear the drivers being called for Heat 1, so I think we might be wrapping up quite soon. Greg Smith's just come in again. We had a chat to him earlier on this morning. You can see the drivers getting weighed up as well. This is always quite a key one, obviously, in the lightweights, because a number of them tend to be younger drivers and need to put on the lead ballast, and if in the case of Fraser, a lot of lead ballast to get up to 75. You don't want to get that on the wrong. A day like today can actually be quite tricky for the weight, because you can easily lose half a kilo or so, because it's such a physical circuit, and in my opinion it's become an even more physical circuit in recent times as the track has evolved over these past few years. 3.5 minutes of this session to go, and I think we'll probably head back up now to Howard in the commentary box as we get ready for this next set of heats. 12 heats and 3 finals coming up this afternoon here at Buckmore Park for the Club 100 Sprints.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Great to get some thoughts down in the paddock there in a slightly more chilled out lightweight paddock relative to the heavyweights, just because of the situation in the championships. Having said that, there are 3 subclasses in the lightweights. We've got the class 1, 2 and 3, and class 3 is still not decided yet. So just to give you the situation on that, Harrison Kirkham comes into today as the person to beat in that class. He's the number 119 kart, so look out for him across his heats. He's currently sat on 1,242 points, 1,242 overall. That's not accounting for drop scores. He's currently got 960 to count. He's got 12.42 on the board. George Lawler in the number 63 is the next down. He's got 1,170 with 953 to count at the moment. So even based on the scores they've already got dropped, there's just 7 points in it. And then third in that one is Adam Britton. He's on 1,109, 920 to count. I don't think... I think he's an outside chance for that at the very least, but it is definitely going to be interesting between Harrison Kirkham and George Lawler on that one. And as before, you've got the drop scores coming into play, so it's not just as simple as who outscores who. It's to do with what scores do they have to fall back on in the season. Now, the point that Andrew made there about the sun and the visibility coming up the hill, I cannot stress enough how difficult that is. When I've been here before racing at around this time of day, at this time of year, and even the sun in your eyes as you come up the hill through Cafe Corner. Cafe Corner is a blind corner, okay? It takes a certain amount, it's flat out. It takes a certain amount of commitment at the best of times. If you can't see, it's even worse. The one thing I would say is that already I think we may have passed the worst point of it for visibility. The sun behind, there's a bit of cloud cover coming in now, and the sun's starting to dip behind the tree line. Then the darkness is going to come about. So what Chris Woodger was talking about there, the scramble to fit your clear visor. And it is a clear, if you're thinking, well, why don't I just start with the clear visor? The issue is the visibility up the hill. You really do want a tinted visor, if at all possible, coming up the hill as the sun is dipping down, but then you need to switch over to the clear visor. And the point there that it doesn't make a huge difference to the driving. It does mean, I always find that the one big thing about the floodlights is obviously you've got, your light source has changed from the sun to the floodlights around you. And I can find that the shadows can sometimes play tricks on me just as I'm adjusting to the light. If you've got someone behind you, casting a very long shadow maybe from a floodlight, suddenly a shadow can happen on a corner that makes you go, just for a split second, someone's coming down the inside of me, and they're actually quite a way back. So I've had that happen before, but take the point that he makes there. It's fairly similar on how you're going to drive. It's just the temperatures start to dip. Although it's not been particularly warm anyway over the course of today. Test session is over now, though. So the driver just coming in from that session. It was Reese Pope who set the fastest time there. Well done, Reese. And yeah, I'm gonna echo Andrew's thanks as well. Thank you to Amy Breacher and James Taylor. We're enjoying the confectionery that you bought for us in the comms box. So thank you very much for that. The Alpha crew enjoying it as well. So yeah, less pressure then, less championship hype, if you like, coming into today. But we kind of like that. I kind of like that. We're just here to have some fun this afternoon. Racing into the darkness. It's going to be nice and atmospheric, nice and just good old-fashioned racing fun here at Buckmore Park to round out what has been a fantastic 2022 season. And it gets underway in just a moment here at the circuit with your first heat of 12 for the lightweights coming right up next here on your Alpha live stream. Here we go then for the racing for the lightweights for round 11 of the 2022 Senior Sprints Club 100 Championship. Jeremy Deeks will start from pole position with Adam Wright alongside on the front row. Dan Seeger and Christopher Powell make up row number 2. And it'll be James Martin and Russell Cooper on row 3. Chris Woodger and Martin Theodori make up row 4, and then it's Andrew Rabbage and Keith Segal to round out your top 10. Ashley White and Corey Smith are on row number 6. Matt Ellis and Oliver Bailey are row 7. Penny Millman and Michael Reeder are row 8. Row 9 is James Browning and Lewis Stagg. And then on row 10, rounding out the 19 kart field, is Adam Sheargold. That's how they round up for the first heat of the day. 12 heats, you might say, or I'm here to support a particular driver and I didn't hear their name there. How does that all work? Here's a run through of the format. We'll have these 12 heats. They're 7 minutes each, and each driver will contest 3 of them. And each of the heats that they do will be part of a 4-heat block. In essence, you can think of the 12 heats as 3 rotations of 4. When we get to the end of heat number 4, all drivers will have contested 1 heat. When we get to the end of heat number 8, all drivers will have contested 2. So everyone sort of moves through their program at an even rate throughout the day. In terms of grid positions for those heats, everybody has random grid positions allocated to them. There we go. Over on DDMO, we're giving our thanks for the. It's fantastic. Yes, we're loving the stuff that's being brought to us. So thank you to everyone who's bought us chocolates, Jaffa cakes. It's been lovely. I'm wondering if this is sabotaging my racing season next year, but
no, they're really good. I won't suggest about Christmas presents live on the air. Moving swiftly on.
I don't know what that was. Mr. Mathers got back from the paddock. Oh gosh, I'd lost my flow then. Right, 12 heats. Everyone will have contested 3. 3 rotations of 4 heats. Do you know, there's mist descending over the circuit at one end again, I have to say. I'm not sure sunlight in the eyes is going to become a problem soon. It's just, can you see anywhere around the track? But anyway, grid positions, that's what we were talking about. The grid positions for everyone across those heats are randomly allocated such that everybody has the same average starting position across their heats. In practice, what that means is you will have one where you start from relatively close to the front, one where you start from relatively close to the back, and one where you start from the middle. So everyone will have the even opportunity there. The exception to all of that is Class 3, our novice class, where to avoid the pressure of an inexperienced driver having to start a race from pole position, they are always put to the back of the grid, but even within that subclass, they'll be randomly allocated within that class. So they'll be at the back of the grid, but in one race you'll start from maybe the front of the Class 3 rows, one you'll start from the back, and one you'll be in the middle of them all. So they still have random grid positions within all that. I have to say, as someone who was competing in some Club 100 championships at times when they didn't have that system, and as a newcomer, I did start one race from pole. It was slightly intimidating, so I think it's a very good system to help them cut their teeth. That's what Samuel Essery was talking about when Andrew spoke to him, about how, this year he's like, well, I've been more up and down with the positions. The reason for that is because he's had those more competitive grid positions by dint of the fact that he's no longer in Class 3 and in that pack at the back at the start of a race. So we'll go through all of the heats. The drivers will each be able to accrue as many points as they possibly can. Those are championship points, so a heat win will give you 20 championship points. Second will give you 19th, third 18th, so on and so forth. That aspect of the scoring is pretty simple. It's just each position gets you an extra point. This cloud is descending really quickly over this circuit. I have to say, if you combine this with darkness, visibility could get very interesting. But anyway, after we've done that, so it's about getting championship points, but it's also about bagging the best position that you can on the finals grids. When we get to the final races, those are longer. They are, instead of 7 minutes long, they're 12 minutes long. We'll have a C Final, a B Final, an A Final. The points that you've accrued over the heats will determine where you start on the grids and indeed which final you are in. If you've had a bad time of it in the heats, there's the opportunity of redemption through the promotion system, where the top 4 finishes in the C Final get through to the B, and the top 2 finishes in the B Final get through to the A Final. The big prize in the A Final is 130 championship points, and so on and so forth, working down by 1 point per position all the way through the grids, all the way down through to the C Final results. The subclasses, although we do have class 1, 2 and 3, they are all scored together, and so each position counts even though there are individual subclasses. In terms of plate colours, class 1 drivers in lightweights run red number plates, and class 2 and 3 run black number plates. That's how to tell them apart there. And don't forget, you can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Club 100 and you can see all the live timing there. We've also got our stream over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media channel, so if you'd like to supplement your Alpha Live experience, do please check us out over there. And Alpha Live, do please give them a like, share, subscribe. And they're trying to get to 5,500 subscribers on Instagram as well. So do please go over there and check that feed. How are we doing on that, Kat? What was... Okay, we're 34 short of getting to 5,500 followers on Instagram. Honestly, if you had have taken a photo of the track at 10 a.m. this morning and now, you would think they were from the same time.
Yes.
The mist has descended to look exactly the same. We can't see the sun anymore. It's honestly fascinating. James, have you got a if we can, let's cue it up. If we've got a replay from this morning and how similar it looks, just wants to roll, although I don't know if we're about to be good for a start. We might be this time. But this is the conditions this morning. It looks no different. It looks no different. It's really been, and we've had sun in the, just then in the practice, Andrew making some very good points about the drive, sun in the eyes on Cafe Corner. But this could be interesting, as we're going to be good for a start this time around. I can see Jeremy Deeks outside of a comms position window. Here he is, taking them through Cafe Corner. At least sun in the eye isn't going to be a concern through Cafe Corner. There's no sun. We've got a wheel off one of the carts there, but I think I've still seen the starter driver give the OK for the go, so we're going to look to the start here. Indeed we are. The 52 of Jeremy Deeks leads them away into turn number 1. Good start from Dan Seeger from third on the grid to slot up into second place. He's got himself past Adam Wright, a very experienced driver there, as Christopher Powell goes side by side with James Martin through hairpin number 1, and Russell Cooper's trying to get involved as well. And already this is descending quickly, Andrew. The visibility is dropping quickly here, and this could get very interesting when combined with darkness and the floodlights as well, as Jeremy Deeks leads them down to the lower part of the circuit, and you could, to be honest with you, even just the slight height difference between sectors 1 and 2, you can see how the visibility is better down here.
It is. It's just hanging over the top end of the circuit. There's a penalty straight away for Chris Woodrow, advantaged by track limits. The key thing, of course, being Marshall communications, and at the moment it's fine. It's a bit misty, but it's...
Oh, Dan Seeger for the lead of the race with a bit of a love tap there on the back of Jeremy Deeks' right rear of his cart. But it stays as they are for now. Still James Martin, although he's looking racy, but he's still there in 4th place. Yeah, we should be clear. Like the racing will happily continue under these conditions for now. I feel like I reference it every time there's the slightest bit of mist in the air.
Yes.
The only precedent for this is the BUKC round at Clay Pigeon in 2014, where there was a red flag thrown for severe fog. Those of you familiar with Clay Pigeon will know it's right on top of a hill and kind of have its own microclimate. And it goes
Martin Theodoru coming in.
Yeah, Martin Theodoru versus Russell Cooper and Christopher Powell there. That got interesting. Chris Woodger will be looking for any spoils that come his way from that. Indeed he is. I think he's tucked underneath Russell Cooper there at Cafe Corner. But yeah, there was a red flag thrown at Clay Pigeon once for severe fog. As Dan Seeger this time will cut underneath Jeremy Deeks, and Adam Wright will try and follow through as well. And indeed he will.
Yeah, it was a problem there for Deeks. He just got that touch wide that we've been talking about all day. You get out of the groove, you slide, you don't feel like you aren't propelling yourself forward at the rate you would like.
Yeah.
And that is what can happen. Someone then gets you on the underside going into hairpin one.
Yeah.
That might be a track limit warning coming in.
Yeah. But just for reference, to get to the point there, as Chris Woodger feels the need to go around the bollards in avoidance of something there, we would have to get to the point where, frankly, Andrew and I are not able to tell you what's going on because we can't see the karts, and that is a big hit by Ashley White on the bollards there. And that sent that one flying. I think we might see a cone penalty there for Ashley White because, yeah, that's yes, that might...
Spot on. There it is.
Yeah, there we
Down
go.
the inside
Right
goes Adam Wright, takes the lead of the race away from Dan Seeger. So Adam Wright, who has stepped across to the lightweights.
Yep. Absolutely. And
JV is replacing the cone.
He is.
Someone's going to get a stern looking at in a minute.
It's like telling off.
There he is, just on driver's right there. Yes, so no, Dan Seeger now behind Adam Wright, and we're already through 3.5 minutes of this race. Here we're having a look at the number 64 of Ashley White trying to get past Jeremy Deeks, does so. The number 39 of Russell Cooper is now down the inside, looking for another position. Beautifully done by Russell Cooper.
Yeah, one of the drivers who's, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, stepped up to Class 2 after a stint in Class 3. Last season, so great to see Russell taking the fight those further up the grid. As I'd say it is getting slightly foggier out there, but still well raceable in these conditions. So yeah, the number 39 of Cooper going through Garda, but Ashley White trying to tuck underneath. You can't find a way through at the moment in the number 64 car. Chris Woodger right on Ashley's tail, as well as there's a cone penalty for Andrew Rabbage,
who's currently embroiled in a battle with Christopher Powell. Christopher Powell, I should say, congratulations, won one of our iRacing awards. Rabbage goes for one on Deeks. That's going to give Powell an opportunity to slip by even before they get to hairpin number 2.
Yeah, congratulations around for Christopher Powell. Still quite recently got married, if I remember correctly as well. There we go.
Decidedly more important than being the Formula 3 Challenge winner for Class 2 in the Club 100 iRacing Championship, but there we go.
I think it might just edge it, yeah.
Yep.
But, you know.
Next round of that,
Mind
you can view on Wednesday nights over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel.
He was pretty dedicated, wasn't he? He still did that.
Oh,
he
yeah.
did that round on the day he got legally married, so there you go. That is dedication right there. And right now he's trying to dedicate a move down the inside of Jeremy Deeks, our pole sitter, who not for the first time has someone trying to tuck underneath him through turns 1 and 2. And that's Andrew Rabbage trying to follow through as well in the 25, and he duly does so. Side by side here between Martin Theodoru and James Martin. That looks tasty. And Theodoru's got the job done. That's a move for 3rd place.
Yeah, Martin Theodoru's been driving in with a real vigour recently. We saw him have a great final at Whilton Mill around a month or so ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Adam Wright, though, well away at the front here. I think the gap's going to go out, it has, to 1.5 seconds at the end of lap number 7. So now...
Powell got wide there. Powell got very wide. Did he manage to get round the corner?
Yes,
well, he did, but he lost position.
Yep.
And that's what a number of the drivers have been talking about so far this weekend as you get into this period of the day. As Deeks forced wide.
Yeah, and Matt Ellis was the one who was side by side with him. So we'll see how that one's called.
You get on this paint, this red paint, which is lovely to use in the summer. Gives you a lot of grip. When it just gets a bit of dew on top of it now, it becomes lethal in a braking zone, and you lose a little bit too much of it. I had several of those moments yesterday. It was like, we'll gather it up, live to fight for another day. But you'll see drivers starting to come inward now and not use that area of the track as much when they're going, especially through hairpin 1 and through Conways through turn 1.
It's a very odd way for a track to grease up as well, because it's not like light rain or something. It's just like in a few minutes, this kind of comes on very gradually. You're just like, the whole thing feels just a bit more, obviously slightly cooler as well. The sort of tyres start to give you less. It's sort of quite an odd way for a track to lose grip, I find, when fog comes in like this. And it can sometimes it's like, well, is this me losing confidence, or is this the track's getting less grippy? Adam Wright, though, is going to come across the line. Here he is in the 254. He's going to take the first win of the day in lightweights. Dan Seeger will finish second and highest place of the Class 2 runs. Martin Theodori with a strong drive and a robust move on James Martin takes himself to third. Then it is James Martin, Chris Woodger in fifth, but with the penalty to be applied, Russell Cooper in sixth, Ashley White in seventh, Andrew Rabbage in eighth, and I can't tell you any more than that because already the Heat 2 runners are out on their formation laps. So that is coming up for you next here on your Alpha live stream of Club 100. Let's take a look at your grid then for heat number 2. Josh Wood will start this one from pole. Your already confirmed 2022 lightweights champion Fraser Brunton will start alongside Steph Theodoru and Greg Smith, a returning Greg Smith, we should say, on row number 2. Michael Preston and Callum Martin are row number 3. Mike Coppin and Amy Breacher are row 4, with Ramanas Sakauskas and Kevin Schofield rounding out your top 10. Dante Dillon, your already confirmed Class 2 lightweight champion for 2022. And Yusuf Serhajono starts on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be George Lawler, one of our key protagonists in the Class 3 standings, trying to go for that championship win today. He has Joel Nichols alongside. Zach Stout and George Oxford are row 8. Toby Smith and Andy Berry are row number 9. And that rounds out the 18 kart field in heat number 2. Crucial laps these for the drivers. I mean, this, I don't think track conditions have greatly changed since practice, but the whole feel of it has. They've gone from that sunshine to, to this. And, it's just a general feel. Maybe I overthink it when it gets foggy in a Club 100. I don't know, but it adds a certain atmosphere. To the whole thing, which is quite.
I can give you some objective data.
Go on.
The fastest lap time in the test session was Reece Pope's 67.750. Lap times at the moment during this kind of warm-up phase are in the 48s.
Yeah. That's good. That proves I'm not mad on this particular point. So
moving swiftly on.
Drivers just doing their warm-up laps now, getting a feel for the grip levels out there. And then it'll be time for their 7-minute heat. The first one for all of these drivers of the day. As I say, Fraser Brunton and Dante Dillon, your Class 1 and 2 champions already confirmed. And as I say, the 63 of George Lawler. Now he's, as I understand it, the only person with a realistic chance of overhauling Harrison Kirkham for the Class 3 standings here today. I don't think he's the only person in it mathematically, but we'd have to see a result that would be fairly outstanding for a Class 3 runner in order for anybody else to get involved, by my reckoning.
Yeah, it's actually a really weird one at the moment.
Yeah.
That it depends how you cut the cake.
Oh, yes, because, yes, it does, doesn't it? Because it depends on whether we can...
Actually, George Lauder has more than a good opportunity of overhauling Harrison Kirkham, because on banked points at the moment he's ahead of him.
Yes, but on overall maximum at the moment he's
not
in second.
Yes.
So yeah, it really is an interesting one in Class 3. So we are going to have to keep an eye on it. Here we are though, good for the start. Josh Wood in the 87, Fraser Brunton alongside in the 46. Fairly even start from both sides of the grid as they pile into turn 1 here at Buckmore Park. And Fraser Brunton, I thought he was going to go all the way around the outside. He still might do, actually, but the 85 Steph Theodore is looking for a way through on the inside of hairpin number 1. Amy Breach is very wide through hairpin 1 and even on the grass out there, but she's managed to recover it there. Mike Coppins not too happy in the mid-pat, though, with all of that and how that's worked out. But it is still Josh Wood who leads them down into Symes Sweep for the first time. Oh, and that looked to me like there might be a bit of an ABC track limits there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Fraser Brunton's going to try a move up into Garda, and he's made that one stick. So it is Brunton up into the lead of the race as they come up the hill to finish lap number 1 of Heat 2 of 12.
Yeah, really good stuff so far from Brunton. And you see he's actually lifted his visor up there. That shows you how difficult it is now in terms of visibility.
I don't want to be
yes, I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say.
He can't do, in theory, he can't do that for too long because you are not supposed to lift your visor.
He will get a visor warning.
You'll get a visor warning. So I sort of get it, but you are technically, yeah. That's going to be an interesting one to see how they judge. I understand why he's done it.
Yep.
There's a very powerful case to be made that you're much safer being able to see where you're going.
Yep.
That is the conventional way to drive a go-kart, I'll grant you.
And it's probably worth anyone in the paddock noting this and watching this race. I'd go clear visor now.
Yeah. I agree. But speaking, anyone who's had a foreign object enter their helmet, I'm speaking to someone who had a lovely piece of rubber pickup once entered my helmet, and it got stuck under my eyelid in a race.
I remember that.
Anyone who's had that, there's a reason why these visor rules are in place to avoid that from happening. So I don't know. That's in the lap of the race control to make the call in these potentially extenuating circumstances here in the fog.
Second place has changed. Steph Theodorou has got through past Josh Wood, and Greg Smith is now on the scene in the number 23. Great to have him back here at Buckmore Park, a former C3 champion. We spoke to him this morning ahead of the heavyweights. The number 59 and Michael Preston coming in as well. Sorry, Michael Preston in new gear. That's just nearly caught me out.
Oh, is he?
So the Southampton BUKC driver.
Oh,
he's had a good season. Preston
so
looking down the inside. Still got the Southampton emblem on the side of his helmet. So eagle-eyed amongst you will note that one down the inside. There goes Callum Martin. Takes
nice move.
5th place.
Yep. So the difference between this morning and the fog this morning and now is that it was foggy and the track was damp.
Yes.
And now you've still got the dry grip conditions. So whilst you're right, Andrew, that to have noted that the lap times have dropped, it's still not quite the same as we saw this morning. You know, there's not a dry line forming, and if you come away from that, it's going to be too dramatic a difference on the grip.
Race controller listening to you. Howard visor warning has indeed come out for Fraser Brunton, the race leader. Mike Coppin having a real struggle here. Down in 9th place at the moment. Visor has now gone back down on Fraser Brunton on the number 46. Dante Dillon is down there in 10th at the moment as well.
Yep, there is the
tucked up behind Ramanas Chikauskas at the moment, who spoke to say he's put in an incredible amount of mileage in Club 100 machinery this year. As Ramanas.
I have to say, when I saw you interview him down there in the paddock, I feel he did not look sufficiently knackered.
It's really galling for me.
I know, it's very galling for us, but like the amount of battles that we've had with him.
I am feeling it today.
And it's like, he's like, oh yeah, no, I'll do the same next year. It's like, okay, fair play. Fair play. No, it's been great. It's been great. And it's, you know, had some really good battles.
Clean battles.
Clean battles, yeah. No, really good racing sportsmanship from him. It's been good to see. This is Callum Martin trying to get by on Greg Smith. That's the 32 against the 23.
Michael Preston at the back of this trio has just set the fastest lap of the race so far, 47.279. That's pretty on pace. As Smith runs out wide, won't be able to take. I don't think you'll be able to hold on to that one, Greg, because I don't think you had the corner by
position by the corner, but we'll wait and see on that one.
Amy Breach has been able to catch up on them in all of that confusion. And further back, it is Chikauskas, Coppin and Dillon. Mike Coppin not been able to make the progress that perhaps one would expect on his average form up through the order. As now Preston is going to have the outside line for hairpin too. That might present an opportunity for Breacher, which indeed it does. And, oh, no, he's going to keep his foot in it. Now, I'm not sure how I'd read that one. Yeah, Breacher gets through.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Preston had have kept his foot in that, I would question whether he'd gained an advantage by running off there. And we have seen they've been very diligent with the track limit penalties there, as Mike Coppin goes up the inside of Ramanas Chikauskas. And Dante Dillon tries to follow through as well. Oh, 3 wide into Cafe Corner it ended up being between them and Kevin Schofield. How did that one come out? It came out with Kevin Schofield ahead. Fair play there. So it's Schofield, Dillon, and then Chikauskas. And Ramanas is still coming back at Dante Dillon here, but Dillon will have the inside line through hairpin number 2. As I say, the pressure's really off for him here as Breacher is going side by side with Preston. And that's Michael Preston through on Amy Breacher. The 59 now ahead of the 15 in 6th place there. There'll be last lap board shown to Fraser the next time he crosses the line. He's got a lead of 1.3 seconds. There he is coming up the hill. Steph Theodoru there, distinctive helmet, is running in second there in the 85. And then it's Josh Wood in the 80. Do you know what? Josh Wood's done a really good job having started on pole.
Yeah.
He's really held on to this one nicely. I've been impressed by this drive. So through hairpin 2 comes Fraser Brunton.
Kevin Schofield having a good race, if not mentioned. 47.266 last time around, the fastest lap of the race.
In terms of the Class 3 championship, George Lawler is the highest placed Class 3 runner. It happens to be the case that he's not moved beyond the ranks of the Class 3 runners within this race. So he's running 12th. He'll bag a healthy amount of points from that one, which we'll keep tabs on. And in many ways throwing the gauntlet down. Here comes Fraser then, across the line to take the win in heat number 2. Steph Theodoru with solid points there in second. Josh Wood, a good drive there to third. Greg Smith in 4th, good points for him. Ahead of Callum Martin, Michael Preston, Amy Breacher in 7th, Mike Coppin in 8th, Kevin Schofield in 9th, Dante Dillon rounds out your top 10. That's how they finish heat number 2 then. Heat 3 is coming right up here next on your Alpha Live stream. Through the grid then for heat number 3 of lightweights for round 11 for 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. Aidan Kitchener starts this one on pole with Sam Slater alongside. Samuel Essery and Bryn Alban are your second row with Rob Langthorpe and Ned Douglas on row 3. Row 4 is Rhys Pope and Garrett Berry ahead of Dean Everest and Jed Toole to round out your top 10. Matthew Cockram and Aaron Clark make up your 6th row of the grid. And then it's Evan Craig and Dan Grocott on row 7. Isaiah Eguaju and Alexander Benoit on row 8, and then it's Chris Hancox and Jack Harley-Walsh are row number 9. 18 karts again in this one. Heat number 3 of 12. Drivers out for their warm-up laps once again. There's race control off to the left, and the corporate pit lane here at Buckmore Park. It's an unusual, where the paddock is, it's one of the few circuits we go to where the pit lane and the paddock are not in line with the start-finish straight here at Buckmore Park, which adds a certain mystery. If you're in the endurance races, you'll sort of hear the race start and wonder what position people will be in when they come over the crest of the hill. Feels like the mist may be clearing a little bit again here now. I think the visibility in sector 1 here looks a lot better once again, but we are now getting to the point where the light is going to start. In theory, we've got an hour left of sunlight, but I'll be surprised if we see that breaking through this level of cloud cover again. So I'm being told by the producer in what I'm sure is not a shameless push for people to like stuff on Instagram, if people like stuff on Instagram, we're going to give them a shout out. So if you want a shout out, head over to Alpha Live on Instagram. And I'm just saying, I've just become a mouthpiece for the producers.
And at Double Dash MM as well.
Double Dash MM. If you like 5 pieces of, if you like 5
shouldn't have given
posts,
me that button, James.
If you like 5 items on the Alpha Live Instagram channel, we will give you a shout out. I'm going to leave that one to you, Mr. Mather, because
that's all right.
I'm not on the gram. I'm the worst person to have given that announcement to. James is looking at me from like I'm from another planet. But obviously Double Dash Motorsport Media are. Go and like us and follow us. But I personally am not on the gram. The disappointment I'm getting faced with.
There's all kinds of things that you can see on Instagram, though. Safari pictures.
Where is this going?
Clean plates. I lick the plate clean. You know, things like that. Dogs. It's all there.
Yes. The drivers are on rolling up laps now for Heat 3 of round 11. And we're going to go around again with this one. Aidan Kitchener, as I say, your pole sitter there in the 159. He's got Sam Slater alongside. We've got our first shout out.
Craigie182.
Craigie182, thank you for liking.
Even the pace kart driver agrees. Gave a thumbs up to that.
Yeah, there you go. We're tapped into the pace kart driver's helmet, definitely. Sorry, Paul M. Jameson as well. Thank you for liking stuff on the Alpha Instagram. In all seriousness, they're trying to get to 5,500 followers on Instagram. Do please give Alpha Live a follow on there. And now it's apparently a shout out to Mechanic Andy as Heat 3 gets underway. Aidan Kitchener on pole position. Sam Slater alongside. Again, it's an even start from both sides of the grid, which is interesting to see as they all head through turns 1 and 2 for the first time. As that's the 22 of Garrett Berry on the outside as they head through hairpin number 1. But Aidan Kitchener with a good start here. We've got a couple of spinners at the back. We'll have to double check who that is as they come around. I think those are some of our Class 3 runners. But it is still Aidan Kitchener leading them down the hill. 3 wide into Syme Sweet, Reese Pope, Ned Douglas and Bryn Olban. And my goodness me, that ended about as well as 3 abreast into Syme Sweet can.
That would not have ended like that 5 years ago.
No,
Blimey.
it would not.
That was a bit spicy.
It would not, because you didn't used to have that type of runoff at Syme Sweet. So, goodness me, that was quite something. Aidan Kitchener leads at the end of lap number 1. Sam Essery in second. Sam Slater in third, and that looked like a move into turn 1 by Ned Douglas, I think. So we'll, there's Sam Slater going into hairpin 2. Ned Douglas ahead of Reese Pope, ahead of Rob Langthorpe and Bryn Olban. Okay, they are in the same order that they were. It was Alexander Benoit and Evan Craig who had the spin, the incident at hairpin number 1. We're watching here is Sam Essery in second place, leading this trainer kart. Aidan Kitchener at the moment doing very well to break away from this pack. And there's another pack that's been led by sort of Dean Everest from 9th place down. Ned Douglas trying to look for a way down the inside at hairpin number 1 on Sam Slater, and that is beautifully judged. That was lovely stuff from Ned Douglas there, but there's going to be a counter-attack from Sam Slater, and look out for them both holding each other up to give Reese Pope an opportunity as well. But I don't think he can do anything with the overspeed, and tucks in behind them once again. So once all is said and done, that was a beautiful move by Ned Douglas up into 3rd place. Really good stuff. And I have to say, he's a driver who I think I've said this before, I really enjoy watching his battling. He's pulled some great moves, does Ned, as Reese Pope now, he goes up the inside of Sam Slater, textbook move into Garda to take himself up into 4th place.
Well judged that as well. It would have been very easy for Reese Pope to follow on and follow through and make contact with those ahead.
That's not them waving at us, that's them agreeing to work together as Bryn Olban goes down the inside. He holds off an attempt by Rob Langthorpe to go down the inside there. And that's Aaron Clark with them as well, who's having a great drive in the Class 3 ranks. Garrett Berry trying to move on Dean Everest there. It'll be interesting to see how that one plays out as they come through the S's. I think he's got through on that one. Yes, he has. Garrett Berry now ahead of Everest, the 22 ahead of the 40. And Ned Douglas again looking for the inside. That's from a long way back on Sam Essery. And I don't know if he's going to be able to make that one stick because he won't have the advantage coming up the hill. Essery then, twitch there off of Ned Douglas. I don't know if he was starting to get a bit of contact between the bumpers. He tries to tuck underneath, and actually it leaves him exposed to Reece Pope's attack on the inside, and behind them, Bryn Olban as well, through on Sam Slater. I'm quite impressed that there wasn't coming together there. So that is Reece Pope up into 3rd place, one of our Class 1 runners, and Bryn Olban passed Sam Slater for 5th place, as now Reece Pope is already on a charge here to try and get by on Sam Essery for 2nd as well.
Is indeed. And Bryn Olban coming into this battle, decides to defend Reece Pope down the inside of Samuel Essery. Good classic Garda move there from Reece Pope.
Yeah,
he's just built and built and built through this season.
And yeah, it's interesting, very, very little. So the gap at the front is 3 seconds, and everybody else is separated by tenths of a second all the way back to 10th place.
Yeah.
In fact, nobody else in the field has a gap of more than 2 seconds, as that's a moment for Rob Langthorpe through hairpin 1, and that's going to drop him back. That almost loses out all the way back to Dean Everest there. So that was a costly moment there for Rob, the only other Class 1 runner in this race other than Reece Pope. So Langthorpe struggling to make the progress up the field that we've seen from Reece Pope in the number 9. This is going to be an interesting lap, actually, in the context of this race. Has Reece taken any time out of Kitchener on this lap as Bryn Olban and Ned Douglas do battle, still side by side coming up the hill here? Who is going to have 4th place by the time they cross the line? They're still side by side there, and it's just about Ned Douglas at the moment, but look out for Sam Slater trying to buy into this one. He'll try and tuck underneath and follow through on Bryn Olban, but he doesn't. Still there side by side, and I think finally Ned Douglas is going to have the job done. He's going to want to keep a shallow line into hairpin 2 to deter a counter-attack, and after a move that started all the way back at Garda, Ned Douglas is up into 4th place. Oh, it still holds on to 4th place. But that was a beautiful exchange between the two drivers. Good racing room given, I think.
You say that though, mate. Penalty for Ned Douglas for multiple pieces of contact, and there's a bit more. And it's
that's going to go badly as well. And yeah, I think he gets a tag on the back by Aaron Clark, but there wasn't anything Aaron could do about it really, because Ned Douglas was having a half spin in front of him. The gap has gone down, by the way, to 2.4 seconds. So Reece Pope is trying to push on this. I think Douglas just needs to rein this in a little bit. It's getting a bit scruffy here.
It's one of those, if you ask for my opinion, I just think the leaning on Bryn Olban was a touch too much.
Yeah. No,
I think that's why the penalty has come in there on Douglas.
Whoa!
Big half spin.
That is
Aaron Clark.
It is. Yeah, so he'll keep on going, but that's a bizarre one there. Out of the S's, as the 40 of Dean Everest has to go round the bollards in avoidance. This one's starting to feel a bit scruffy to me.
Yep.
I think we need to clean this one up a little bit. Someone who's not having a scruffy one, to be fair to them, is Aidan Kitchener. He's on the last lap, and I think he'll be quite glad of that, Andrew, because the gap has come down by another 7/10 of a second last time around.
Yeah, it's been a really well pieced together race here by Aidan Kitchener, and got that gap up the road, let the others behind fight over that 2nd place, and that's what you need to do when you get this opportunity, starting from the front. It's an experienced driver, Aidan Kitchener. Good to see him race once again, and he's going to very happily take this victory.
I think this is the first Class 2 driver we've seen today do a pole to flag victory. Could be
Possibly.
wrong. I think this has been a really good drive. Coming up the hill then is Aidan Kitchener, and he's going to cross the line to take a brilliant victory in heat number 3. Reece Pope will finish 2nd. Then it'll be Samuel Essery in 3rd, Bryn Olban in 4th, Sam Slater finishes 5th. Then it's Rob Langthorpe just ahead of Garrett Berry. The gaps there were so close. Garrett Berry, Matthew Cochran, Dean Everest, Ned Douglas and Jed Toole. Then Dan Grocott, your highest Class 3 finisher in 12th. Chris Hancock's Jack Harley-Walsh, Aaron Clark, Isaiah Egwagu, Alexandra Benoit and Evan Craig round out the 18 finishes there.
First win of the year for Aidan Kitchener.
Brilliant.
First heat victory that is achieved. We're going to move
swiftly on because the last heat of rotation number 1, heat number 4, is out next.
Here's your grid then. I love the curb shot out of Garda. You gotta love it. It's James. Please tell me that's out of Garda. I'm not doing my curb viewing incorrectly. James Wattis will be on pole for this one. Ben Lambeth alongside Joshua Sangster and Andrew Ward are row number 2. Luke Phillips and Chris Summers makes it row number 3. Yusuf bin Sahel and Sam Morris are on row number 4. Then it's Kim Ely and Aaron Stillwell rounding out the top 10. Liam Nolan and Joe Ratcliffe are your 6th row of the grid. Jagjit Singh and Harrison Kirkham. Challenging, of course, for the Class 3 Championship here today. They're on row number 7. Prash Alphonsus and Clifton Malcolm are on row 8. Patrick Millman and Nicholas Lacasas are row number 9. And then Oliver Bailey rounds out the 19-car grid for this last heat of rotation number 1. It is Garda and the Senna S curbs, isn't it? Coming out. That's the shot I'm looking at. Yeah.
Hello to Mechanic Andy, who's given lots of likes on the Alpha Live Instagram. Thank you very much there. And Frederick Rice Boy Racer, again, has got involved. And Paul Jameson, who's followed as well. Thank you very much to those kind individuals for your support of Alpha Live over on Instagram and Double Dash MM on there as well. So, drivers warming up in these cool conditions at Buckmore Park. Still mild, I would say, for this time of year. It's not bone-rattlingly cold as it has been on some of our November visits to this part of the world. Lovely part of the world nonetheless.
There's the one season that I remember BUKC trying to hold around in December.
In the snow?
In the snow. Actually happened here at Buckmore Park in the end. I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, I want to say they were due to have a round at Warden Law. It got cancelled due to snow. They then went to Buckmore Park and it was snowed. But it was not so much snow that they couldn't run around. So that was a unique hazard. Of course, back then it was the TKM karts, the clutchless karts. So if you went off, you had to recover. There's some amazing photos still from that day of drivers having to yank their Club 100 karts out of a snowdrift. But it was good fun. It was good fun.
Important race this for C3.
Yeah.
I've been quiet because I've been giving my C3 trackers a little tinkle. And
okay.
4 points is the difference, actually, before the start of all racing here today between Lawler and Kirkham. In advantage of Lawler, I have to stress, this is the way that we like to cut the cake, to use that phrase again here in the comments box, which is banked scores, as in if there was to be no more racing from this point on, what would they have? Which is subtly different to how the scores are applied on the Alpha Live timing website. Not saying that those are wrong, they're not. It's just a different way of counting them and interpreting the scores midway through a season. But yeah, no, key races for Harrison Kirkham. Can he equal or better the result that George Lawler got earlier on today? Great opportunity, though, this, Howard, for James Wattis on his return.
Yes.
Very good driver. I'm looking forward to see how James does here.
And his local track as well.
Yep.
So nothing to lose, just have a bit of fun. Oh, look, the sun's trying to break through as well now, so visibility could be interesting in this one. James Wattis leads them away. It's a strong start from the pole side of the grid. I fancy the chances of Joshua Sangster going up into second place through turns 1 and 2. That's Wattis ahead of Sangster as they head into hairpin 1. Andrew Ward having a look there on Luke Phillips through hairpin number 1, but Phillips will have the inside line, and that's round for that. I think that's Patrick
Clifton Malcolm.
It is Clifton Malcolm. Sorry, yes, who's round there at the back of the pack, one of our Class 3 runners, so he'll have a bit of a recovery. I agree. He's running a very good. All the best karters wear that helmet.
Absolutely. Mini Howard.
So the number 30 and the 54, they're feeling the need to go off in avoidance. That's Ben Lambeth and Charlie Summers, respectively. So a bit of lenience will be shown for that, I think, on lap 1, generally speaking, so long as it's not judged that they gained an advantage. Contact warning for Andrew Ward, and Patrick Millman's had an ABC bump and pass, as has US Bin Sahel. So that's 4 positions to be added to Millman and Bin Sahel's race positions come the end of this one. For Andrew Ward, that's just a contact warning for now. It's not a penalty. As Ben Lambeth is battling away there with Yusuf bin Sahel, and I think he's got through there, the 30 ahead of the 116. That is the 119 of Harrison Kirkham there coming down through Simon Sweep, the orange helmet and black suit. That's the person to watch in terms of Class 3 interests, as Andrew Ward tries a move again on Luke Phillips, and that time is able to make it stick and take himself up into 3rd place. Watt is still leading then by half a second over Joshua Sangster. And then the number 13 of Ward, sole Class 1 runner in this particular heat. As I say, after this, all drivers will have finished their first heat of 3. There is Harrison Kirkham running in 10th place. So already, Andrew, Kirkham higher up the order than Lawler was able to get in his heat, albeit Lawler did finish at the highest of the Class 3 runners, but Harrison Kirkham not only just the highest amongst the Class 3s, he's actually working his way up the Class 2s and got himself up into the top 10. So that's an interesting opening salvo from Kirkham in this so far. He's coming around to finish lap number 3 then. James Wattis, the gap has come down a little bit, but it's still half a second he has over Sangster. And Sangster actually needs to worry more about the threat from behind, because Andrew Ward is caught up to the back of him here in the number 13 kart. And Luke Phillips behind him.
Sangster just defended enough there. Hairpin 2, a good opportunity to overtake, because the normal racing line leaves you very exposed on the inside.
Yes.
But Sangster just took that option, just go half a kart width inside, put off any kind of move there. And it just elevates the risk for the driver behind to go for a big lunge into hairpin 2 when that gap, that space to put your kart in has been reduced.
Yeah. Another lap in the book then for race leader Wattis is down the inside now, tries Andrew Ward on Joshua Sangster. He's prized open the door there, and in the end he makes that move very nicely there to get up into 2nd place. Luke Phillips wasn't quite in a position to try and capitalise on that himself. He's on the outside of hairpin 2, and Ben Lambeth is sniffing around behind them, albeit with that penalty to be applied for bump and pass, as have Bin Sahel behind him. And Harrison Kirkham and Liam Nolan both making progress last lap past Sam Morris into 9th and 10th respectively.
This is a great drive from Harrison Kirkham, really, really is. By my calculations, this would give him the live lead in C3 in whatever way you want to count the points.
Yeah, side by side there between Ben Lambeth and I think that was between him and Sangster there. Yeah, it was between him and Bin Sahel. So yeah, Luke Phillips through on Sangster on that lap. It's a change for 3rd place. Looking at Clifton Malcolm, who had that spin on the first lap, who's managed to get onto the back of the pack now, and has got past Prash Alphonsus last time around. I don't know if there's an issue for Sam Morris, but he's just lost another couple of places as well, having run in the top part of the lower part in race order of the top 10. He is dropping down a few positions now. Here is Andrew Ward, though. He's caught up to James Wattis. He's brought the lead down 2 tenths he took out of him last lap, and this lap it's got to be something in that order again. Is this going to be the move for Andrew Ward down the inside for the lead of the race? It is indeed, and the sole Class 1 runner in the race takes himself to the head of the field. Andrew Ward in the number 13 leads the race with 2 minutes to go.
Really nicely done as well there. James Wattis didn't give that up without a fight. Tried that little jink move, tried to put Ward off, but Ward with the confidence there. Didn't overcommit into turn 1, didn't run wide, controlled the exit, which is often something that people don't quite get right when overtaking through Conways, because it's a very fast corner entry in normal conditions, and they go, oh, I've got to fully send this, and they actually end up overshooting, especially on a day like today when we talked about how greasy it is out there on that transition to turn 2, and then they lose the position again as they go into hairpin 1.
I'm generally impressed as well by what we're seeing from some of these Class 1 runners. Reese Pope and now Andrew Ward, this just steady, methodical progress up through the order to take yourself into the right position come the race end. It's good stuff here. Harrison Kirkham now is on the back here of Aaron Stillwell in the number 10, and he's on the back of a train that goes all the way up to Ben Lambeth, bearing in mind here that Lambeth and Bin Sahel both have a 4-place position deduction to be applied at the end of the race for bump and pass advantage by contact penalties. So that's going to come into play as well. So that would mean at the moment, for example, that Harrison Kirkham would finish 8th. On to the last lap then. Comes Andrew Ward. This is quite a train from Ben Lambeth back, so 4th down to 9th are all quite close together here. This could be an interesting one. And Charlie Summers find a way through. He's going to try, and he gets it done. That's a beautiful move then from the number 54 to move himself up into 4th place. Heading down the hill then for the last time in this heat. A train of six karts from 4th back to 10th. And Summers feels the need to go off in defence there. And Bincer Hale is going to go side by side with his fellow penalty mate there of Ben Lambeth. But Andrew Ward is coming up the hill now. He's going to round Cafe Corner and take the heat win for heat number 4. James Wattis will cross the line in 2nd. 3rd was Luke Phillips. And then it's just about Ben Lambeth in 4th, albeit with a penalty to be applied. Yusuf Bin Sahel with a penalty to be applied. So Charlie Summers is your net 4th place. Joshua Sangster is 7th. And I think the way that works out, Harrison Kirkham will be classified 7th once all is said and done. And then Liam Nolan and Kim Ely round out your top 10. Jagjeet Singh, Sam Morris, Aaron Stillwell, Oliver Bailey is as much as I can say before the timing screens update themselves. Full results available at results.alphatiming.co.uk. We need to look ahead to our second rotation. It's heat number 5 coming right up next. Confirmed Class 2 champion for your lightweights in 2022, Dante Dillon will start on pole for this 5th heat of the round. Andrew Rabbage will start alongside. Kevin Schofield and Keith Segal will make up row number 2. Bryn Alban and Sam Essery are on row 3. It's going to be Josh Wood and Fraser Brunton on 4, with Rhys Pope and Rob Langthorpe on 5. Russell Cooper and Toby Smith are on row 6. Then it's Adam Sheargold and Alexandra Benoit, George Lawler and Penny Millman, and James Browning and Dan Grocott to round out the 18-kart field as they're coming up the hill now. And we're going round again. JV's doing his dance moves again. And we will have a breather. And I didn't need to read the grid quite so quickly. But I'm being told we were being teased. They had the thumbs up for the start. There you go. There's Dante Dillon. Andrew got a chance to speak to him earlier on. Class 2 champion. Having plenty of success in the British Indoor Karting Championship as well. And Club 100 kart tester for the cadet kart as well. Is Dante Dillon. So he has many strings to his karting bow, does that man? And he's in the pound seats to take a heat win here if he can hold on to his current position for the next 7 or so minutes. Second opportunity for all of these drivers to optimise their points ahead of those trophy finals. Here we go then. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and Dante Dillon leads them away. Side by side goes Schofield and Rabbage into turn 1. In fact, Noah's Ark formation, 2 by 2 pretty much through turns 1 and 2. But it's a good start for Dillon, and indeed Kevin Schofield from 3rd on the grid has managed to get up into 2nd. And actually, yeah, Andrew Rabbage was out wide there at hairpin 1 and is struggling to hold position, I think, as they come through the first sector of the lap. And you can see visually that if there's any other way to see, that the cloud has descended again over the track here, and visibility is becoming a bit difficult once again. It's not terrible, it's very much raceable, but definitely missed descending again over this Buckmore Park circuit. Bryn Alban going super defensive there against Rhys Pope into Garda corner, as Russell Cooper is making moves as well at the end of lap number 1. But it is Dante Dillon who's managed to retain his pole position across the line. Kevin Schofield, though, is keeping him very honest. Bryn Alban up to 3rd place. Rhys Pope with a penalty for ABC bump and pass. It's not as slow and methodical a rise up through the field as we saw in his first heat, unfortunately, so he'll have 4 positions added to wherever he finishes. Dante Dillon really having to go defensive here against Schofield. He's hounding him, is the number 77 of Schofield. This is nice, impressive stuff here in the early phase. He's going to look into Syme's sweep almost there. Well, he is trying any which way to get through. It's going to ultimately slow him down a little bit, though. Bryn Alban is smelling the opportunity here in the number 16 kart. And now Kevin, unfortunately, has to think, as much about defence as he does as attack.
It's a good example of that, of how the entry to Symes Sweep affects you all the way up to Garda, because if you commit and carry too much speed through Symes Sweep, you get all out of rhythm.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's one of the things that's likeable about this circuit is that, actually one of the many things that's likeable about this circuit, that sequence of corners, stringing it together. But you're absolutely right, mate. It is a sequence of corners. One definitely leads into the other. And yeah, the way that you take Symes Sweep can be affecting things all the way through to that point at Garda. Absolutely. Reece Pope has got through on Bryn Albin. He's got to be careful, though. He's already got a bump and pass penalty, and he's just received an additional contact warning. And that's now 2 bump and passes in the book. So that, unfortunately for Reece Pope, so there's 8 positions he'll now be deducted.
Yeah, that's going to be a fair bit of bother for Reece Pope in the story of this race. 4.5 minutes on the clock to go. Dante Dillon, I think, is struggling with pace a little bit here in this race, and is already trying to defend. Saw some hard defending earlier on in the heavyweights. What can Dante Dillon do here? Already has the C2 Championship wrapped up. Will definitely be a C1 next year. And has just come off the back of winning another British Indoor Karting Championship last weekend. BIKC and Team Sport, kind sponsors of CLUB100. And the activities here, Kevin Schofield trying to find a way through. Reece Pope is going to be down the inside, surely into Garda, has the inside line. Andrew Rabbage comes in as well, who's got past Bryn Albin.
And he's recovered well, has Rabbage here, because he had a difficult first lap, and he's going to hold it up around the outside of Cafe Corner. Bryn Albin as well is going to have a go at Kevin Schofield, but can't quite make it stick, as there's a contact warning for George Lawler, who's running in 14th place, and George just isn't quite able to make his way up the order in the way that his championship rival Harrison Kirkham was able to in his first heat earlier on.
Fraser Brunton is down in 10th at the moment. It's almost like that the C1s are struggling to start from their back of the C1, C2 grid. We saw the same problem from Mike Coppin in one of the earlier heats. Not that will bother Fraser too much, though, because, as we say, championship already won. Having a bit of fun. Dante Dillon continuing to defend here. Reece Pope searching for a bit of grip on the outside. That's going to leave a gap open potentially for Andrew Rabbage to stick his number 25 plate down the inside. Will be on the outside now for hairpin number 2. Here comes Kevin Schofield again, looking for 3rd place. Will be side by side as they come off of hairpin 2. Maybe we'll have the inside line for the S's. No, slots back into 4th place. Great racing here in the lightweights. Reece Pope has, although, got another penalty for this time multiple pieces of contact. So this is kind of going to be a score chalked off the board, really, for Reece Pope. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Dante Dillon still leading, and Reece Pope quite exasperated there at why he's got the penalties, but the penalties he has received. He's on a penalty safari at the moment. He's picking them up all over the place.
Yeah, and a good point made by David Whitehouse, Motorsport Magpie, on the comments as well. And yeah, it's a very good point, actually, that 2 bump and pass penalties does result in an exclusion. So it will be a race completely written off for Reece Pope on this one, I'm afraid to report.
Oh, that's going to be a cone penalty for Kevin Schofield. He's clipped the white bollard there that guards the exits of Paddock. Reece Pope trying to find a way through on the road here ahead of Dante Dillon's doing a brilliant defensive job here.
Oh,
that was very close indeed for Andrew Rabbage. Gets a bit of a slide on, but gets it back together. Loses a position on the road to Kevin Schofield. Schofield down the inside, goes for 2nd place. Going to be side by side with Dante Dillon, but on the outside now for hairpin number 2. Will probably get squeezed out there. He's going to have to get back on circuit. Dante Dillon still holding the lead in this race as the fog continues to roll in here at Buckmore Park, down through Symes Sweep. Yes, even Rob Langthorpe's coming into this now at the back there in the yellow and red helmet.
Sam Esser has done well to buy into it on this lap as well, Andrew, up into 4th place, so he managed to find a way through on Andrew Rabbage in the early part of the lap. This is getting very close, and everybody's in a battle right now. This really is quite fascinating. Dante Dillon goes defensive again. Reese Pope is going to try and tuck underneath Kevin Schofield here at turn number 1. Sam Essery's in a net second place at the moment there in the number 20 car, unless he's received a penalty of not clocked. Andrew Rabbage as well there in 5th at the moment. It's very, very tight, close-knit racing, though, at the moment. The entire... the entire field, like down to 10th place is separated by 3 seconds. So, yeah, Dante Dillon has absorbed the pressure incredibly well in all of this, and Rabbage feels the need to go off in avoidance. Fraser Brunton in the 46 going through as a result.
Fraser Brunton picked up 4 positions on the penultimate lap of the race. You don't often see that, but Dante Dillon somehow is going to hold on here for a race victory and takes a sigh of relief. And my oh my, that is going to be one of the different race victories for Dante Dillon this season. Reese Pope second, but has a lot of penalties, and we think pretty sure he's will be excluded. Kevin Schofield, therefore, will be second. At C2, 1, 2, 3.
Yes,
Samuel Essery, Fraser Brunton, Andrew Rabbage, Josh Wood, Russell Cooper, Rob Langthorpe and Bryn Elvin. That was your top 10. George Lawler gets 11th place, so log that on the C3 tracker. Adam Shergold in 12th, Keith Scal 13th, Dan Grogott 14th, and time screen is reset because we're going to get ready for the next heat, heat number 6, heading out on circuit now.
Here's your grid then for heat number 6, taking us to the halfway stage of the heats in round 11 for the lightweights. Corey Smith and Ramanas Chikauskas are your front row, with Ashley White and Greg Smith on row 2, Joshua Sangster and Adam Wright on row 3. Yusuf Bin Sahel and Michael Preston are on row 4, with Luke Phillips and Mike Coppin rounding out the top 10. It'll be Lewis Stagg and Jack Harley-Walsh on row number 6. Clifton Malcolm and Oliver Bailey make up row 7. Joel Nichols and George Oxford are row 8. And then Harrison Kirkham, this is his race starting from the back of the group of Class 3 drivers, the back of the grid overall in 17th place.
Race controller racking them out today. The race results for Heat 5 is already out. Confirmed Reese Pope disqualified. And 10th place for George Lawler in this key C3 battle that we're tracking here today. Ready to go for heat number 6 here at Buckmore Park. The lights are green, away we go. Good start for Corey Smith in number 89. Ramanas Chikauskas on the outside there, having a battle with Greg Smith. Chikauskas is going to lose a lot of positions here. It's already out the way. The number 64 of Ashley White has taken to the front of the field. Nobody's going to get round there. Mike Coppin's going to be in a mix there.
Yeah, that's a mess. That's a mess. I could see that one go. I think it was the 2 ranks.
Restarts.
I think it was the 2 ranks of 5 abreast that made me think that was going to end badly. And sure enough, that's how it did.
First false start of the day.
Yep.
So for those of you not aware, that is the false start symbol. The chevron flag, the yellow chevron on the green background, indicating to the drivers, nope, that wasn't good enough. We're going to do that one again and knock off at least 1 minute of the race time for their troubles.
Yep. Chevron symbol. I think of it as the green going down to yellow. That's how I read that chevron. Good way of reducing your gear noise as well.
The lights are on. The floodlights are on here.
They are, that's true. So, what time are we here locally? Okay, 10 to 4. So, mist and darkness and... Blimey, we should have held this round on Halloween, shouldn't we? This is like... but it is quite a cool atmosphere, it always is. Racing in the dark, with a bit of mist as well, eh? That's nice atmospheric stuff. We're going to be good for an attempt at the restart. Maybe some time taken off the race, actually.
Yes,
we'll see what the clock comes out as.
Well, we did see 6 minutes, I think, briefly.
Yep. So here we go again. Corey Smith will lead them away once again in the 89. And it is 6-minute final confirmed into turn number 1. And that's wide again for Chikauskas. So he's going to lose out quite heavily here, I think. It's Ashley White looking down the inside of Corey Smith into hairpin number 1. And Joshua Sangster's had a good start as well, up into 3rd place. Mike Coppin can be a happier chappy off of how that start has gone, and it's going to be called good, that one, as they all file the way out of hairpin number 2. and into the S's for the first time. It looks to me, Andrew, like Harrison Kirkham may have already got himself to the head of the Class 3 runners in the mid-pack.
Quite possibly. Bump and pass penalty for Michael Preston, so that'll be +4 at the end of this race. Greg Smith out wide there. Quite a few big hitters in this one.
Yeah.
Mike Coppin, Adam Wright. There's the number 89
Corey Smith.
Corey Smith.
It's our pole sitter trying to cling on to the positions as everybody tries to attack on this first lap. But at the end, yeah, sorry, go on.
What a start for Yusuf Bin Sahel, up
Not
5
half.
places on that first lap. Luke Phillips also up 4. Harrison Kirkham, as you mentioned, up 7.
Really taking the fight here to that Class 3 title as Mike Coppin tries to get by an Adam Wright. Adam Wright's going to have the inside line at hairpin 2, and Mike Coppin's pushed out again, and he's really not happy with what's going on out there. Kirkham's got by on him, and that looked like Luke Phillips as well by on him too there. So Coppin is not having a good time of it, and that was a really robust move from him there through the left-hander ahead of Paddock as Yusuf Bin Sahel dives up the inside for the race lead on Ashley White. Where does this come from Yusuf Bin Sahel? You had to convince him he was having a good season earlier when you spoke to him, and he's having a very good season. I love the way he said, you've been having a good season so far. Have I? That was a great take by him there, but he's having a good race so far.
Kart off. That's there was a battle going on between Ollie Bailey and Luke Phillips. Just trying to capture
Lewis
that.
Stagg hasn't crossed timing line at start-finish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was Bailey.
That was a long way off. Was that Cafe Corner?
Yeah, Cafe Corner. They've got onto the grass, and there's not much returning from there in these conditions. And it's Oliver Bailey. Yeah, so it was in that region. So Oliver Bailey's received a penalty for forcing a driver wide.
That is indeed Lewis Stagg. So bit of a disaster heat for him, I'm afraid to say. And you say Oliver Bailey with a penalty there for forcing the driver wide. Bin Sahel leads then. Ashley White in second. Joshua Sangster in third.
This is a big, big move from Harrison Kirkham. We'll have a look here. So there was something going on coming out of that's Bailey and Phillips. And then the number 95 of Louis Stagg was on the outside there.
So I wonder if there was contact made on his left rear that would just have put him into a spin, or just It's the lack of grip once you put out wide here is quite something. I think he went into the wall quite close to where JV was standing.
He was all right.
Okay, that's fine.
Down.
Here we go then, back towards the front of the field. Adam Wright side by side now with Ashley White. Wright versus White. And that means that Sangster's got through up into second place, is what that means. And hey, let's note this. Harrison Kirkham in 5th place at the moment.
This is a sterling drive from Harrison Kirkham. It is getting us almost to the point.
He's taken
like 99.9% of the way to T3 mathematically being down to 2 drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. He's taken it to just himself and George Lawler, and to be perfectly honest, at the moment, I think he's thrown down quite the gauntlet for George to have to meet here. So the nature of Class 3 means that it stays mathematically quite open, because
you never know, a C3 could win a race.
Yeah, a C3 could take an overall round win. There's much more mathematical potential, if you like, above where Class 3 drivers on average finish within a round. So that means that mathematically it keeps things quite open until the last, which is part of the reason why it's the only class in our lightweights that remains open at this time. So this is the race where the Class 2 drivers have taken the fight to the Class 1s, and so far they've won. Bin Sahel and Sangster in first and second, having beaten Wright and White. And Harrison Kirkham is... Oh, what's happened to Ashley White? A drop back even further there. So, yeah. It's...
I think Lewis Stagg has pulled off the circuit as well.
Yeah.
Did come across the line to finish that second lap, but I don't know whether this...
I don't know if that's a
problem.
Re-showing of the penalty for Oliver Bailey, because that's identical to what we saw earlier on. So yeah, it's been an interesting. I'm not quite sure what happened to Ashley White on that last lap, because former race leader now down in 7th place, trying to recover something from this. Yusuf bin Sahel though is on his last lap. Another former BUKC driver, who's, am I right to say former?
Yeah.
I am right to say former, aren't I? For York. Yes. So
hasn't had a race win so far this year.
Yeah, so this is going to be something.
Seconds, quite a few seconds.
So yes, Yusuf bin Sahel. This is going to be quite something. Going to come around Garda here.
He's always been a quick driver.
Yep.
Always been a quick driver. You can see him is celebrating, put to the air already. This is going to be a very Yusuf celebration. Yusuf bin Sahel wins in Club 100. He takes Heat 6 here at Buckmore Park for the last round of the year and dominates by 2.4 seconds ahead of Joshua Sangster. That's a proper race win celebration if I ever saw one.
That's what I do. That's exactly what I do.
Adam Wright 3rd. Harrison Kirkham 4th. If that is a drive to win a title with, that is quite something.
There you go.
Look at this.
You know what? This is the thing.
We know Yusuf very well. He nearly crashes. He's celebrating so hard he nearly loses control of the car.
Okay, so a bit of a thing here. Like, you get so many drivers, and I know drivers who have like momentum and a lot of success. Oh yeah, it was a really good race. If you came up to me and interviewed me after a race win, it'd be like an award speech. I'd like to thank my parents for existing. Let's move on anyway. We're getting ready for heat number 8 here at the track. I can't count. It's heat number 7. Let's take you through the grid quickly. Liam Nolan and Garrett Berry are your first row. The grid, Aaron Stillwell and Dean Everest are on row 2. Captain Christopher Powell and Steph Theodorou are on row 3. James Wattis and Ben Lambeth are row 4, with Martin Theodorou and James Martin rounding out the top 10. Ned Douglas and Chris Woodger are row number 6, with Patrick Millman and Andy Berry on row 7. Row 8 is going to be Patrick Millman, Andy Berry, row 7. Jagjit Singh and Matt Ellis are row 8. Row 9 is Joe Ratcliffe and Isaiah Iguegu, and Zach Stout rounds out the 19 karts contesting this one. Sorry, folks, I lost track of the heat. It was just how good Yusuf's celebration was. I was stunned.
We went forward in time.
We did. We absolutely. I was like, that's it. That celebration's so good. I can go home now. Let's wrap it up there. No, absolutely not. We've got plenty of racing action still to come your way in this second half of the heat, after which, of course, we will have our trophy finals.
If you enjoyed the coverage, make sure you click those 3 buttons: the subscribe button, the thumbs up for this stream, and the notification bell for further content here on Alpha Live. If you're enjoying the commentary as well, at Double Dash MM. Across your social media networks, we've got more Club 100 virtual racing on Wednesday night, the penultimate round of this year's Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. We'll be live on DDMM. Our circuit will be Interlagos, and we will have the GT3s out to play with for the final time this year. All set to go then for heat number 7 into the second half of this heats program this afternoon for the lightweights. Looking to go racing with Liam Nolan and Garrett Berry on the front row. There are the lights. They've turned green. Away we go for 7 minutes of racing here at Buckmore Park. And look at the number 10 of Aaron Stillwell trying to get down the inside there, but well dealt with by both drivers on the front row. Nolan leading into the first hairpin. James Wattis already on the move, coming through in the black suit and the black helmet. Christopher Powell's involved in there as well in the number 65. But apart from that, Howard, it's looking pretty good out there. Good start for Nolan.
Yeah, interesting endurance partnership there of Steph Theodorou and Christopher Powell went side by side there through the S's. It's gone the way of Steph, but that would have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment for team cohesion there. But they sort themselves out nicely. That's why you can't put me and Andrew on track at the same time. Actually, the last time that happened, we both bet each other in the pits serving a black flag, I seem to recall. So that's how it goes when we're both out on track. Liam Nolan has retained his pole position, though, at the end of lap 1. which is no mean feat so far today. To the 38 leads ahead of Garrett Berry and Aaron Stillwell in third.
Stillwell, who's moved up to C2.
Yep, absolutely. Steph Theodorou trying to put a move there, but I think he was pushed out wide off the track. Contact 3 times means that James Wattis has a penalty issued to him.
Important race this for Matt Ellis, who's looking on for third place now, but before that, Berry down the inside takes the lead of the race away from Nolan.
Good move. Good move for the 22 of Garrett. We've seen plenty of decent moves from throughout this season. I think he's had a very strong season all told.
It's an interesting corner, I find, battling through Garda, because it's quite a short braking zone, but because it's uphill, it's effective. And it feels like, oh no, I can't send that move down the inside there. There's not enough room, there's not enough braking zone for me to go through it. But actually, if you back yourself, it's a very good corner to do it on, because there's not much opportunity for the person on the outside to fight back.
So it's very much a hairpin where conventionally, as James Martin's not getting too happy as Chris Powell and Ned Douglas do battle with him down through the sweepers. And here's the move for the lead of the race. Nolan wants it back, but I'm not sure if he's overcommitted there. Yes, he has, and Garrett Berry's getting him back. That's another penalty for James Wattis, which is bumping past, so it's now quite a costly one. I think that's 8 positions. I don't know if that's going to be an exclusion because they're technically different penalties, but it's definitely costly series of penalties for him there, and he's got another contact warning, so James Wattis needs to clean up the act pretty quickly out there. But yes, Garda, the conventional racing line leaves you exposed to attack, basically, and then you've got the rise of the track as well. You've got the fact that, and then it's like who gets the downhill off of it quickly enough to get through centre. It's really quite a dynamic corner for having a bit of a dogfight too. And as you say, for a corner that's got quite a short braking zone, there's a lot to it. You can see here the wide line that Gary Berry is taking, for example, almost drifting the kart through. Steph Theodorou is doing battle there with Ben Lambeth and has retained his position ahead of him there. Garrett Berry having to go defensive here against Liam Nolan. I'm fairly confident. Yeah, we've seen Garrett Berry have. How many wins have we seen from Liam Nolan, though, is what I'm wondering.
Garrett Berry holding on to the lead. Oh, big attack there from James Wattis. That was on Aaron Stillwell. Steph Theodorou not too far behind as well in 5th place. Ben Lambeth holding as well in 6th place. Side by side down through Simon's Sweep between Dean Everest and Chris Woodger.
We've seen 1 win for Liam Nolan already this season. So he has had experience of being in this position. Garrett Berry as well, we've seen multiple wins from as well. Chris Woodger there trying to get by. With 3 minutes left on the clock, it's Garrett Berry. And there's been an incident there on the way up to Cafe Corner. The 48 of Jagjit Singh's involved, and the other driver is the 202 of Patrick Millman there. So a bit of a contretemps occurring between some of our Class 3 drivers. There's the floodlights now very much. Oh, and that's a wide moment there for Dean Everest, and that's allowed Nate Douglas through. James Martin as well. I feel like has been battling all the way through this race. There's James Wattis battling away with Aaron Stillwell, trying to put a move, but Stillwell's going to get him back, and Theodorou, Steph Theodorou that is going to try and tuck underneath him, and Wattis needs to be careful here because he's had a lot of penalties already this race. Martin Theodorou now trying to go down the inside, side by side with Ben Lambeth. Ben Lambeth has a Theodorou either side of him there as they're heading towards hairpin number 1, and it's going to be Martin who comes out trumps for now at least. And Steph Theodorou is going to try and find a way through, but he's going to have to go all the way around the outside. Chris Woodger is going to block that opportunity for him right there. As I'd say the fog is coming down a bit thicker now as well, just to add to the complications. And another penalty for James Wattis for contact. And this has not been as good, anywhere near as good as his first heat, I'm afraid to say. There's a penalty for Dean Everest as well for 3 times track limits violations as well. Bit of a scruffy one, this.
Scrappy.
Yeah. Garrett Berry leads by 2/10 from Liam Nolan. Those two have conducted themselves brilliantly at the head of the field, having a good battle so far. Steph Theodorou was out wide there into turn 1. Hopefully he'll keep that one together and tuck in to position. Here is still James Wattis and Aaron Stillwell battling away.
They've got through, so Wattis has now overtaken Stillwell.
I mean, the irony is that Stillwell, I'm not sure he has to battle with James. I'm afraid James may be disqualified based on the number of penalties. But, yeah, Stillwell running there in a net third place. Martin Theodori from a long way back. And you talked about backing yourself into Garda, Andrew. That was from a long way back, but Stillwell's going to hang in there. And it opens the door again for Ben Lambeth here. He's going to go side by side into Cafe's corner. It's been frenetic all the way through here. Side by side once again, two Theodorus and Ben Lambeth piling into turn number one. Christopher Powell now. Maybe we will see a reversal of endurance teammates once again. Powell down the inside of Steph Theodoro into hairpin number one. Chris Woodger's on the scene as well, and he's got it done, has Chris Powell there. We're looking at Garrett Berry, though, who I think has got enough in hand now over Liam Nolan to bring this one home, all things being equal. As coming down, you can see how much the visibility is reducing now. We are at just coming up to 10 past 4 here local time, so light would start to fade pretty soon here. Martin Theodorou defending against Chris Powell there through Garda, but it is Garrett Berry who's going to come up the hill and cross the line to take another heat win for 2022. Liam Nolan in a very good second place. James Wattis finished third on the road, but I think it may mostly be discounted due to the number of penalties that we've seen. Aaron Stillwell then in fourth, Ben Lambeth in fifth, Martin Theodoro in sixth, the highest of the Class 1 runners in that field. Christopher Powell next, and Chris Woodger in eighth. Steph Theodoro and Ned Douglas round out your top 10. There's James Martin, Dean Everest, Matt Ellis, Isaiah Iguagu, Andy Berry, Zach Stout, Jagjit Singh, Patrick Milne, and Joe Ratcliffe is how they rounded out that bizarre feeling heat, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Next up is going to be heat number 8. Although I note there's a slight pause with the karts going out for that, but that is definitely what we're looking ahead to next here at Buckmore Park. We'll take you through the grid then for heat number 8 of the lightweights. Matthew Cochran will start this one on pole. Sam Morris alongside. Jed Toole and Kim Ely are on row number 2. Dan Seeger and Jeremy Deeks on row number 3. Row 4 is Aidan Kitchener and Sam Slater, with Amy Breacher and Andrew Ward rounding out the top 10. Callum Martin and Charlie Summers are row number 6, with Chris Hancocks and Nicholas Lacasas on row 7. Evan Craig and Yusuf Sohajono are row 8, and then it's Aaron Clark and Prash Alphonsus on row 9. Michael Reeder rounds out the 19 karts who will be contesting this one. And I think
re-education time.
There's a bit of a re-education going down in the paddock. It's just been a one too many scruffy heats, I think, means that particularly, you know, with light fading and the visibility as it is, I think JV, the man with the plan, head honcho up at Club 100, is just taking the opportunity to remind his drivers of the conduct that's expected of them out there. So a slight pause here. I just find these shots quite atmospheric, though, I have to say, of the lovely Buckmore Park circuit here in Kent.
I would hold that thought, because I am seeing some Club 100 staff walking down towards the paddock.
Which
now,
might suggest, I mean,
we may have red flagged here. We'll stand by.
I'd be somewhat surprised by that, based on some of the precedents of the past. But yeah, it's true. The visibility is rapidly declining here. So we are just going to take a moment here at the circuit just to work out what the story is, as JV is talking to his drivers. I think I'm having it confirmed. It is mostly, if not predominantly, a bit of a reminder of the drivers.
It
is re-education, yes. A reminder to the drivers of quite what's expected to them out there.
By the way, thank you to those of you involved in the chat, and keep your comments coming in. We've even had some here on our little Double Dash commentary box camera feed from one Mr. David Whitehouse, who says, "Howard win a race? When has that ever happened?" In response
Was that
to
David?
That was David.
I mean, if you extend it to the virtual world, David,
Actually,
we're on
yes,
the same
yes,
team.
we were on the same team that won at Petit Le Mans last year, David. Get back into the memory bank.
Drivers going back to their karts now. So, yeah, I think that was just a bit of a re-education, and marshals going back to their posts now. If you join the commentary, add Double Dash MM across your social media networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and give us a subscribe on YouTube as well if you can. And as we mentioned before, press that subscribe button, the thumbs up for this stream, and the notification bell here on the Alpha Live channel. And we will recommence with heat number 8. And this will be the end. This is the last heat of the second rotation.
It is, yep. So yeah, I think yes. I do believe that the end of that re-education conversation did go something like, if this does continue, given the poor conditions, you know, the options for race control go up to and include red flagging. Let's put it that way. So, you know, it's absolutely within their powers to do that. Hopefully, though, we're going to see a nice, clean race, because that's what we're here for. And I have to say, there have been some really good standout drives so far as well. I thought in that last race that was really good there from Garrett Berry. And from Liam Nolan at the front. That seemed like a good little battle between them. It's just we want to see that kind of battling all the way through the field here. Okay, so we're going to be good this time around. Just a reminder of the first few rows of the grid. It's Matthew Cockram, Sam Morris, Jed Toole and Kim Ely, and then Dan Seeger and Jeremy Deeks, the first 3 rows of the 19-kart grid. So, starter car will pull to the left-hand side into the corporate pit lane. And then it'll be eyes on the lights. The engine notes to rise, pole sitter controls the pace, and away we go for heat number 8. Into this, you can see how the fog has got thicker though as they go in, and that's a spin there for Sam Morris off of pit grid second, and he's going to be into the barrier, and that's round as well there. I think that might have been Michael Reeder. That's definitely Sam Slater though, who's facing the wrong way. And I don't want to make out as if the sword of Damocles is hanging over the drivers here, but that's not really the start that they wanted to see after the conversation just had down in the paddock as they were through the fog.
Drivers getting them on the leaves as well, which you saw in the heavyweights. If you get on them, you know, you can't really put power down on leaves.
No.
And that's why we see those what look like quite pathetic spins, but it's just a reality of the situation.
I think it's Aidan Kitchener who's got to the head in all of this. I think he's had a really good first lap. As he comes up the hill, I think the young man who already has one heat win today has got himself up into the lead of the race. Indeed it is, the 1:59, and with a tidy lead as well of 1.3 seconds. Andrew Ward as well with a good start, as has Charlie Summers, up 6 positions and 8 positions respectively on lap number 1, and that was another one just there for Andrew Ward getting by on Dan Seeger. That's good start.
That's a championship position duel as well between Ward and Seeger. You can see drivers also wiping their visors now.
Yeah, drivers with issues on that first lap then. Kim Ely, Sam Morris, Jeremy Deeks and Sam Slater. Some of those we'd already mentioned, but those are all the drivers who had problems on lap number 1. Yet you'll see drivers wiping their visor, and that's 2 things. Number 1, that could genuinely be their visor misting up. But number 2, when you've got a helmet on, it's not obvious whether is that my visor, is that the actual fog? And they'll wipe it and go, no, it is that bad. It's like, that is the visibility.
Well, to be fair, we had a session, we were talking about it earlier this weekend at Whilton Mill last year, where just because of whatever was going on with the weather, the fog was not only in the air, it was almost also forming on your visor.
Yes, yeah.
And it was the most bizarre thing, because your visor, you'd have it clear and you'd go, oh, it's starting to get a bit foggy or visibility. It must be raining.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was just fog condensation. Then when you wiped, you went, oh, I can see again. Actually, yeah. There's plenty of grip here.
And the motorcyclists out there will be familiar with the sort of double, the what you can get for your visor, the pin lock system with the sort of it's almost like double glazing and tear off idea that you've got with your helmets. Kart helmets aren't always fitted with those.
No.
That's often why you'll see this. This is brilliant stuff by Aidan Kitchener, though. Was it his inaugural win earlier?
It was his inaugural win in the last race.
He's going to be on for a double win at this rate. This is brilliant stuff. Here, though, is the battle for second place, though. Matthew Cockram versus Andrew Ward. Ward down the inside of what seems to be becoming his favourite overtaking spot of the day so far into hairpin 1. Through hairpin 2 they go then. And side by side behind him go Jed Toole and Charlie Summers in the battle over 4th place as well, which seems to have stayed with Charlie Summers for now.
Could be a very mixed up grid in the final. I know we're only on the end of the second rotation.
I'm thinking of drivers. Think of drivers like Reece Pope.
Yeah.
Really good, methodical, commendable drive up through the field in his first heat. Got excluded from the second one. Who knows what happened in the third? Down the inside of Matthew Cochrane is trying Charlie Summers but can't quite find the way through. Dan Seeger applying pressure to Jed Toole behind as well. But yeah, it's a funny old round so far for the lightweights, it has to be said. As a contact warning.
Sorry, for Charlie Summers, currently in 4th place. 3 minutes of this one to go. Fastest driver on track is currently Andrew Ward, 48.869.
Yep.
And closing in rapidly on Aidan Kitchener. In fact, he's through. In fact, he's gone through.
So it's not the double win for Kitchener that's on. It's the double win of the day for Andrew Ward. Gets himself to the head of the field. Again, the only Class 1 runner actually in this one.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that the win is nailed on by any stretch of the imagination. Still, Cochrane and Summers are battling away, but now Jed Toole and Dan Seeger have really closed up to them. Amy Breacher as well in 7th place coming on to the back of this.
Plenty of support coming in for Charlie Summers, I can see. Thank you for joining us, guys. Looking to finish with an A final here today for the last round of the season. Less than 2.5 minutes to go. Callum Martin is now the fastest driver out on circuit, 48.784. The lap times definitely have dropped.
Yes.
In comparison, lap times around this time of the day yesterday at the back end of the endurance race were in the mid-47s. In fact, there's been another change to the lead. Kitchener's got back through. Kitchener has got back through past Ward.
Side by side there as well between Breacher and I think it was Dan Seeger up the hill. It was Breacher and Callum Martin going side by side up to Cafe Corner. So yeah, change for the lead indeed. Aidan Kitchener back past Andrew Ward. Here, though, finally, Summers, this has been building for a while. Charlie Summers with a move on Matthew Cochrane. Has he got a counter-attack there? There you can see Amy Breacher has indeed moved up to 7th place. 42 there as well, battling through. Michael Reeder defending against Aaron Clark. Good battle going on out there actually for good battle for the lead going on here. Another move here with Andrew Ward going up the inside. Textbook manoeuvre into Garda to take the lead. Another wipe of the visor. I have to say, Andrew, I'm asked, I can talk about driving in the dark. I can talk about driving in the fog. I can only think of one situation where I've been driven in the dark and the fog, which would have been probably the early hours of a BUKC 24 hours once, where we got a bit of morning mist at the same time as darkness. I can't really speak for exactly how this is going to be for the drivers as the light starts to fade in the last few races of today. Good battle going on out there for the highest placed Class 3 finisher. Chris Hancock's got past Aaron Clark a few laps ago, as did Michael Reeder, but they're having a good little ding-dong over the Class 3 bragging rights, as now Kitchener has dropped well back, and indeed Charlie Summers. I'm not sure what's happened to Kitchener on this lap, but Summers has got through there and up into 2nd place. So it's going to be Andrew Ward who will see the last lap board this time around with the new fastest lap of the race, 48.594, 1.7 seconds the gap.
The mist continuing to roll in here at Buckmore Park. The thing I've got most vision of at the moment is the little LCD screen on our cameraman on hairpin 1. Can't actually see the karts.
No. But
can't tell which one of our cameramen is on there
no,
either.
That's
just
true,
see the
actually.
LCD screen.
A few drivers who, of course, were recovering back up through the field after the incident at Turn 1. Kim Ellough, I think, has done the best of them, getting up to 12th place. Sam Slater, too, has recovered to 13th. But, yeah, it has been a costly one for this. There will be some drivers out of position in those trophy finals, no doubt.
Well, all I can say to this one is, you're joking. Another one? Andrew Ward takes 2 heat victories in one day.
I don't think we've ever said that before, but Wardy wins. 4 DDMM Barnstormers. Wait, no, he doesn't, because it's a single sprints day. Charlie Summers, P2. Aidan Kitchener, 3rd. More good points for Aidan Kitchener.
first and third so far today. Very useful points. Dan Seeger in fourth. We're going to move swiftly on, though, because Heat 9 are out on track now.
We really need to fit a Double Dash Motorsport Media visor strip to that
Yes,
helmet.
we do.
Mike Coppin and Martin Theodoro are your front row of the grid for this one. Russell Cooper and Kevin Schofield on row 2. Ashley White and Corey Smith are on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Ramanas Chikauskas and Fraser Brunton. Christopher Powell and Steph Theodoro on row 5. Isaiah Agwegu and Harrison Kirkham are on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Adam Sheargold and Toby Smith. Patrick Millman and Penny Millman are an all-Millman 8th row, and then it's Oliver Bailey to round out the 17-car grid.
Big race, this, in the context of the day for Mike Coppin. Hasn't had particularly good results so far. 8th and 5th. Needs a good score in this one to get into the A Final. Lights are red, the green. We're racing once again here at Buckmore Park in the fog, and Mike Coppin is streaking away already in the lead of this race. Russell Cooper up to P2. A couple of drivers gating around the outside, and onto the leaves. Those treacherous leaves for Toby Smith. Where they probably offer you even less grip than normal grass does.
Yes, absolutely. Martin Theodoro very wide there on the exit of hairpin 2. He's going to lose out heavily there. Mike Coppin emerges from the fog as the clear race leader there, and it looks like Christopher Powell has had an amazing start from 9th to get up into 2nd.
Track limit warning to say for Martin Theodoro. Steph Theodoro takes to it's contact there involving Martin Theodoro. There was drivers on the inside as well. I think Harrison Kirkham was one of them. But just the start that Mike Coppin was looking for. 2 seconds
very
clear.
wide there into turn 1, Andrew. We'll look out for that. Hopefully they've kept that. No, they
No,
are
they haven't.
round.
It's Russell Cooper.
Yeah. I just saw that out of the corner of my eye then. Someone was going well off turn 1. Thankfully they've kept it out of the wall. Or if they have, they've bounced back out of the wall, but they seem to be okay and underway again.
So running down the hill, the lead is now 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Mike Coppin looking in control of it. Here is the fight over 4th place, with Fraser Brunton now to the front of it ahead of Christopher Powell. Steph Theodoro in there as well.
Yeah, once again, endurance teammates going
in fact,
side
sorry,
by
it'll be
side.
for 3rd because Russell Cooper was off on that last lap.
Yes, very much so.
In fact, I'll try to correct myself again. It's now 2nd place because Ashley White has been overcome by Fraser Brunton. Steph Theodoro now down the inside. Gets through as what has happened there? Martin Theodoro.
Was that Harrison Kirkham? That looked like Harrison Kirkham was recovering from an off there, to me. I thought I saw the flash of an orange helmet. Double check that one as they come through.
Yes, Theodoro, Corey Smith and Kirkham all slow through sector number 1. So that'll promote Kevin Schofield and Oliver Bailey up some spots. Not that that will bother the race leader. Lap times are getting slower. We're in the 49s now. Apart from, of course, Fraser Brunton, already champion. Sealed the title last time out at Ellough Park with a clean sweep on that long visit.
There's a lot of debris on the exit of hairpin 1 now, Andrew.
I just wonder if someone's been off, collected a load of scoops, more scoops of the debris of the leaves, and then they've dumped them on the exit of hairpin number 1.
I just wonder. I mean, when you were talking to Chris Woodger earlier, he said that the darkness didn't make much difference to how he drives. But I've got to think that, at least for some of the drivers, perhaps the less experienced ones, the fog, the dampness, the dark, it's got to be starting to have an effect here in some way, shape or form. So I don't know. It's an interesting one. Here is Steph Theodoro in 3rd place, ahead of Powell and White. Mike Coppin leads this one comfortably by 3.4 seconds from Fraser Brunton.
Adam Sheargold having a good race as well, is currently the lead C3 in this race.
Yep.
It has very much split into almost two divisions, I think, and I think there is a bit of experience playing in here because the lap times of those in the top 7, 48s, 49s, those in the second half of the field, especially the novice C3s, 51s and 50s. Absolutely. I mean, especially if it's your first season.
Yes.
You don't really even get this kind of weather when we start the season here at Buckmore Park in February.
Yes.
It's a little bit lighter.
Yeah.
We're further away from the equinox.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, this is fascinating conditions to drive in right now. As I say, it always feels kind of cool, I've got to say. It does feel cool to pilot a car in the dark and through mist. It's all, But, yeah, I agree. I think two fields sort of forming up here. When I said that Mike Coppin led comfortably ahead of Fraser Brunton, that is a relative statement, as comfortable as one can be ahead of Fraser Brunton, who's taken a few tenths out of him steadily the last couple of laps. But it's still 2.8 seconds, and with 2 minutes left on the clock, I think Fraser's going to run out of opportunities to close that gap. Yeah. Harrison Kirkham's just recovered to 12th place. I think at the moment he's still... On the whole, I think he's fairly well set for... because he is definitely our live points leader, as you say, in that Class 3 championship battle. Christopher Powell having a look at Steph Theodorou into Garda. Nice clean pass there. Ashley White trying to buy in on that one, but no move was forthcoming. And yet look at how much is on the exit there. Sam Dimolo with a broom.
Finally doing some work.
With a broom.
Actually, no, he's not. He's just standing there at the side of the track with a broom. Come on. Sweep them leaves, man.
That is quite incredible, isn't it, how much has been carried there? To be honest, it's a rather...
Who's letting the carts do it?
Yeah, it's a thankless task, though, because the carts keep rearranging them into different places. But, yeah. I can imagine the call's gone out. Sam could just sweep up the leaves. He's like, you what? Really?
I'm more impressed. Where's he found that broom from
That's
in the middle
true.
of a race?
Where has he done that? Like,
does he carry that around with him? 30 seconds of the race to go. The last lap.
Not worth it, mate. Not worth it.
I can't be bothered. Mike Coppin leads the race by 2.5 seconds ahead of Fraser Brunton.
It's a lovely thought.
Where is the lead? Oh, he's coming down. See, we can't even see
Where's
where the leader is anymore.
There he is.
Thank you, Mike.
He can't see. We can't see.
Nice painted lid.
Yes.
And even spot it through the fog. Down through Sime Sweep. Just what the doctor ordered this race. Needed a result, because otherwise I think it was going to be B final time for this year's runner-up. Out of the final corner to take yet another victory here in the Lightweights Championship. Mike Coppin takes heat number 9 by 2.5 seconds ahead of Fraser Brunton. And now
there we
the
go.
Sweeping begins. I want to see some Winter Olympic style,
You realise that...
There we go.
You realise that the curling brushing technique is not conducive to actually clearing stuff off of a racetrack, right?
Is if you do it quick enough. Christopher Powell 3rd, Steph Theodorou 4th, Kevin Schofield 5th, Ashley White 6th. Can you tell it's the end of the season, ladies and gentlemen? Romanis Jakowska 7th, and well done to Ollie Bailey as well, 8th place,
yes.
top C3 ahead of Adam Shergold. And crucially, Harrison Kirkham gets 10th. Another couple of points for Harrison Kirkham. Moves his score by our calculations to 10.79. We're going to get ready, though, because Heat 10 is heading out now.
Grid. Oh, here's your grid then for Heat 10. It is the last day, isn't it? Chris Woodger and Amy Preacher on row number 1. Callum Martin, just forgetting to unmute myself. Callum Martin and Andrew Warder on row 2. Dean Everest and Aaron Stillwell are on row number 3. Row 4 is Liam Nolan and Andrew Rabbich. Adam Wright and Greg Smith are on row 5. Sam Essery and James Wattis are on row 6. Row 7 is Prash Alphonsus and Dan Grocott. Jack Harley Walsh and Lewis Stagg are row number 8. And then row number 9 is made up by Chris Hancocks and Joel Nichols. To round out the 19 car grid is Joe Radcliffe in the number 73. Leaves all cleared then. Last chance for all these drivers to get points on the board ahead of the trophy finals. It's going to be Chris Woodger to lead them away then. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go. Once again into the mist. It's a good start from Callum Martin on third on the grid. And that's a good start from Liam Nolan as well. In fact, where has that come from? That is Nolan up into first place there in the number 38. That's from 7th on the grid. What is it about that position that gives drivers a unique advantage? But Liam Nolan to the head of the field. Greg Smith as well with a stellar start as well. From 10th on the grid to 2nd place. I don't know how that happened, but well done to them all. It's really interesting. James Wattis here trying to put some moves on there into guard. He needs a better race this time, does James Wattis, because he had his fair haul of penalties as Andrew Ward's having a look at Greg Smith for 2nd place into turn number 1. But yeah, what a first lap there. I'm going to have to take a look at that. Up 5 places for Liam Nolan and up 6 for Greg Smith. That'll do. That'll do nicely. But is that Andrew Ward's got through? Yes, he has. So Ward up into 2nd place ahead of Greg Smith. And now Dean Everest is trying to apply some pressure to Greg as well. Chris Woodger, your pole sitter, still running well in the lower part of the top 10. You can see Sam Essery chasing Dean Everest as well. Here we go then, at the end of lap number 2 then, Liam Nolan, Andrew Ward though with the fastest lap of the race. The only driver, the only driver who could potentially get a clean sweep of heats today. Here. Yeah, very much so. This is really good stuff here at the moment from the driver in the number 13. Dean Everest has the close attentions of Samuel Essery. This is the 40 being chased by the 20 there, and James Wattis as well in the 218 chasing them. Down the hill they come then. And into Paddock corner. Greg Smith returning after a few months break from Club 100, former Class 3 champion. Up the hill they come. You can see there Adam Wright and Chris Woodger as well. Again, not all Class 1, and that's wide for Sam Essery, and he's going to do well to hang on to that. And you know what he did there? He dipped out the throttle, and he reacted. He did not just keep the blind, because turn 1 and 2 can feel so good around here when it's hooked up.
Yeah.
But you can't keep blind faith in just planting the throttle. You've got to back out of it and keep the nose pointing in the right direction in conditions such as these. Down the hill comes Dean Everest, now with the close attentions of James Wattis instead of Samuel Essery after that moment up at turn 1 for Sam. And here, Andrew Ward has caught onto the back of Liam Nolan. Two drivers having a really good day's racing there. And then Samuel Essery wide at Cafe as well, and that's going to allow Adam Wright through. And Chris Woodger is going to try and go around the outside. Oh, goodness me. That is Woodger into the wall. And all that was he was trying to do a move around the outside of Samuel Essery. And just as Essery found a lap ago, there's no grip on the outside there. Ward alongside Liam Nolan into the S's. That would be bold. And he duly pulls out from that one. But serious pressure being applied now to Liam Nolan at the head of the field. Very uncharacteristic to see that from Chris Woodger, but it's just that thing. You cannot go side by side easily into turn number 1 at the moment, or if you do, the person on the outside is going to fare badly. Contact penalty for James Wattis. Sorry to report that, because that's not the first time we've had to say it. I mean, it's really good to see James back at his local track. It's just
maybe a little bit of race rust so far.
Cone penalty for Ward. Cone penalty for Ward, and all the reaction here from us is purely because that means he cannot take a clean sweep of heat wins, which would be a first for him. But he is going for the lead nonetheless.
He's got it.
And he's got it done.
Could still be on for pole position, though.
I don't think no one else has had a scoreline to match that, to my mind anyway, so far. Either way, he's going to be at the sharp end of the grid in the A finals here.
Why didn't he do this yesterday?
I mean,
we had to start from 25th on the grid.
Yeah, but to be fair, yeah. He's, you know.
What was he messing around with? Anyway,
He's
race
just getting
leader.
his iron. Maybe he goes faster when he can see less of the track. That's a possibility.
Well, that's gonna open a whole range of possibilities.
Another penalty for James Wattis, bump and pass. It's going to be. I think he's going to be a driver to keep an eye on in the finals, because he's going to have much faster pace relative to those around him. But the question will be, can he cleanly get through into the promotion spots to reflect his pace round here? You know, there is that opportunity for redemption.
Is it a distraction thing? If I talk to him more on the radio, he has to focus more, then drive quicker.
I'm wary of testing that particular theory, but we can all. I think everything has to be on the table going into next year.
Andrew Rabbage there in 9th place.
I'm not
10th
sure.
place, sorry.
I'm not sure Ward is the one of us three who needs to get faster, if I'm honest, in this operation. That was not
a fair point.
That was not a jibe, by the way, between us. I'm just saying he's probably got us done for the pace. Adam Wright with a penalty as well. Track limits 3 times. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Some really interesting Class 1s out there. As in, some really interesting drives so far today from Class 1s. We're going to have some really, really odd grids going into these trophy finals, I think, as Greg Smith feels the need to go off in avoidance, and Samuel Essery suddenly arrives on the scene. He's brought a Callum Martin as well along for the party in the number 32 there. On to the last lap then for Andrew Ward, but bear in mind he cannot take the race win. He has a coating penalty to be applied. So Liam Nolan at the moment is looking good for the win there. James Wattis with this is the thing. James Wattis, fastest lap of the race. He's got the pace. He's just got to race cleanly. So it'll be interesting to see how things go in these trophy finals. Greg Smith going defensive here in the battle against Sam Esser and Callum Martin. Amy Breach has arrived on the scene as well. And then you can see Andrew Rabbage and Aaron Stillwell to round out, in 10th and 11th respectively. Up at Garda then, here is Andrew Ward. He's going to come up the hill. He has had a cone penalty, so this won't be an outright win. So he'll cross the line first on the road, but it's going to be Liam Nolan who takes the win, takes his second win of the... In fact, Liam Nolan's had like 2 wins and a second?
I was to say second win of the season, but now I'm going to...
Oh, second win of the season, sorry. Yeah, because he finished second. Did he finish second behind Garrett Berry earlier on, I think?
Yes.
So, but a really good scoreline for Liam Nolan as well. I'm going to be fascinated to see this A final grid later on. James Wattis in 3rd, Adam Wright in 4th. That's how they finished, at least in the top 4, though there's some penalties to be applied. Next up here is heat number 11. Here's your grid for heat number 11, then the penultimate heat race of the season here in Club 100 Super Senior Sprints. Charlie Summers and Reece Pope are on row 1, Rob Langthorpe and James Martin on row 2, Kim Ely and Jed Toole are row number 3. It'll be Matthew Cockram and Sam Morris on row 4, with Ben Lambeth and Bryn Alban on row 5. Joshua Sangster and Aidan Kitchener are next, ahead of George Oxford and Zach Stout. Andy Berry and Clifton Malcolm make up row number 8. Row 9 is made up of Matt Ellis and Aaron Clark, and then Jagjit Singh will round out the 19 karts contesting this 7-minute heat.
So the good news is I think the fog is actually lifting.
Yes.
Let's see how these drivers deal with it. Heat number 11 out of 12. Away we go. Reece Pope needs a good result from this one. Has had a very mixed day so far. Rob Langthorpe on the outside there. Much cleaner start so far through the first couple of corners. Into hairpin 1 they go. Aidan Kitchener looking for positions in the early phases. Bryn Alban in there as well. Everyone's still running as they approach through hairpin number 2. And then if you're in the middle of the pack, then you can get into a rhythm and start to pick off some positions. As side by side go Bryn Alban and the number 30 of Ben Lambeth there. Bryn Alban fights his way through. There is a penalty already though, Howard. Aaron Clark, the number 37, for loading.
Yeah, so that's race control not too happy with the conduct off the start there for the driver of the number 37, as they'll battle their way through Garda. Coming up the hill though at the end of lap number 1, Reece Pope has had a much better start to this one than we saw from his previous heat, as Ben Lambeth and Bryn Olban continue to do battle through turns 1 and 2. Got to be careful. We've seen a few people suffer when they've gone out wide there, but all the penalty that Bryn Olban has is that Aidan Kitchener comes through to nab 6th place off of him. Joshua Sangster as well, waiting in the wings should the opportunity present itself in that number 57 kart. It is Ben Lambeth who's at the head of this little pack, this little battle now over 5th place. Sam Morris a little bit further up the road in the number 62. Here he is on the back of Rob Langthorpe. I feel like Rob needs to have a good heat as well. I'm not sure he's been able to make progress up through the field as much as we'd maybe expect from him based on his conventional form.
I like Matt Ellis's progress as well. Can't win C3 anymore. Mathematically, Matt Ellis is now out, but gained 6 positions on that first lap. Really good work from Matt Ellis. Contact warning for Kim Ely. Bryn Olban down the inside of Aidan Kitchener now. That's a good move there for 6th.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Really good battle happening there in the mid part of the top 10.
You're watching live coverage. It's round 11 of the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship for 2022, the final round of the season. Plenty more Club 100 action to follow, though, across the course. Oh, down the inside there goes the number 37. That's Aaron Clark on Andy Berry, I think.
Yep.
BUKC action next week. Give the British University Karting Championships pages a follow to keep abreast of the situation in qualifiers and the races that will decide the 50-odd teams that go forward to race in the Mains Championship in 2023, which you will be able to watch here on Alpha Live.
Absolutely.
And there is one more meeting of the Junior and Cadets
There is.
and the Experience Championships to go as well, which you can follow
Here,
at,
isn't it?
I think so, yeah,
Yes.
at Club 100 Racing, across their social media pages.
Nice move there, Ben Lambeth on Sam Morris. That's to take 4th place off of him. So good moves from Ben Lambeth. Moves himself into the highest placed of the Class 2 runners in this field of 19 karts. In this field of 18 karts. I think we had someone not take the start. But yeah, do you know what? The first time in the lightweights, I think, today that we've seen, except for when there's maybe been a solitary Class 1 runner, we've actually seen the Class 1 runners all sort of percolate to the top of the field as one would actually expect. As I say, everyone in the same even machinery, everyone scored evenly across the classes, or scored overall, should we say, such that every position counts, as Sam Morris feels the need to take avoiding action there, but it's going to open the door for Bryn Olban there up at Garda, but he's going to go very wide there, and I'll be surprised if he keeps that together. Indeed, he doesn't. As meanwhile, Ben Lambeth has got onto the back of Ron Langthorpe ahead. This is brilliant pace from Ben Lambeth in that number 30 car. Brilliant turn of pace, fastest lap of the race at the moment at 47.745. Through hairpin 2 they go. As Andrew said, I think it's weird, this one. The fog has cleared, particularly at the top end of the circuit where they are now, but the darkness has now fallen. So we've given with one and taken away with the other in terms of visibility. Rob Langthorpe checking which way is Ben Lambeth. He goes defensive into Garda. That works really well for him, but it is going to really slow them both down, that. And you can see visually how Sam Morris has closed up a little bit there. So Langthorpe is definitely thinking about what's behind him rather than catching up to those ahead of him. Bryn Olban prizes open the door on Sam Morris into turn number 1 in the battle over 5th place. Fastest lap of the race from Aaron Clark at the moment, the highest placed of the Class 3 runners. So good pace there as Joshua Sangster goes side by side with Aidan Kitchener over 7th place. We'll have to see how that one played out. I think Kitchener's ahead of Sangster now, just looking out of my window. Rob Langthorpe feels a little more relief this lap as he's able to take a more conventional racing line through Garda, but Bryn Olban is definitely on a mission to catch up to them both here. And yeah, it does look like Kitchener's got by on, so Sangster and Kitchener have got by on Morris. That's what's actually happened there. The 62 now behind the 57 and the 159. But there is the move from Ben Lambeth for third place down the inside of Rob Langthorpe. Rob Langthorpe's going to try back again though into hairpin 2. Not going to take this one without a fight. Ben Lambeth seems unhappy about that, but that looked firm but fair for me for Rob Langthorpe. So it is not my call to make. Reece Pope still leading this one by 2.8 seconds at the head of the field. James Martin having a very quiet one at the moment, where everybody is. He's 2 seconds up the road from this battle that we're looking at now as Rob Langthorpe goes defensive again. And Bryn Alban will try and tuck underneath, but it's going to be difficult for him to make something of it, I think, up the hill, unless he can get really good overspeed. Might have something on into turn 1, though. It's actually closing up quite a bit as Reece Pope is on the final lap of the circuit. Now Ben Lambeth mounts a new attack for third place. He's going to prize open the door. Look out for Bryn Alban as well in the 16. And everybody's arrived on the scene here because Joshua Sangster, Aidan Kitchener, Sam Morris and Aaron Clark. Aaron Clark there trying down the inside of Sam Morris into hairpin 2. It's side by side as well between Sangster and Kitchener. And all of this is allowing Ben Lambeth to get on up the road. Reece Pope is up at Garda though at the moment, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered as well, as side by side go Langthorpe and Bryn Alban. Coming through to take the win now is Reece Pope. He's going to take a win after a difficult second heat, which had plenty of penalties. Not plenty, too many penalties, but that is a great win for Reece Pope. James Martin with solid points in second. Rob Langthorpe, though, beaten to third by Ben Lambeth there. Bryn Alban's got through as well. Aidan Kitchener in 6th, Sam Morris in 7th, Joshua Sangster in 8th. Great drive from Aaron Clark. That was a really strong one there for the driver in the number 37 in 9th. And Jed Toole rounds out the top 10 ahead of Matt Ellis, Andy Berry, Zach Stout, Matthew Cockram and Jagjit Singh in 15th. Kim Ely, Charlie Summers and Clifton Malcolm we expect to come home. There he is in 18th place. That was it for heat number 11 then. The very last heat of our lightweights is coming up next here at Buckmore Park. Last heat race of the season then for our senior sprints. Ned Douglas will start this one on pole with Yusuf Bin Sahel alongside Luke Phillips and Michael Preston are row number 2. Row 3 is made up of Keith Segal and Dante Dillon. It'll be Garrett Berry and Sam Slater on row 4 with Dan Seeger and Jeremy Deeks to round out your top 10. Josh Wood and James Browning are on row 6 ahead of Michael Reeder and Nicholas Lacasas on row 7. Alexandra Benoit and Yusuf Sohajono make up row 8, and then it'll be George Lawler and Evan Craig on row number 9. I feel like this is a big race for George Lawler, Andrew.
It is, yeah, really, really big race in the context of his C3 day. He needs to get through to the B final, I think, to give himself a good chance of overhauling Harrison Kirkham's points lead. Away we go. Ned Douglas leads into turn number 1. Are they all going to get through? A couple of drivers running out wide. Want to avoid those leaves and those wet patches through Henry's. Dan Seeger in the middle of it all as well. He needs a good race result in his battle with Andrew Ward. We've seen how good the scores have been for Ward so far today.
Yep, Sam Slater as well needs a good heat thinking about it, because he was one of the spinners in that earlier heat where they all slipped around on the leaves, the likes of him and Kim Ely. 3 wide into time sweep. That all went as well as I think it could have done. Considering, but Ned Douglas is still holding on to the lead here ahead of Yusuf Bin Sahel at the front of the field.
Apologies to those on our DDMM Common Sports live stream. Our live camera is now working again. All of your live timing on that stream as well. To supplement us here on Alpha Live, do make sure that you've subscribed, click the like button and the notification bell as well. Yusuf Bin Sahel, what a day Yusuf is having so far. He's on here for a really, really good set of scores through these heats. He's already had a race win so far today.
Yep, as has Garrett Berry, of course. And Ned Douglas has had some good battles, but there's just been 1 or 2 penalties here and there that have prevented him from having a great result. So this is an interesting group at the head of the field. Dan Seeger as well, trying to prize open the door. Garrett Berry through on Yusuf Bin Sahel, though, up into 2nd place. There's been a bump and pass penalty for Michael Reeder. So he is the highest place of the Class 3 runners at the moment, but he won't be once that penalty of 4 positions is applied. Sam Slater there running in 5th place with Jeremy Deeks trying to get by on him as well. These 2 sort of groups battling away that make up the top 10 at the moment. There's Dan Seeger goes down the inside of Yusuf Bin Sahel at hairpin 2. And that looks as well like Luke Phillips having a move on Jeremy Deeks, that looked like to me, into hairpin 2 as well. And through the hill then in the darkness. The now much clearer darkness as Ned Douglas feels the need to go defensive for the race lead against Garrett Berry through Garda. And Garrett Berry's going to try and hold it round the outside. He'll have the flat curb on the exit, and that was beautiful by Garrett Berry to take himself up into the lead.
Bolshy, really good move from Garrett Berry because he can get hung out wide there and it can get a bit uncomfortable, but Garrett Berry forcefully said, no, I'm coming through, and takes the lead of the race.
Fair from Ned as well.
Yes.
To give the racing room, it has to be said as well. They've flattened the curb on the way up to Cafe Corner there, and I think that makes moves like that more, well, possible. But still, that was quite something there from the driver of the number 22. Dan Seeger still staying in touch with them, though, in the number 53, Yusuf Bin Sahel trying to keep himself in the loop in 4th place. And then Sam Slater is in 5th, leading the next pack of karts. A little way off the back of them at the moment. Michael Reeder has just decided he's going to just offset his bump and pass penalty. He's in 7th place at the moment, is the Class 3 driver, so impressive stuff there from one of our novices.
So the C3 championship situation at the moment, George Lawler with an 11th place here. On the live points as Dan Seeger's looking down the inside of Ned Douglas for 2nd place. Has he got the move done? Douglas is going to slot in behind. Yes, indeed, Dan Seeger has got 2nd place. So just to go back to C3, George Lawler on the live points has 1,071 points as per our calculations. We should stress that. Harrison Kirkham's on 1,079, has had a brilliant run through these heats and overturned what was a points lead on banked scores for Lawler into quite a sizable advantage now before we go into the finals. And the crucial thing that I'm thinking here, Howard, if Kirkham's done enough to get into the B final, which I think he has,
yes,
Lawler's got to do the same. Lawler's got to be in that race.
Yeah.
You know, we saw with the heavy C3, it was a good attempt from Andrew Hicks. There was just too many positions to overcome.
Yeah.
Versus Richard Neal to make that C3 battle swing in the last race.
Yes.
It's a closer gap in this one for George Lawler and Harrison Kirkham, but there'll still be work to do for George Lawler, but he's first got to get into the same final as his title rival.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Class 1 already wrapped up. Just as a reminder, Fraser Brunton, your champion in that. Dante Dillon, who's out there right now, can just drive fairly chilled because he is your Class 2 winner for the championship in lightweights for 2022, Club 100 Senior Sprints. Here is Dan Seeger, who would dearly love to get onto the back of Garrett Berry, but frankly, Garrett's pace as there's an off
Browning.
there.
I think that might be James Browning.
Off at turn 1. It's one of the earlier, off quite early within that corner. But yeah, Garrett Berry's pace at the head of the field, very impressive at the moment, 47.5. Which, to my mind, is a couple of tenths quicker than we were seeing best lap times in the fog. So I'm convinced that makes a bit of a difference. If nothing else, the grunt you can get from the engines, maybe round, you're not driving through a cloud.
Always helps.
Always helps.
Michael Reeder getting involved here, the number 42.
Against Jeremy Deeks there.
Is that Dante Dillon behind them as well? Dante Dillon's had a very strange day in a way. 9th and 1st so far. Is 9th at the moment in this one. Normally, I would say, might be under threat of being in the A final here, but it's been such a topsy-turvy afternoon and early evening for a number of our lightweights. I think he might be okay in this case. Less than a minute to go on the clock. Garrett Berry still leading this race and lapping well, 47.596 last time around. Dan Seeger in 2nd place is 1.5 back. Ned Douglas 3rd, Yusuf Bin Sahel 4th, Sam Slater in 5th place now. Reeder and Dillon confirmed past Jeremy Deeks. So further strengthening their positions in the standings. Garrett Berry, another driver who's really taking some big steps forward, if you ask me, in 2022. Continuing an improvement rise that started last year. Garrett Berry comes round the final couple of corners and takes the final heat win and the fastest lap of the race, 47.472. A job very well done. Dan Seeger in second place, Ned Douglas third, Yusuf bin Sahel in fourth, Sam Slater finishes in fifth, Luke Phillips in sixth ahead of Michael Reed at the top C3 in seventh. And how about that? Michael Reed, the top C3, just beat the C2 champion for this year. Dante Dillon in 8th, 9th for Jeremy Deeks, Michael Preston 10th, George Lawler 11th, so that one goes into the tracker. 10th, 11th and 12th for Lawler versus 4th, 9th and 10th for Harrison Kirkham. And there'll be a short pause now whilst race control sort out who's in the C, B and A finals. Let's just run through the rest of this order. In heat number 12, Nicholas Lacasas in 12th, Yusuf Serhoyono in 13th, Alexandre Benoit finishes in 14th, Keith Segal 15th, Evan Craig 16th, James Browning after a spin 17th, and Josh Wood a retirement in 18th. Keep your comments coming in. It's been a very topsy-turvy afternoon.
It feels
Howard.
very. I mean, that end. There's blue sky now, but also dark blue sky. It's very weird. Our judgment of this gets quite difficult right now because the cameras can make it look different to the natural light, and then Andrew and I have to remember we're in a comms box with tinted windows.
Yes.
So,
shall I do that right now?
If you just go outside for a second, mate. But we've got some semblance of light still in the sky. Sort of twilight, isn't it? So, there's Andrew operating the door on the comms box.
Yes, it is the tinted windows that from our position make it look a little bit darker than it actually is.
Yes.
But Buckmore Park looking absolutely fantastic. I think with the pace of life these days, it's sometimes easy to forget that we nearly stopped coming here, and it was only the start of this year where we were kind of back to normal, and trips to Buckmore Park. Do enjoy coming here a lot.
Yeah,
been great to be back. I've not been back for a while, for a few months.
Yeah, it's a really good
Always
point.
a good
Actually.
trip.
Really good point, mate. That we do love having this venue on the calendar and coming back to it. Yeah, and a lot of drivers like this one, myself included. We do have a grid for the C Final. I can't see any drivers quite in their cars just yet, mind you. I don't know why I'm trusting my vision. I can't actually see very well down in the paddock at this point. Definitely, though, here at the circuit, we are looking ahead to get our final round of trophy finals underway for the Senior Sprint Championship of 2022. But we'll look ahead to that in a moment. We could just see some of the officials getting things together on the track as well. Yeah, the drivers are just being informed of what the grids actually are. This is that frantic moment where everyone huddles around where the results are posted to work out what race they're in. There is the fleet of CLUB100 Rotax Evo karts. There is a lot of drivers. I know we heard it from Chris Woodger earlier. A lot of drivers. There is an atmosphere doing this at the end of the season. It really is almost a bit of pathetic fallacy, as I say, of like the season's coming to a close, the light's coming down. It's got that feel to it.
Well, I never. Have you seen the A Final grid?
I was going to.
Mr.
I'll
Woodhouse
take a look at it.
Stated it in the chat already.
Yeah,
I was not
goodness
expecting
me. Okay,
today.
we'll get to that one. We'll get to that one in due course. Yeah, I mean, these grids, in fact, to be honest with you, these grids are just fascinating all the way. There are definitely drivers out of position here. It's going to be an interesting one. And let's not forget, the biggest grids of the whole time, I mean, the most karts that we've had was 19 karts.
Yeah.
And just as we saw earlier in the heavyweights, suddenly we throw them into grids of, 26, 27 karts. So yeah, this could be interesting, and there's definitely, as I say, some drivers who will be looking to get on up from C Final to B Final and from B Final to A. Have you noted who's on pole for that B Final? Actually, is another
No, I've not got
interesting
that
one.
far yet. I'm just verifying
okay.
my results from C3s. Keep
Say
comments
this in
coming
terms of Class 3, both Harrison Kirkham and George Lawler have already made it into that B Final. So that keeps things alive in that. As Class 3 drivers getting ready and into their karts and finding their positions. The last time that they'll race with these race numbers as well. A driver keeps their number plate for the whole season. It sort of becomes their identity for the year. So if you've had a good year with it, maybe that'll be your lucky number from here on in. If you've had a bad year, maybe you'll be quite glad to hand your number plate back in at the end of the day to the Club 100 staff and officials. Thank you very much for your support on the stream and throughout the season as well. If you've been joining us throughout, please do like, share, subscribe. And if you've missed any of the season, do go back and enjoy it. And another reminder, shameless plug time. Myself and Andrew, we are Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you like what you've heard from the commentary side of things, check out at Double Dash MM across our various forms of social media. Oh no, I thought my button had broken then, and the Double Dash Motorsport Media logo would just have to stay up there for the whole rest of the stream.
Oh, that would be a shame.
That would be terrible. Producer just reminded us that he can turn it off manually from his side. So yeah. Right. We are seeing drivers now, most drivers in their karts, so we're going to look ahead here then to the C Final, the first of our trophy finals here at Buckmore Park. Your C Final grid then here for round 11 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprint Lightweight Championship. Sam Morris will start this one on pole with Chris Hancock alongside Jeremy Deeks and Chris Woodger. Chris Woodger on row 2 of the C Final grid there. Dan Grocott and Oliver Bailey make up row 3. Corey Smith and Isaiah Aguegu are row number 4. Aaron Clark and Toby Smith round out your top 10. Lewis Stagg and Yusuf Sohayono are on row 6, and then it's Andy Berry and Keith Segal on row 7. Nicholas Lacasas and Zach Stout are row number 8, and then it's Clifton Malcolm and Joel Nichols on row number 9. Your top 20 is rounded out. It's funny how this is played out. Penny Millman and Patrick Millman round out your top 20 on row 10, and then it's going to be Alexander Benoit and James Browning on row 11. Evan Craig and George Oxford are on row 12. Joe Radcliffe and Prash Alphonsus are on row 13. And rounding out the 27 kart grid for this C Final, it's going to be the biggest pack that these drivers have found themselves in all day, is Jagjit Singh.
So no C3 trophies can be decided in this one because both of our championship contenders have got through to the B Final. This will all be about who can finish in the top 4 of the C Final and progress on to that B Final. You never know. You never know. It's been a very topsy-turvy day, as we say, in the lightweights. You could have someone, I'm thinking someone like Chris Woodger, be able to fight their way through from C to B to A. Hello to Kirith Kart as well on the Double Dash Motorsport Media comms box cam. Hope you're doing well, mate. And getting ready here for this C Final. 3 races to go. 3 races to go on this tyre setup. A lot of changes happening over the course of 2023, going to the Dunlops.
Yes, very true. Very true. So, as ever, Club 100 looking to improve the experience, and it's going to be an interesting change. Supposedly, it does change the Well, it changes several things actually, because the tyres that they're using means they're changing the gearing going into next year as well. So it's going to be interesting, something for the drivers to get used to as the new season gets going. But there's always these changes coming along. You know, we've had the change from TKM to Rotax. We've had changes on tyres before. I remember when they moved to an Ackerman steering geometry. Probably about 8 or 9 years ago now. Now I'm just sounding old. Let's move on. But there's always some changes going on here, and it keeps things interesting. But right now we're looking to have a fascinating finish to this one. The top 4 then of this pack of 27 will progress onto the back of the B final grid. They will be promoted. You've got to think that Chris Woodger has had a really mixed day. You've got to think on balance that he'd be hoping to get up into that final.
You would think so, with the speed that he's got round here. Looked pretty good in the practice sessions, but just after lunchtime.
That can play on your mind.
Yeah.
It really can. Like the fact that if you're the Class 1 runner in a C final grid, you can sort of go, just keep it cool. We're all good. Be fine. We'll be fine. And, you know, it's easy to just sort of get a bit more, I don't know, staccato in your driving and all sorts of things. It's important he just keeps a clear head if he wants to get that promoted. If he wants to get promoted, if he does,
Fog has pretty much cleared.
Yes.
With our view out here of the commentary box, we can see all the way to Henry's Bend now, which we could not an hour or so ago. We are ready then to go for the first of the longer races, the final races. It's the C final. Top 4 go through to the B here at Buckmore Park, and away we go. Sam Morris gets away from pole position. Chris Hancock on the outside. Jeremy Deeks trying to slip up the inside there. And just making sure that... it's a bit of a mess in the mid-pack there as the number 89 is facing at least momentarily the wrong way. That was Corey Smith.
Yeah, the one...
And, bit of a bump there out of hairpin number 1. The 107 of Yusuf Sohayono has gone to the bottom of the order. Not a good start there.
I have to be honest, I thought that was going to get a little bit worse, to be honest. I thought I saw some karts sort of checking up on each other in the mid-pack there. I thought hairpin 1's braking zone was going to end up a lot more messily than that, as the 37 there of Aaron Clark has made a stellar start. That's amazing for Aaron Clark, 9th on the grid, who's had mixed fortunes. That's round, unfortunately, for the 114 of Zach Stout. At Garda, you can see the frustration there. As they come round, though, to finish lap number 1, it's Sam Morris ahead of Aaron Clark, up 7 positions there. And how about... No. Jagjit Singh has gone from the back of the grid to 10th place.
Great start.
Really? That's amazing.
And that's one of the things I like about this circuit. You can do that. If you pick your lines right, you pick your moments right, you be a bit brave on that first lap, you can be rewarded big time round here.
Yep.
Penalty for Andy Berry. ABC takeout. That's 6 positions, therefore cannot make the B final, irrespective of where Andy Berry finishes in this race. Chris Woodger trying to get down the inside there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got it done by Dan Grocott. Yeah, absolutely. Just to clarify, the drivers who had issues on the first lap, Zach Stout, Yusuf Sohayono, Clifton Malcolm, all with issues on that opening lap.
Contact warning for Chris Woodger. Hello to the
careful.
drum Vader, who's cheering on Dan Grocott in this one. SSW Drink Racing, who had a good day in the endurance yesterday. We're on the class podium, 10 minutes to go. Contacts warning for Oliver Bailey, the 208. Race getting into a rhythm though, Howard, but we saw earlier on this afternoon, didn't we? Got to keep going to the end, especially when that happens. Cone penalty for Chris Woodger. We had 2 drivers in the heavyweight C final finish in the top 4 on the road, but have penalties, therefore not be classified in the top 4. It was in fact a last corner overtake that decided who would be the last driver to go through to the B final.
I mean, let's be clear here. Chris has had he's had not a full campaign this year.
Yep.
So, you know, there is that aspect to this, but yeah, he'll be certainly hoping that he can get on up the road now. The 37 now trying to do a move. This is Aaron Clark for the race lead on Sam Morris, and that's a nice move done there. Got better drive off of hairpin number 2. Now, it's worth saying, if you're Chris Woodger, all you've seen he held his handle off there as a sort of, what did I do? He'll have just seen his number and penalty. It doesn't actually tell him on the light board what the penalty is for. So he's just going to have to push on up the order here. All he has to do, we know this, but it's hard for him to know, he just needs to get by Jeremy Deeks to get up there. But Jeremy Deeks has had some really good pace so far today. It's not necessarily going to be an easy thing to do.
Cone penalty for Aaron Clark now.
That's race leader with the cone penalty.
Side by side between third and fourth on the road. Deeks and Woodger. Woodger's going to try and do the cut back here and get the drive out of hairpin number 2. Did he get the move done? Yes, I think he did.
Andy Berry and Oliver Bailey doing battle as well through hairpin 2. Indeed, Chris Woodger did get the move done. Okay, so it's Aaron Clark in first, but with a penalty. Sam Morris in second and net first. And then it's Chris Woodger in third. So everyone in the top 4 is currently in a promotion spot. They're just not in that order.
Yes.
Is currently the situation as it stands. As I think someone's had a bit of an incident up there. I shall keep an eye on the time for anyone who's dropping down the order. Penalty for Oliver Bailey for a bump and pass, which I think we saw up at hairpin 2.
Smith down the inside of Staggs. Great fight back this from Corey Smith. Was facing the wrong way in the early stages of this race.
Jagjit Singh is up to 8th, having started 26th. I was keeping a real eye on that. And Lewis Stagg as well, with that off earlier at Cafe as well. Good to see him up in 6th place there. So some really good drives going on through the field here.
Chris Woodger now closing in on Sam Morris. This is for 2nd place on the road.
Cone penalty for Toby Smith as well, currently running in 16th place. So this is my thing. This is my theory, and I think I've seen this with BUKC as well. Cone penalties go up in the dark.
Correct.
It always happens, and drivers will tell you, "Oh, it doesn't make a lot of difference. Doesn't make much."
It does.
It does. We see cone penalties increasing in the dark quite a bit.
If you think we often come here for a long BUKC day in mid-February, I think you're absolutely right. We do see that. We see it at qualifiers. The last few races, cone penalties everywhere. I remember that race, the infamous race. I was discussing it in the paddock with somebody yesterday. You know, we had a race where everyone down to 8th place all got at least 1 cone penalty. Yeah, it was in the dark.
Yep.
6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Aaron Clark leads on the road, but has a cone penalty. Sam Morris. This bizarre situation sometimes with these cone penalties. Sam Morris could be overtaken for 2nd place and still be in the lead of the race.
Yep.
Because both Clark and Woodger have 1-place deductions to be given to them at the end of this race. It's a good spot for Sam Morris to be in at the moment. It's still the situation that Jeremy Deeks has had a clean race so far. So Dan Grocott has got to find a way through, but he's not far behind Deeks.
He's not. In fact, there the 41 is. You can see chasing the 52 up the hill. Aaron Clark then with the new fastest lap of the race at 47.7. Sam Morris under a lot of pressure now from Chris Woodger. But as you say, Chris Woodger could do this pass and Sam Morris will be on for the race win, which is something quite special.
Chris Hancock has had a problem, unfortunately. It's down to 24th place. Zach Stout is on the return, though. He's already back up to P16 and is trying to find a way past Toby Smith and Keith Segal. Craigie asks in the chat, what do you get for a cone penalty? 1 place, 1 position. So if you finish the race P1, you'll be demoted to P2, and the penalties are applied from the back first. Woodger looking down the inside of Morris there. Thought better of it, using that experience. Could have been a rash move there. Doesn't need to win this race, just needs to finish in the top 4. This time looks down the inside. The classic hairpin 2 block pass overtake. That will be Woodger's once they go through the S's. And downhill towards Symes Sweep. So Woodger up to 2nd place on the road now, but still okay for Sam Morris, because he'll be the beneficiary. Jeremy Deeks won't be, though. So this isn't it. Now this is an intriguing situation. So if you're Sam Morris, where you are right now, you're comfortably in. But if you drop behind Jeremy Deeks takes that position of being comfortable.
Yes.
And then you're at the mercy of Grocott behind. This is the battle between, I think, is it Singh and Lacassas?
It is on this, frankly, incredible drive for Jagjit Singh. Been brilliant to watch.
3.5 minutes of the race to go. James Browning has lost out to Chris Hancock. Evan Craig has dropped a position as well relative to Joe Ratcliffe. And, bump and pass penalty for Nicolas Lacassas, +4 positions. So that'll drop Lacassas behind Stagg and Berry and Eguagu. Aaron Clark looking good, though. Penalty for hitting a cone aside. 5 seconds clear of Chris Woodger.
Some good stead for that B final. Be interesting to see how high up the order these drivers can get. There's the 29 of Andy Berry coming up onto the back of Lewis Stagg. Good battles down throughout the field here. Keith Segal, we've not seen much of him trying to battle his way through. The other Class 2 runner, the only Class 2 runner outside the top 6 at the moment. There is Jagjit Singh, who has he got a nose cone camera on? I'd love to see that first lap. But you're right, we've seen it happen before. We've seen onboards of drivers just cutting their way through the field. If you pick it right, you know, when they're going 4 abreast, even 5 abreast into the hairpins, if you pick the right line through there, you'll do a quadruple, quintuple overtake, and it from there, the first laps of dreams are made. You know, so it's totally doable. There's Sam Morris in the 62. There's Jeremy Deeks in the 52, and Dan Grocott still keeping him very honest at the moment in that 41 kart. In fact, that's the closest I've seen Dan Grocott. Deeks having to go defensive into Garda. This is for the last of the promotion spots up into the B final as Aaron Clark sets another fastest lap of the race. The 89 there of Corey Smith having a somewhat quiet one. Did I see a penalty for Corey Smith, or did I make that up? I can't remember now.
He saw one for Toby Smith.
Okay.
Penalty for Zach Stout. It's another cone one, so add that to be another data point for our theory.
Yes.
I do like this drive from Dan Grocott. You know, it can often be the case that when you're in that top 4 and you fall out, you just fade away through these C finals.
Yes.
But he's dug really deep here
to
give himself a fighting chance. A couple of contact warnings for Keith Segal, battling away out there. Good to hear that he's still got these kart fight suits. I've just got an image of these crisp, flat white suits.
Is this how they've stayed? Because I always think they look great. Is he actually just switching them?
Yes. That's exactly what to do. And that the Firestone suit is still in one piece.
Yes.
Because that's what he raced in for many years.
Absolutely.
Bit of a defensive shift there from Jeremy Deeks. It's all. I always want to be like, just in Dan's ear to go hairpin two. It's all in hairpin 2. It's one of those. Again, similar to Garda, because it's such a short braking zone. You don't think of it as necessarily, when you're not as experienced as a lunge corner.
Indeed.
But it is, because it's such a wide entry.
Indeed. Aaron Clark is crossing the line now to take the win on the road. Chris Woodger will come home to come second, but both of them have a penalty. So we believe it's going to be the win for Sam Morris. There he is in the 62, and he is through. Jeremy Deeks just finishes 4th by 1/10.5 from Dan Grocott. It was a good effort, Dan. Hold your head up high on that one. Corey Smith in 6th. Lacassas in 7th. Leads a very good pack who were battling away there over 7th, but he has unfortunately got a penalty. Jagjit Singh, I believe, will be classified in 7th. After all penalties are applied. That is a stellar drive from Jagjit there. Andy Berry in 9th. Lewis Stagg round out the top 10. Then it's Aguegu, Bailey, Stout, Millman, Patrick Millman, that is, in 14th. Keith Segal in 15th. Yusuf Sohayono in 16th. Joel Nichols in 17th. Alexandre Benoit in 18th. Chris Hancock's in 19th. Joe Ratcliffe rounds out the top 20. Evan Craig in 21st. Clifton Malcolm in 22nd. James Browning in 23rd. Penny Millman in 24th, ahead of Prash Alfonso, and Toby Smith, I believe, may have retired from the race. We will be classified in 26th. That's how they finished then. The C Final, the top 4 will just get confirmed up onto the B Final grid. And it's that B Final that we look ahead to next here on your Alpha Live stream. And this is quite interesting. On pole then for your B Final is a man who would fancy to take the C Final. That is the C Final grid. We definitely want the B Final one. There we go. Harrison Kirkham starts this one on pole. With Luke Phillips alongside. Martin Theodoru and Sam Slater are on row 2. James Wattis and Charlie Summers are on row 3. Amy Breacher and Matthew Cockram are on row 4. It'll be Jed Toole and Michael Preston rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Andrew Rabbage and Aaron Stillwell are on row number 6, ahead of Russell Cooper and Adam Sheargold. Ned Douglas and Ramanas Chikauskas are on row number 8. George Lawler starts from row 9 on this one in his bid to try and take the Class 3 title versus Harrison Kirkham. Michael Reeder alongside him. Jack Harley-Walsh and Matt Ellis round out the top 20 on row 10. Row 11 will be Reese Pope and Kim Ely. Row 12, not on the graphic, just getting confirmed through now. In fact, still not confirmed, actually, the result of that C Final. But we anticipate that it will be Sam Morris and Chris Woodger, and then Aaron Clark and Jeremy Deeks. Thank you for confirming the order on that one.
Unless there's any of them underweight.
Yes, penalties applied from the back, so that means so Chris Woodger gets dropped down to 2nd, Aaron Clark gets dropped down to 3rd, effectively, off the back of that. So we'll just wait for that one to get confirmed.
Keep comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. 2 more races of the year for Club 100 Seniors to go here at Buckmore Park. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Make sure that you've clicked that like button, the notification bell, and subscribed as well for more content here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and at Double Dash MM if you've enjoyed the commentary. And we've got more commentary of a Club 100 nature coming up this week, Wednesday night, over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. We've got round 12 of the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship in the GT3s at Interlagos. So the top 2 go through from this B Final into the A. And right on cue, David Whitehouse provides us with a very key piece of information. This race, this is again where drop scores come into play, and some drivers who haven't done all the rounds through the season means that they have a very big haul of points that they can get in this race. Some drivers who've done all the races have a very small number of points that they can gain in this race. The situation for our 2 C3 runners are this: irrespective of where Harrison Kirkham finishes in this race, this one counts. Various ways you can look at that one. For George Lawler, he has to finish 18th or higher, i.e. if he goes completely to the back, he won't lose any points, but he's got to get up to 18th or be 18th. And I'm just trying to remind myself where he's starting in this one, because that's the C Final grid. I want to say it was around that 18th spot on the grid. So yeah, so if George Lawler can hold position, he will he will improve his championship score, Howard. But really, I think he's just got to go and get as far up that order as possible, because his championship rival, Harrison Kirkham, has a great chance here of not just wrapping up the title in this race, but also going on to the A Final.
Yeah, sealing it in style, if you will. Absolutely. I did just do a bit of a visibility check outside. It is totally dark now.
Yes,
just
it's proper dark.
Just in case that was in doubt. So yeah, this is an interesting one indeed in those Class 3 standings. And once again, there are a few drivers who are maybe out of position a little bit based on where they would expect to be. I'll certainly be interested to see how the likes of, for example, Ned Douglas, makes his way up the order there in the number 19 with the high-vis helmet. You won't be able to miss him. Matthew Cockram as well has had some good races. James Wattis in 5th had a very penalty-laden couple of heats. If he can get on top of that, keep it clean, he could get up through as well. Only the top 2, though, from this one. It's not the top 4 like we had in the C Final. It's only the top 2 who will get promoted onto the back of that A Final grid. So that's something to keep an eye on there. Penultimate race of the year in our senior sprints here in the darkness at Buckmore Park. I think we're good for the off. We are indeed. Harrison Kirkham will lead them away in the 119. Away we go then into turn number 1. Martin Theodorou trying to prise open the door for second place as they go round, and you can see much better grip that they get on the outside than they were under the misty conditions earlier as they all work their way through. We've got some spinners though. I think that's Aaron Stillwell who's off the back. That's definitely looked like the number 10 to me, and another driver involved. So we'll have to check that on the timing. But
Andrew Rabbage hasn't come through Sector 1 either, Howard, or neither Aaron Clark. They have now.
So it will be difficult races for those drivers involved there, but great start for Harrison Kirkham. He's just bounded away here as Martin Theodorou is having to go defensive. He's got Amy Breacher behind him, Sam Slater battling as well, and I think it's Charlie Summers also involved in all of that as they work their way up the hill at the end of lap number 1. Then Harrison Kirkham leads by almost a second over James Wattis, who's got himself together and put in a good first lap there as Sam Slater goes down the inside of Amy Breacher there at turn number 1. And yeah, Luke Phillips with a good start as well, retaining 3rd place there.
Sam Slater with a cone penalty. That carries a bit more weight in this B final because there's only 2 spots to go through. Means that Sam Slater, to progress to the A, has to finish on the road P1. Ramanas Chikauskas there in the middle of it all, fighting in the teens. Martin Theodorou trying to go through as well. Is currently in 3rd place with Charlie Summers behind. Charlie's had a great day so far. Lots of overtaking in that number 54 kart, and they've got to work together. This is a phase of the race where I feel they've got to work together really, more than battle, to try and close down Luke Phillips there in 3rd place, who is the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment with a 48.831.
2-place penalty for Chris Woodger for track limits. The other driver who's in this race, or another driver in this race who, based on pace that we've seen, Reese Pope. Think how good a drive he had him through the order in his first heat of the day. And yeah, he's in 18th place at the moment.
Just behind George Lawler, one of the 2 C3 drivers we're keenly keeping an eye on in this race to decide who is going to be the C3 champion. Join Samuel Essery and Greg Smith as winners of that award.
And crucially, he is higher than 18th place at the moment, so it would count for George as it currently stands.
He's comfortably looking at 2nd place in C3, but it's a big jump at the moment up to Harrison Kirkham, championship leader in C3 and race leader here in the B final. Cone penalty for Aaron Stillwell.
I think that's just salt in the wound really for Aaron after a difficult first lap. But yeah, it's and it's really tight in the mid-pack where George is, slightly further back than what we're looking at the moment. This is the battle over 4th place we're watching at the moment. Martin Theodorou in that number 50 car ahead of Charlie Summers in the black helmet, black suit combination, and Sam Slater in the number 100.
And still a long way in this race to go. We've got longer than a heat length remaining. The pace at the moment, 48.5 for Luke Phillips, 48.3, 48.4 for these drivers here. The trouble at the moment, though, James Wattis' pace, brilliant, 47.9, is pulling out that gap in 2nd place. It might be that they catch Luke Phillips. I don't think Luke Phillips has quite got the pace to be the leader of a new train that kind of closes into James Wattis, if I'm being honest at the moment.
Not if it stays the way things are. Here it is then, the front of the field. Harrison Kirkham and James Wattis. You've got to say, if you're Harrison, you can let James go. You know, I know he'll want the win, but you know, if he lets James go and he can maintain this pace, Still up in the A final. That would really seal the deal in terms of Class 3 championship.
The key thing as well, we really hope this doesn't go this way, because Harrison Kirkham deserves all the plaudits for his driving this year. But if it was to go wrong in this stage, he would still be scoring enough points just by being in this race to be champion. It would be 1,082 points to 1,072. It's kind of similar to what we saw in heavyweights earlier. The onus is on George Lawler to try and pull up through the order. But we're starting to talk in the kind of 8, 9, 10 position realm with a significant amount of this race to go.
Well, he has improved to 15th place as George.
Yeah.
He's chasing Russell Cooper at the moment in this just quite a train of karts from about 12th place down. That's Reese Poper's at the head of it at the moment. I'd said it would be interesting to see how he came through the order. Fastest lap of the race for Reese last time around. In 12th place, 47.6. I think we saw a little bit of the battle I was talking about just then. Here is the lead battle. At the moment, James Wattis with a much more positive race at the moment, fewer of the penalties. He looked a little bit further back there at some of the fights. That looked like Andrew Rabbage, one of the drivers trying to get on the terms. There is Luke Phillips in third place, we just saw flashing through the shop.
Wattis, as I say, after a bit of a scrappy second heat, this is more like it. This is more like the James Wattis I'm used to see racing.
Sorry, that train there that just fired through your shot, that's the one that George is a part of.
Yep.
Currently led by the 39 of Russell Cooper.
Looking out for the karts number 63.
Yep.
Pretty good number if you call George.
There's Russell Cooper, 1, 2, 3. The 37 there is Aaron Clark. And then, I'll just come out of hairpin 2 now. 37 going alongside with Russell Cooper. You can see Chris Woodger there, and Chris Woodger side by side with George. There he is with the red and white helmet, going side by side with Chris Woodger. Can't quite make the move stick, but there is pretty much the only man now who can deny Harrison Kirkham with that Class 3 championship.
That's not a bad wheel to be behind at this
No,
stage,
it's
Chris
not.
Woodger, because Chris Woodger's just going to go for it. George Lawler's going to go for it,
on
though.
Chris Woodger.
Because Chris Woodger's got nothing to lose. He's come from the C Final. He's trying to push his way through.
It's going to allow Adam Sheargold to have a look there, it looked to me, on the way up the hill. Lawler's been able to hold position for now.
Michael Preston, currently the fastest driver on circuit. He's down in 13th place at the moment, the C2 driver, but it's done a 47.409. There's Andrew Rabbage down the inside. Takes a position. And that was on Kim Ely for 21st place. Less than 5 minutes of the race to go. Just to go back to James Wattis. Actually, no, let's not go back to James Wattis, because down the inside there, that was Aaron Clark. Aaron Clark, this is a great drive from Aaron Clark through the field. He's got past Ned Douglas there for 14th place.
Woodger did a pretty much repeat performance as well. Woodger up to 16th ahead of Russell Cooper now as well. We cut back to the battle over third place, actually, because Martin Theodoru has got through on Luke Phillips. And now Charlie Summers is trying to do the same side-by-side through the S's, still side-by-side through the S's. And Charlie Summers has got it done. Bold move there by Summers to take fourth place.
Yeah, again, really good overtaking today from Charlie Summers. They've got to work now. It's going to be hard work, but it's not completely out the question. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, and 3.2 seconds the gap to James Wattis. And that's going to be slightly more than that because of the battling. 3.8 seconds the gap.
And again, you never know. One cone penalty changes this situation.
100%. 100%. Martin is in the best position to benefit from any penalties forthcoming for the top two. But yeah. 0.3 of a second the gap now between Harrison Kirkham and James Wattis. Just to absolutely get straight in my mind, if Kirkham wins this race, that is definitely that is it.
Yeah,
that is absolutely it.
Irrespective of what happens in the A Final, he could just sit in the pits for the A Final. He'll have the points secured. That will give him the title. 3 minutes to go. There is the chase group, Theodoru and Summers. You can hear them trying to get on that curb to hook them round the first couple of corners. What is the pace like? Well, it's decent. 47.8 for Theodoru, 47.6 for Summers, both of them personal bests, but not quicker than Kirkham and Wattis at the moment. So the gap stays around 4 seconds. Track limit warning for Aaron Clark in the number 37. 2.5 minutes to go. It's looking under control at the moment for Harrison Kirkham and James Wattis. New fastest lap of the race, Reece Pope. Not quite been the end of the season that Pope would have wanted. Kirkham just defending at the moment into turn number 1 and into hairpin number 1 now. James Wattis looking keen to get on with this. Don't want to waste too much time though. They have dropped their pace a little bit. 48.0 last time around for Harrison Kirkham, 47.9 for James Wattis. Penalty for Ramanas Tchaikovskis in 24th place at the moment, so that's not really going to change much.
Yeah, it's been a difficult race for him, I think. Top 2 come through Garda. Quick look over the shoulder from Kirkham. Controlling this one nicely so far. Contact warning for George Lawler. Yeah, he's having to, I mean, he's 17th now. So this is just about, I mean, he'll improve his championship score by 1 point effectively off the back of this as it currently stands. But it's going to take something now quite extraordinary to take the Class 3 title off of your leader here, Harrison Kirkham. Cone penalty for Jeremy Deeks. Your promotees from the C Final. Running down in 25th place. Contact warning for Russell Cooper as well.
You can see both of them there, just checking over the shoulder.
Yeah.
I think that they're up for having a fight here and a bit of fun.
Yes.
But also, no, there's still a job to be done and get these top 2 positions. They're still doing that at the moment.
Yeah, they've really held. I mean, if you recall, when Martin Theodori got to 3rd place, the gap was 3.8. They've held it at 3.6.
Yeah.
So these two have done themselves justice to their pace so far. And yeah, it's now just an out-and-out battle. And this is lovely stuff here. Here we go then, the last lap. And Kirkham's going to go defensive into hairpin 2. Wattis, who, fair play to him, he's tidied up the racing and kept it clean in this one. Nothing on there. Can Wattis take it off of Kirkham in the bottom half of the circuit?
Down through Symes sweep for the last time here in the B final. Harrison Kirkham leading from James Wattis. But a far bigger story to be completed here in this race for the youngster in the 119. Out of the final corner, foot to the floor, to the line. Harrison Kirkham is going to win the B final, but also become C3 champion for 2022 in the Club 100 lightweight sprints. A brilliant, brilliant day for Harrison Kirkham. Job done. And he's got the A final to enjoy as well. James Wattis finishes in 2nd place, takes the 26th and last place in the last A final of the year. Martin Theodoru won't be in the A final this time, which is a shame if you ask me, because he had a cracker at Whilton Mill the last time in front of the Alpha Live cameras. It's 3rd place in the B final today for Martin. Charlie Summers, great drive as well. 4th place, good haul of points. 5th for Luke Phillips. Sam Slater in 6th. Jed Toole 7th. Matthew Cockram in 8th. That's quite important if you're Bryn Albin and they're battling for being in the top 10.
Very true. Very true.
Amy Breacher, great run there in the top 10 in the B final. 9th, Reece Pope 10th. Michael Preston 11th with some great pace. Fastest lap, or nearly the fastest lap of the race, 47.265. The driver ahead of him, Pope, 47.226, was the fastest driver in that race over one single lap. Sam Morris 12th. Michael Reeder 13th. Aaron Clark 14th. Great drive from Aaron from the C final. Chris Woodger 15th. Ned Douglas 16th. George Lawler finishes a very credible 2nd place in the C3 competition, finishes in 17th. In the B final, Russell Cooper 18th, Adam Sheargold 19th, Matt Ellis was in the top 20, and then drivers with problems, Kim Ely, Andrew Rabbage, Ramanas Tchaikovskis, Jack Harley-Walsh, Jeremy Deeks and Aaron Stillwell.
Absolutely. Right, all of our champions are crowned then. There's just one more race for us to have some fun. The A final for round 11 is coming up here next at Buckmore Park. Okay, so we have to stay neutral in the comms position. I'll say this way. Let's take a look at your grid then for the A final round 11. Class 1 driver and DDMM Barnstormers endurance driver Andrew Ward starts from pole.
That's never been said before.
Never said that before, but that's the way it's turned out today. Fraser Brunton, already crowned your 2022 champion, starts from second on the grid. Dan Seeger and Adam Wright are on row 2, both with stellar drives they've had so far today. Aidan Kitchener, what a day he's had, as has Liam Nolan there, both line up on row 3, of this grid. Ben Lambeth and Steph Theodoru are row number 4. Christopher Powell and Mike Coppin round out a strong top 10 there on the A final grid. Yusuf bin Sahale and James Martin make up row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Garrett Berry and Samuel Essery. Joshua Sangster and Greg Smith are row 8. Row 9 is your Class 2 champion Dante Dillon and Bryn Alban. Row 10 is Josh Wood and Callum Martin. Rob Langthorpe and Kevin Schofield are row 11. Ashley White and Dean Everest are row 12. And row 13 is going to be made of your top 2 finishers now confirmed from the B final, Harrison Kirkham and James Wattis. Just before we get into this one, obviously the drivers will have a few practice laps as well because they've earned that right by getting into the A final. It's the last race of the season, it's the last race of Club 100 action that's planned to be streamed as it currently stands. With the exception of the Club 100 iRacing Championship. Do check out Double Dash Motorsport Media on YouTube. But it's a good time, an important time to say thank you to some of the people who have made it possible to have this coverage this year, and also just generally Club 100 as a whole. Firstly, thank you for this round. Thank you to all the staff at Buckmore Park. It's always fantastic to come here. As Andrew was referencing a little earlier on, there have been times over the last couple of years when it's, wondered whether we'd come back here. So fantastic that we are. Love coming to Buckmore Park, and it's been another fantastic round. Thank you very much as well. We've got to say it at the top of the thank yous to JV, John Viger, and his fantastic team at Club 100 who, maintain all of this, run the whole event. That brilliant fleet of Club 100 Rotax Evo karts. Going to be great to see what happens to them with the new tyres going into 2023, but it's been another fantastic season for them. So thank you to all of the team there. We've been Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you like what you've heard from us, my name's Howard Mitchell. He is Andrew Mather. Check us out at Double Dash MM around various forms of social media and double-mm.com. It's been a pleasure for us once again to be covering the season. We've had a ball doing Club 100 this year. Not just this, of course. We've had BUKC. We've had the junior and the cadets as well. It's been absolutely fantastic. So we're very grateful to have been a part of the story once again. And to Alpha Live as well. Been fantastic working with them. We do hope that you've enjoyed the coverage this year. Like, share, subscribe, follow them on Instagram, follow them everywhere, because they really do a fantastic job for this round specifically. I'd like to thank James Fitchew, who's been the producer, and to the crew of camera personnel out there, Jack Mitchell, Jake Grubb, Liam Cochran, Laura Glover and Slavik Piskors. Thank you very much to everyone who's been involved in making the stream possible today, but to all of those who've made it possible throughout the season. It's been a blast once again.
I'm going to add to that because this is also our last in-person, shall we say, or live motorsport. Let's go in metal motorsport event of the year, and some of the other series that we have covered as DDMM with Alpha Live this year.
Yes.
We've done for the first time a full national championship. We did 6 meetings of Super 1 that took us as far as Rowra, GYG, Clay Pigeon, Fullbeck, Shennington and Whilton Mill, and the crews who all took part in that. We were here, well, we've done 2 24-hour races this year.
First time in quite a few years.
Up at Teesside for the British 24-hour, but here, of course, as well for the Buckmore Park 24 hours. And what an event that was. That was an incredible effort by the whole team that really, really did make a difference with your support of it at home as well. We've been international. We've had 2 Beyond Blighty, Beyond This Island trips this year. The Irish Kart Grand Prix, which was mega at Nuts Corner, and then a few weeks ago as well at Whilton for the culmination of the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship, and big thanks to all the team at Rotax for their support with that. And of course here as well, we talked to Stefan Gruber last time in front of the Alpha Live cameras at Whilton Mill. Shennington Super Prix we covered this year as well, and what an event that was, just up the road from DDMM HQ. I'm just flicking through to make sure that I haven't missed any of them
We've only
out.
got they're in rolling up, mate. We might have to,
but no, thanks to everyone.
Great.
It's been quite a year.
Yeah.
Plans are afoot. It's that time of year where we're not quite sure what we're doing for 2023, but you'll hear about it first at Double Dash MM. Thank you everybody for your support over these past 12 months.
Yeah. Absolutely.
One more race to go then.
This could be a very odd one for you and me, mate. Okay, so they're getting ready now. This pack of 26 Club 100 Rotax Evo karts. I think we might be good for a start this time. We are indeed. Andrew Ward then in the 13 is on your left, driver's right. Fraser Brunton, your 2022 champion, is going to be on the outside into turn number 1. Not always proven successful for many at race start today. How's this one going to go? Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go for the final A final of the senior sprints for 2022. Even start from both sides of the grid. Round turn number 1. So much more grip on the outside now than we've seen at earlier stages in the day, but it's still Andrew Ward at the head of the field as they stream through hairpin number 1. And
Clean start through hairpin number 1.
Dan Seeger's by into second place.
Yep.
He's got by on Fraser Brunton. So change for second place in the early phases. But as you say, mate, a really clean start. Testament to the skill and experience of this A final field as they come down through Syme Sweep. Looks like a few people going side by side through Syme Sweep. But at the moment, and there is Fraser Brunton going back past Dan Seeger up at the hairpin at Garda.
A good start for Andrew Ward. Needed a fast, confident start. Has got a lead of just around 0.8 of a second over already the champion for 2022, Fraser Brunton. Dan Seeger third, Mike Coppin in fourth. Coppin down the inside going for P3. Gets past Dan Seeger. Adam Wright's there as well. Adam Wright down the inside takes fourth place. And this is the problem now for Seeger. He's out of sync almost with the rest of the field. Ben Lambert's come through as well. He's got to get back in that train and back on pace because there's a whole plethora of drivers in their last race in sprints of the year. Aidan Kitchener, Christopher Powell, Steph Theodore, Liam Nolan. No one wants to leave anything behind. You've got to put it all out there in this race to finish off 2022 on a high.
Yeah, absolutely. And worth mentioning, by the way, James Wattis got up 4 positions on the first lap.
Brunton down the inside, takes the lead of the race. How many times have we seen this in an A final? The young driver races for Cardiff University in the BUKC. A new campaign starts at Whilton Mill next week for Cardiff University, but Fraser Brunton wants to close out this one here in the lightweight sprints with yet another A final victory. 10 minutes to go.
Yep.
He leads this race.
Yeah, Brunton, Ward, Coppin your top 3 then, and Adam Wright trying to stay in touch with them there in fourth. Ben Lambert in the number 33-0 now, the highest place of your Class 2 runners. Worth mentioning that Harrison Kirkham is the only Class 3 runner in this field, so taking that championship, and he's taken a B final win, and he's taken the round win within Class 3 as well, so signing off on his now championship winning season in style. Just a little bit of breathing space that Fraser Brunton's been able to open up. Mike Coppin now applying pressure to Andrew Ward. Is he having a look down the inside of hairpin 1? He is, side by side there, and that's Mike Coppin through and up into second place.
You got to say, if you're in Andrew Ward's position, third place behind Mike Coppin and Fraser Brunton is not a bad spot to be in this A final. It has been Coppin and Brunton head and shoulders above the rest of the field in lightweights this year, and they've seen off some fierce competition throughout the course of 20. Oh, wheel! Oh dear! Now, where's that come off? We've seen this a few times. I've not seen this since Shennington a few years ago. We've got a loose wheel. It's rolling down. It's being chased after by one of the.
But I don't know where
Nicky Richardson on the move. He's going to get there.
But where's it from?
So it's Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon. It's not the first time I've seen Dante Dillon fall out of a race like this. Not in Club 100. Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to the first ever time I saw Dante race with that one. 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go then. Still Brunton leading from Coppin. Ward trying to hold on here for third place. But Adam Wright is right there in fourth. It's going to be 3 from these 4 on the podium here to finish the season. He's got to dig deep. Does Andrew Ward. This is far more difficult than anything he's had to deal with so far today. Pace last time around 47.4 for Ward, 47.3 for Adam Wright.
And to be clear, Andrew Ward, I mean, he's had heat wins, but he hasn't had any podiums.
He's had C1 podiums.
Sorry, he has had C1 podiums. That's a good point. He hasn't had an overall podium so far this year.
Penalty for Kevin Schofield. ABC bump and pass. Penalty for James Watts as well for track limit violations.
Mike Coppin keeping Fraser Brunton honest here. Fastest lap of the race at the moment at 47.236 in his favour. Stream up the hill once again. There's Dan Seeger. What a day Dan's had. He's had great drive at the moment and currently sits highest of the Class 2 runners. Ben Lambeth in 6th place overall, 2nd of the Class 2 runners, and then Steph Theodorou in 8th. Currently would round out your Class 2 podium.
I know we don't try to talk about stuff or distract with stuff that's not on your screens, but there's an almighty fight going on. 2x2 just came round the corner in front of us between Bryn Alban, Harrison Kirkham, James Wattis and Samuel Essery.
He just got a penalty actually as Alban for the contact.
The elbows are out.
Yeah, I've just seen it out. Yes, okay. It's coming. That's coming through your shot now.
Yes.
That battle there, they were not quite so
tasty.
They were not quite so single file a half a lap ago. Another fastest lap from Mike Coppin, though, ratcheting up the pressure here. Another 10th taken out. It's now just a 10th and a half that separates Brunton and Coppin. Here they are. Out a hairpin one.
Mike Coppin hasn't had an A Final win.
Adam Wright, sorry, go
on. Since round 2.
Yeah. Adam Wright now on the back of Andrew Ward, but they'll be experienced and know, or they are experienced and so they will know to work together. Try and stay in touch with Brunton and Coppin if at all possible. As we're past the halfway point then of this A Final for round 11. There's Dan Seeger still with bragging rights in Class 2 in that number 53. Little way off the back of these two, but very much on course for a good Class 2 result.
I know it's not how the points are scored in terms of the season ranking at the end of the year, but I am just going to point out that to show just how good Brunton and Coppin have been this year, but also how close. Forget drop scores. Let's just ignore them for a minute.
Yes.
At the moment, Fraser Brunton, if this race results was to stay like this, and it's just changed like that, thank you, Mike, down the inside. Let's just refine those points again.
Yeah. I'm seeing what you're about to say, yeah.
Fraser Brunton will have scored 2,014 points.
Yeah.
Mike Coppin, 2,013 points.
Yes.
That is how close they have been.
Yeah.
How good they have been across the course of the last 10.5 months.
Yeah.
I really do tip my hat. I know we had an incredible finale in the heavyweights this morning and early afternoon that I don't think any of us will ever forget for just how close it is. But that shouldn't take away for how good a battle this has been all year in the lightweights between Mike Coppin and Fraser Brunton.
No, it's a really, really good point, and it's yes, Fraser wound up the championship before this round, but absolutely, it's been a brilliant campaign from both of them, and the calibre at the top of these championships is so high, Andrew. It's really a treat to watch.
And I tell you what, I'm not going to say it because that wouldn't be professional to do so, but I am hearing some interesting things in the paddock about where certain drivers are going to go for next year.
Yes.
That's all I'm going to say on that one. Good scrap this.
Yeah,
Theodoru, Barry and Powell.
A little bit of a ruckus there between Berry and Theodoru, and indeed a penalty just been given to Theodoru for bump and pass. So a good scrap it is.
Yep.
But it's cost Steph a penalty there. Chris Powell trying to buy into it, as he's the next Class 1 runner down the order after that top 4. But God, the pace at the front of this, 47 twos, just hundreds being
Brunton
swapped.
back down the inside of Coppin, through Henry's Bend into hairpin 1. Brunton retakes the lead, but he's got to fight Coppin off.
But this is early for the gloves to come off, Andrew. For me, this is the opportunity for Ward and Wright. This is why they should work together, because these two, they've got nothing to lose. We're just going to have one final brawl between the two championship players. And that's where opportunity comes knocking for Andrew Ward and Adam Wright. Adam Wright, of course, a driver with plenty of experience. And he's going down the inside of Andrew Ward. I was about to say, a driver with more heavyweight experience. He's moved up to lightweights, or moved down in weight to lightweight. That didn't make any sense. He's in lightweights now. And again, side by side for the lead here, as Fraser Brunton tries to hold off Coppin. Coppin tries to tuck underneath, but just not enough room given for him to squeeze on through. And still, Wright and Ward are keeping things calm for now. Ward hasn't tried to counter-attack. He's trying to keep in with this battle amongst his top 4. This one's coming to a boil quite nicely here with the last couple of minutes on the clock, as Mike Coppin is all over the back of Fraser Brunton down the hill, heading towards Paddock Corner.
I always don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it. You've got these two drivers at the front who fought all year. You've got two drivers behind who I think I'd be right in saying are probably the two drivers with the worst Alpha live stream look in the paddock.
It's true. It's
Remember
true.
Rye House a few years ago where Adam Wright was on for a top 3?
Yes.
Didn't end well. How many times have we seen Andrew Ward not quite get to the end of a race? Here's a good battle again. It is closing up. It is and now a 4-way scrap as Fraser Brunton is defending now with 90 seconds to go. Adam Wright down the inside of Mike Coppin, side by side as they come off of hairpin 1. Mike Coppin taps on the head. Let's say, think about it.
Ward.
Think about it, Adam. Ward's now in there trying to get alongside. As oh my goodness, what a run there off of hairpin 2. 4. Mike Coppin takes the lead of the race. Adam Wright's gone around the outside of Fraser Brunton. He's up to second place.
Insane moves there. Around the outside into the S's, around the outside through Syme Sweet. Mike Coppin to the head of this one. Adam Wright in second. Fraser Brunton and then Andrew Ward, your current order. There's going to be one more lap of senior sprint racing in Club 100 for 2022.
Ooh, I don't know. I think you might get two. You might
get
two here.
We are going to get 2. It hasn't been shown as last lap. 2 more laps then. Mike Coppin with a little bit of breathing space.
He's gone.
He is trying to break away here, but the 3 behind him know what the game is, and they'll work together surely to try and keep him in check. Although I don't know, that was a shallow line from Adam Wright for my money into hairpin 2. They've got to work together if they're going to keep the dream alive onto the last lap of the race. Mike Coppin then down through Syme Sweet has had a great first half to this lap. Just a bit of a gap now, and does Fraser Brunton keep his faith with Adam Wright, or does he basically let the dam burst and go for a move here? Andrew Ward swarming around trying to find any opportunity. Up the hill they come then. Mike Coppin has had a good lap. I wonder if he's got just enough to keep them at his arm's length for one more lap of this Buckmore Park circuit.
Look at Adam Wright pushing all the way. He's never won an A Final in front of Alpha Live cameras. He's got a chance to do so here. Mike Coppin hasn't taken an A Final victory since the 20th of March. Down the inside goes Fraser Brunton for P2. Adam Wright maybe forced out wide here. Is Andrew Ward going to have a chance for the podium? That should be it for Mike Coppin. Hasn't won since round 2. Whilton Mill was the host circuit for the last time the number 5 stood on the top step of the podium. It's second place this year in the championship. Adam Wright's going to throw one back down the inside. There's contact between the two of them. Ward's going to try and go round the outside. He's taken third place. He's side by side with Brunton for second. Mike Coppin wins the final round of the season. It's his second win of the year. Second for Brunton, third for Ward. Oh, a first ever C1 and overall podium in Club 100 sprints for Andrew Ward. Adam Wright finishes in 4th.
36,000.
What a finish. What a finish. Mike Coppin was delighted. We did not even mention that he did like a 180 sprint. Look at the celebration.
That was a lot of fun.
From Mike Coppin.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry for shouting, but when it's been so long for these drivers, Mike Coppin, that means something.
Yeah.
He didn't want to finish with just the 1A final win in this season. He's got 2 for second place in the championship. Fraser Brunton, the champion, takes yet another podium. I'm just going to read through Fraser's final results this year, because this, in terms of when the drop scores do come into play, this is where he's won it. First, third, first, second, first, 15th, we'll ignore that one. 5th, we'll ignore that one as well. First, second. What a season for Fraser Brunton in what has been very much a changing of the guard season in the lightweights competition. The youngsters have come to the fore. The youngsters have the title, and that's great form as well for Cardiff University as they start their BUKC journey next week. But I say we try to stay neutral and not get too excited. It used to be Birmingham in the BUKC, but Andrew Ward, first ever C1 and overall podium in the same event here at Buckmore Park, and on a stream as well.
Yeah.
He's never had a good result on a streamed round. It's always been, you know, he ended up in the grass 1 month ago at Whilton Mill. I remember the chain breaking when he was on for a top 5 at Rye House. He's finally got a result. Got a feel for Adam Wright, because he's been in that same position as well. But I like this move of Adam Wright into the lightweights. I really think if he sticks with it, next year he's going to be a title factor.
Absolutely. Other bits to note there, Dan Seeger, Ben Lambeth and Liam Nolan are your Class 2 podium from this one, finishing 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. And yes, indeed, I was about to say, Harrison Kirkham wrapped up that Class 3 championship, won that C Final, and came through to finish 14th. We said he could just go out there and have fun. He did. He finished 14th, having started towards the back, and the fastest lap of the race, a 47.133, to wrap up his fantastic Class 3 campaign in style. Yeah, really good drive from Kirkham there, and what a good season it's been. There he is, indeed, in the queue for the... I think we're having one last weigh-in, aren't we?
Yeah.
There just to confirm the results.
There's a driver that'll be interesting to see how he gets on in C2 next year. Harrison
100%.
Kirkham very much warrants a place in these A finals. And remember, it's had to start all of his heats from the back of the field. I think we're going to wrap up there, because what a day it has been. Do make sure that if you haven't already, click that subscribe button here on Alpha Live. Give the stream a thumbs up. We've had some incredible racing today, especially those 2A finals. And click the notification bell as well for more content on Instagram as well. Do give Alpha Live a follow on there as they look to get to 5.5k followers. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at Double Dash across all of your social media networks. Thank you again so much for all your support this year in 2022. Who knows what 2023 will bring, but we'll gladly take you along for the ride. We're going to wrap things up. Any last words, Howard, before we wrap things up?
I've done my speech largely before the race gets underway, because I know I'll go on for ages if I start now. But it has been a pleasure. Thank you very much for your support, everyone, and do be sure to join us again next time.
Thank you so much for joining us here for round 11 at Buckmore Park for Club 100 2022 in the seniors. I don't like saying this because it's not the 1st of December yet, but I'm going to say it anyway. Do enjoy the rest of the year. Have a very good Christmas, and we will see you in the new year. We will see you in 2023. For now, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye-bye.